The young teenager wielding a massive spiked mace, capable of dealing magical damage, is none other than our protagonist, Ban Yu-woo. At this moment, he finds himself fending off a horde of green-skinned goblins who, weapons in hand, are charging toward him in a desperate attempt to spill his blood. There must be hundreds of them, yet Yu-woo isn't the slightest bit worried. "Are you ready yet?" Yu-woo says coldly, and right after that, something suddenly streaks past, striking the goblins with such force that anyone hit is instantly pulverized. Just like that, without Yu-woo having to lift a finger, the entire pack of goblins charging him is completely wiped out. This keeps the remaining goblins from recklessly rushing at him, all because of some floating spiked mace that caused the chaos. After sweeping through the first wave, it returns and hovers behind Yu-woo's back. Accompanying that display is a literal shower of goblin body parts, left behind by the spiked mace as it rains down from above. The remaining goblins, seeing this, gasp in terror and scramble back a few paces, amidst the panic. Suddenly, an arrow rips through the air from the distance. But naturally, before it even reaches Yu-woo, it's swatted away by the spiked mace, though it at least succeeds in grabbing the protagonist's attention. And it's not just him. The rest of the goblins turn to look at the archer with expressions that suggest they think he's an idiot, likely cursing his ancestors deep down. As if realizing Yu-woo is about to deal with this archer, the surrounding pack quickly scatters to the side, leaving the green-skinned goblin holding the bow all by himself, standing there alone. So much for strength in numbers. Now he's just firing arrows aimlessly. If you think that's all there is to Ban Yu-woo's power, and that's all I've got to enter the dungeon, then you're dead wrong. Bang morph, Yu-woo shouts, and immediately a golden magic circle appears beneath the handle of the mace, while the weapon itself emits a golden light as if undergoing a transformation. The surrounding goblins, seemingly sensing that Yu-woo is about to crush them all, seize the opportunity while the weapon is still transforming to let out a war cry and charge at him en masse. However, the transformation takes less than a second. Instantly, the spiked mace morphs into a magical cannon, aiming directly at the crowd with its barrel glowing red as it charges up energy. "Fire," Yu-woo says with a grin, and speaking of how he got here. It all goes back to when Yu-woo was just a small kid, 4 years old, when he miraculously started reading books. "Light of my life, fire of my being," the toddler stuttered out, reading words from the book. And this alone is enough to make his parents beam with pride. "Honey, our son is reading in the original language. Oh, he's so smart. My wife gave birth to a genius," the four-eyed uncle says with a laugh, making his wife's face flush a bit. "Oh, come on, dear, but when did you teach him English?" "Well, I didn't teach him," the uncle says nonchalantly, and after he says this, the air around them suddenly grows cold. "But how does the boy know languages of countries he's never even seen?" the uncle says worriedly, while his wife's knitting stops midair. And it's not just English, as Yu-woo starts muttering Japanese and Chinese too, leaving them even more bewildered. And to answer that question, as if hearing what they were saying, the door suddenly swings open. Haha, our Yu-woo really inherited the ancestors' bloodline after all. Finally, our family has produced a child who can fulfill our clan's long-standing wish, the child who will bring the Tower of Babel back to our family, some big old guy says excitedly, while tucking a child under his arm. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to be far too familiar with this. The couple just shakes their heads. "Oh boy, Dad is starting again." "Yumi, come here," the wife says awkwardly, while the uncle just sighs. "Dad, you're home. Why don't you go wash your hands first?" "Honestly," he adds, turning to the old man, seeing that the couple doesn't seem to believe a word he says, he gets annoyed and looks like he's about to break the racket in his hand. "You guys, the Tower of Babel is real, I tell you." "Haha, yes, of course it's real," the uncle replies, but his eyes never leave the newspaper in his hand, and just looking at his posture is enough to know he's just brushing the old man off. "Did you have fun with Grandpa today?" Yu-woo's mother asks, and speaking of the old man, realizing he can't convince the couple, he turns to his grandson. "Yu-woo, let me borrow this," he says, grabbing the sketchbook and color box from young Yu-woo's hand. And he quickly draws something. As he draws, he begins to explain. "A long, long time ago, in a chaotic world, the great ancestor of our Ban clan possessed a power that helped everyone communicate with each other. With that power, he led everyone and built a tower that would never fall. That tower is the Tower of Babel. Hearing this, young Yu Wu gets a bit interested and asks, "The tower our ancestor built, is it a high-rise building? Was our ancestor the owner of that tower?" As he speaks, the kid's eyes turn into dollar signs as he realizes his family doesn't seem as poor as he thought. Then young Yu Wu hurriedly hugs his grandfather's leg and asks, "A high-rise, where is our high-rise?" Ignoring the question, the old man just bursts into laughter. "Our ancestor was a master of language, the one capable of translating and transforming every kind of language. We must never forget that we are the descendants of such a great person. I told you to go wash your hands, Dad." The uncle complains, "You ask about the tower. I don't even know where it is anymore," the old man says, shaking his head, which makes the sparkle in Yu Wu's eyes fade. "That's our building, though," the kid says regretfully. However, the old man grabs his grandson by the shoulders and asserts, "But there's one thing I can be sure of. That is, once you find it, our clan will regain all of its power and glory." When he was younger, whenever he heard his grandfather talk about the ancestors' adventures, he always hoped that the extraordinary linguistic ability bestowed upon him would help him fulfill the clan's long-standing wish, but his ability far exceeded those expectations. And as time went by, Ban Yu Wu was now a college applicant. Currently, he is in his own room, checking his scores on the computer and says, "Looking at these scores, I should definitely get in. Department of Political Science and International Relations at S University. Why is it so late and they haven't announced the results yet?" Yu Wu complains, his eyes narrowing as he stares intently at the screen. Because at that moment, his laptop screen suddenly becomes glitchy and chaotic, displaying no specific image. What's going on? Yu Wu wonders, hitting F5 repeatedly to try and fix it. However, before he can even wait for the computer to fix itself, a mysterious virtual screen suddenly appears before his eyes. It makes him stop moving. What is this? Why is there a blue window here? And what are these squiggly letters I've never seen before? As he speaks, he squints to observe and read, "The best academy in every dimension. Congratulations on passing the application review." Seeing this, a look of panic crosses Yu Wu's face as he stands up from his chair. "What the hell? How can I read this?" he thinks in a panic while several notifications keep popping up. "Student Ban Yu Wu, you are summoned to the practical assessment site. If you pass, you will become a cadet, so brace yourself. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Looking at this, Yu Wu starts to be vigilant and observes his surroundings. "Who is messing with me? Ban Yumi, come out here, I'm warning you," the kid screams. But at that exact moment, his computer finishes its self-repair. Simultaneously, it displays a piece of good news. Letter of acceptance. Faculty, University major, Political Science and International Relations, ID number. Blah blah, full name, Ban Yu Wu, date of birth. Roman 20/20/2001. We are pleased to inform you that the above candidate has been accepted to our university. Class of 202X, February 4th, 202X, Chancellor of S University. Looking at the computer screen, Yu Wu lets out a sigh of relief. "Haha, sure enough, I must have been too stressed. I must have just been seeing things." He chuckles, not knowing that the countdown on the blue screen is still ticking down, teleporting to the exam location in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the summoning practical assessment. Student Ban Yu Wu arriving at the practical assessment site. The announcement barely ends when Yu Wu's figure suddenly flashes and instantly vanishes from the room. At the same time, his younger sister, Yumi, opens the door to his room and asks, "Hey, Ban Yu Wu, did he get in yet?" "Hey, Ban Yu Wu," she calls out, seeing no sign of her brother, even though she clearly heard his voice just a second ago. Cutting to a limestone cave, strange magic circles suddenly appear in midair. A flash of light erupts and Yu Wu falls straight to the ground, making him let out a cry of pain. Ignoring his condition, the system screen continues to display a requirement. The special practical assessment for candidates from secondary dimensions has begun. Defeat the blind goblins and destroy the dungeon core. Back to our protagonist. At this point, even if he doesn't want to believe it, he has to accept his situation. "This is crazy. This isn't a game. So I was really summoned. My head hurts so much. This can't be a hallucination. Practical assessment with a special test. What the hell is that? Send me back. I didn't even sign up for any exam," the guy yells while holding his head. However, this is a testing site, not a place for crying, and before Yu Wu can even finish whining to the system, footsteps sound out behind his back. This makes the young man jump and he quickly shuts his mouth. It's really here." He thinks in a panic because right in front of him are two goblins with ferocious faces, brandishing wooden clubs. Humans, I hear a human. The prey is here. They scan the area while speaking. Over there, Yu-Wu quickly covers his mouth and slowly backs away. Prey, are they talking about me? Oh man, now I can even understand their language. Practical assessment, blind goblins. Dungeon Core, what the hell is going on here? I have to defeat them to get out. It's like being in a game or some novel, Yu-Wu thinks to himself. Before he scans his surroundings again, based on the headache and this realistic sensation, even if he doesn't know what's going on. It seems all too real. With that said, Yu-Wu turns his eyes toward the two goblins that are turning left and right, unable to see him even though he's standing right next to them. They said they're blind goblins, right? I have to defeat them to escape. But how am I supposed to do that? A modern person might not even be able to beat a chihuahua. The guy screams in his head and hits the ground with both hands. And this very stupid action signals his position to the blind goblins. Instantly, a wooden club slams down right in front of Yu-Wu's crotch, almost making him apologize to his ancestors. What is that, you bastard? But wait, it seems they can't see me right. Don't panic, Yu-Wu reassures himself. But just at that moment, his traitorous flip-flops start to work against him. As Yu-Wu shifts his weight just a little, the rubber sandals make a squelching sound, which causes the blind, hat-wearing goblin to notice and charge straight toward him. Simultaneously, it swings its club right at him. Seeing this, Yu-Wu panics and quickly leans to the side to dodge, and successfully escapes death by an inch because the blind goblin's blow is so strong that it creates a small crater in the ground. If his body had taken that hit, our guy would have been done for immediately. After falling to the side, Yu-Wu quickly covers his mouth with both hands and lies as still as a dog to hide himself, while the other goblin, hearing the strange noise, asks, "What was that?" "There was a sound over there," the one in the hat replies. "Are you sure?" the bald one asks back. "Definitely here, don't let it escape," the hat-wearing one asserts. Turning back to Yu-Wu at this moment, he doesn't even dare to breathe. Calm down, stay calm. Even though they're blind, they're very sensitive to sound and movement. Do they hunt by communicating with each other to corner the prey? At this rate, no matter how well I hide, I'll be caught sooner or later. If I don't want to die, I have to use my brain, the behavior of these blind goblins. I can take advantage of that. There's no more time, I have to act now. Yu-Wu thinks to himself, then, taking advantage of the fact that these goblins can only detect sound, he reaches out, feels a stone nearby, and throws it forward. The sound of the stone hitting the ground immediately grabs the attention of both blind goblins. And sure enough, the goblins are fooled. Hearing the source of the sound, they shout and charge straight at it. And then, as the large, bald goblin fumbles on the ground to find the prey, it only finds the two stones Yu-Wu threw earlier. Looking at the stones in its hand, the blind goblin is a bit puzzled, but still hasn't realized it has fallen into a trap. Behind them, Yu-Wu sees them expose a weakness, so he seizes the opportunity. This is it, he thinks to himself. Simultaneously, he throws a stone as big as a brick hard at the bald goblin's head, which causes its head to instantly spray blood. "Prey is behind," it yells. It swings its club backward, without a moment's hesitation. As a result, the hat-wearing goblin that had just arrived takes the hit right in the snout, causing its lips to become mangled. But before the hat-wearing goblin can explain, Yu-Wu mimics its voice. "The prey is fighting back, take it down," hearing the voice prompt. The hat-wearing goblin immediately grips its club and smashes it down hard in front, causing the bald goblin's head to cave in completely. And it officially kicks the bucket after just one move. Then its giant body topples forward, landing right on top of the hat-wearing goblin. On his end, Yu-Wu, seeing that the two have taken each other out, pants heavily from the adrenaline. However, the hat-wearing goblin is still alive, and to finish this test, Yu-Wu is forced to deal with them. So he turns his attention to the wooden club they dropped nearby. Back to the hat-wearing goblin. Currently, it is struggling to crawl out. Then, as if sensing footsteps heading toward it, it lifts its head slightly to look. And right now, in front of it stands Yu-Wu with a slightly panicked face. "Sorry, man. But you intended to kill me, so this must have been part of the plan, right? Yu Wu whispers to himself, then reminds himself, don't hesitate, if I can't even finish off a dying creature, then I'll never have a chance to get out of here. Just like that, he raises the wooden club to finish off the goblin. And after a few screams, the goblin's body stiffens for a beat and then goes limp. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, Yu Wu lets out a sigh. For now, I've survived, he says with relief. At the same time, the bodies of both blind goblins suddenly radiate a soft golden light and countless runes emerge from them. And they head straight toward Yu Wu. What is this? He says in confusion, and as if to answer his question, the system notification appears. Congratulations on completing your first hunt in the dungeon. Your reward is the power of the higher level dimension, unlocking the Babylon code. Looking at the ancient runes swirling on his hands, Yu Wu says in astonishment, this is the Babylon code has been unlocked. This power will be displayed as hieroglyphs, a language familiar to the owner. Additional information: hieroglyphs are characters that convey thoughts through images. Broadly speaking, they refer to characters that describe the concepts of objects. Looking at this notification, a hint of surprise flashes in Yu Wu's eyes as it understands the candidate's thoughts so well. Hieroglyphs familiar to me. Hanzi Chinese characters, he chooses, and the system immediately confirms and returns the result. Hanzi registered successfully. Unlike phonetic scripts meant to describe sounds, these characters convey meaning through their forms. From the two goblins, the captured concepts are demon, life, and body. Other concepts are too complex and not important for the owner's current absorption level. Just then, Hanzi characters start rising from the corpses of the two goblins, but Yu Wu, after hearing the announcement, still doesn't get it. Wait, capture and absorb, he shouts in surprise while observing the bodies of the two goblins slowly dissolving in front of him, and thinks, my power doesn't stop at just language. But I can also take concepts from objects, he wonders, and after they disappear, the system provides further explanation. Absorbed 0.2 Demon. Demon is a concept that humans cannot possess. Recommendation: store in the Babylon code or separate to assign to other objects. As the corpses dissolve, they leave behind three types of Hanzi in three colors: red, green, and purple. Yu Wu, after hearing this, vaguely guesses the effect, so he reaches out, grabs the green character, and says, so now I can keep or apply concepts. Should I try it out? Thinking is doing, he takes a risk and shoves the green character into his body, and as soon as it enters him, the system issues another notification. Absorbed 0.4 life. Owner's life increased to 10.4. Ability and overall potential improved. The notification just finishes and Yu Wu himself feels like he's become much stronger and his mental state is invigorated. Wow, I already feel more confident, Yu Wu says happily. While he's at it, he starts absorbing the red ancient rune, making our guy seem a bit bulkier. Absorbed 0.2 body. Owner's body increased to 10.2. Health improved. By now, Yu Wu feels giddy, like he's just had a power surge. Oh, what is this feeling of being so strong? But it's not just a feeling. My grip strength, muscles, skin, everything has been improved. I absorbed quite a few concepts from those guys. I have interpreted, appropriated, and absorbed them. The bodies of the goblins disappeared after having their powers absorbed, leaving only the two wooden clubs. If the concept can be applied not only to myself but also to other objects, then maybe it's possible. If it really works, I'll escape this dungeon. I can do it. Now die, he says as he starts to use the remaining purple character. Time passes quickly. With the power looted from the goblins, Yu Wu has now fought his way to the location of the dungeon core, leaving behind countless corpses of the green-skinned creatures lying like dead dogs. I used the unlocked ability to quickly wipe out all the blind goblins in the dungeon. As he says that, he taps it lightly, shattering the dungeon core into pieces, and as soon as he does this, the system acknowledges it. Congratulations on passing the special practical assessment for secondary dimension candidates. Hearing that, Yu Wu lets out a breath of relief. Phew, so I can go home now, right? The guy says with a grin from ear to ear, but Heaven says, nope, there's no way this story ends here. Right after that, the system reminds him, candidate will be teleported to the dormitory. What? Yu Wu screams before he is kicked off by the teleportation light. Okay, bottom line, Yu Wu is teleported, but not to his home. but to a world he has never seen before, known as the Union Academy. Shifting scenes to a room inside the academy, Yu-Wu suddenly finds himself appearing here, so he looks around and asks, "What the hell kind of place is this?" Replying to his words, the dam system explains, "Congratulations on passing the practical assessment and becoming a cadet. Please tidy up your attire in the dormitory and attend the interview. Please wear the uniform of the Union Academy, our school's pride." The announcement just finishes. The system also hands him a set of clothes and shoes. Seeing himself being forced like this, the protagonist feels his blood boiling. What is this? An interview? But I already got into college, now I have to wear a uniform again. Give me back my freshman days. This is crazy, I can't even begin to describe it. You put me in a place where I almost died. And now you want an interview. Once I meet the person in charge, I'll show them who's boss, Yu-Wu says while quickly putting on the uniform and heading out to give the interviewers a piece of his mind. And for some reason, he seems to know his way around this place, so he walks straight without stopping at all, while still grumbling angrily. Then he kicks open the door in front of him, but before Yu-Wu can shout. Inside the office, a beautiful girl with long orange hair, tied neatly back with a flower pinned in her hair, is surprised by him barging in. Oh my. Turning toward her, seeing such beauty, his entire aggressive aura from moments ago vanishes completely and he even freezes like a wooden statue. Sure enough, even if I have enough aura to destroy heaven and earth, once I meet a pretty girl, I fold. Good heavens, why is she so beautiful? Green skin, is she an alien? She's so pretty. Turning back to the girl, seeing the awkward, deer-in-the-headlights look of the protagonist. Ban Yu-Wu, I'm Yumina, professor of combat magic at the Union Academy. Nice to meet you. Ah, why yes, nice to meet you too, Yu-Wu says awkwardly. Seeing this, Yumina continues, "First of all, congratulations on passing the practical assessment. Welcome back." "Ah, yes, thank you, Professor." Yu-Wu scratches his head awkwardly. "And also, Yu-Wu, do you know that your performance during the test attracted the full attention of all the professors in every department? Oh my. Can you believe it? You are the first student in 500 years to create a brand new item during that assessment." On this side, Yu-Wu hears about the 500-year thing and his face looks like he's constipated. 500 years or whatever, I was sent here without knowing anything and almost died, Professor. The guy screams in his head, but the Professor Yumina doesn't seem to notice his expression, so she continues with a smile. "It's great, really. This is an exceptional case that goes far beyond a special test." Over there, Yu-Wu caught sight of her cheerful demeanor and could only sigh. Perhaps because of their different origins, their perspectives were just as mismatched. "I'll be leaving this strange environment as soon as the interview is over," Yu-Wu told himself, turning his focus to the side. Then the god's eyes widened and he hurriedly asked, "Professor, what's the name of that pillar?" Hearing this question, the professor turned toward the window. "A pillar, you say? So it's true, people from secondary dimensions really don't know anything about the Union or that pillar. That pillar is the very reason the Union Academy was founded. We nurture students with exceptional abilities from various dimensions and help them reach the summit of the tower. That is the ambition of the Union Academy and the common aspiration of all dimensions. The dungeon among dungeons, the source of all the mysteries and dangers in this world, that is the Tower of Babel." Returning to Yu-Wu, his heart started racing the moment he heard this, because that was the very tower his grandfather had always talked about. Ancestors above a dungeon, is that the tower I've heard so many stories about? What on earth is going on here, grandfather? Everything you told me about our ancestors is here. But they said it's the dungeon among dungeons. Does that mean the tower has been occupied by strange monsters? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. The glory of our family and everything that belonged to our ancestors, I will take it all back, Yu-Wu said with a grin. Right at that moment, I decided to join the Union Academy. Afterward, thanks to the professor's favor, I was able to return home, and after holding a family meeting to explain the whole situation, sure enough, my grandfather was absolutely ecstatic. "What, you found the Tower of Babel? Well done, you are truly my grandson." "Father, calm down, please calm down." My uncle hurriedly tried to pacify him to prevent the old man from dropping dead from pure excitement. Setting that aside, once everything was explained, Yu Wu was able to prepare for enrollment, and now, inside the Union's low-level dungeon within the Hobgoblin Cave, Yu Wu was ready to start. At this moment, with his infinitamo AK-47, Yu Wu began to teach these goblins what it meant to choose the right modern civilization. Those goblins hadn't even managed to rush him before they were met with a hail of bullets. He blew them to bits, quite literally, and Yu Wu continued to walk forward with total composure. A horizontal sweep, and not a single one could block his path. Here we go, here we go. Before, my power was limited to language, but now I've seized from the goblins. Demon 3.4, Life 6.8, Physique 3.4, Killer 0.34, and Marksmanship 0.57. Now everything is completely different. Babylon Code, I can lingualize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of everything. Every time I destroy an enemy, I can obtain the concept that I can interpret. The more I acquire, the stronger I become. And the concept I attained from the first dungeon, the Blind Goblin Cave, was imbued into this staff, turning it into a powerful weapon, and that's this fellow right here. Yu Wu said while looking at the spiked mace that was automatically dealing with the goblin that had just tried to sneak attack him, giving it a smack in the jaw, leaving the creature unable to tell its teeth from its gums. This is the goblin's spiked mace, the first item created by Ban Yu Wu by imbuing demon energy into the staff. This item can automatically manifest at its master's command and transform or act independently. Seeing how useful his creation was, Yu Wu couldn't help but stroke it. Even though it was created by accident, it was thanks to it that I aced the assessment. Following that, after he was done doting on it, Yu Wu glanced at the scattered limbs around him and muttered, "Now, time to clear out the loot. Confirm code." Having said that, he quickly absorbed the concepts from the corpses, seized from goblins including Life 5, Demon 3, Evil 5, Physique 3, Soul 2, Leadership 1, Killer 1.7, Family 0.05. Glancing through these notifications, one line caught Yu Wu's attention. Among the concepts I collected from the monsters, there's one thing I've never seen before. What is a soul? At that, the mace manga excitedly rushed over in a great hurry. "What's wrong? Do you want it?" Yu Wu asked. And Manga nodded vigorously. Seeing that, our guy didn't hesitate to gift it that line immediately. "Of course it's for you. Wait a moment, I'll give you more life, evil, and demon." Having said that, Yu Wu focused his mind, manipulating those hieroglyphic characters to float around his hand, and compressed them into an orb. This is everything I've learned so far, taking the trivial concepts I've collected and imbuing them into the staff. While thinking this, he quickly stuffed the orb into Manga. And very quickly, the iron mace emitted a brilliant light, as if it were undergoing a process of evolution. The concepts combined in a strangely harmonious way, helping the item transform. Evil 2.5 and Beast 4 combined automatically, a perfect fusion that created an item far beyond its existing depth. Hearing this notification, a flash of surprise appeared in Yu Wu's eyes. "Beast, you say? So one of the concepts I separated automatically evolved," Yu Wu exclaimed. Then that orb of light quickly cracked into many pieces, revealing a small snake inside. Thanks to the superior fusion process, Beast 10 was perfected. Beast, combining the characters for evil and beast creates beast. That's so magical. "I wonder if I can touch it," Yu Wu said, while cautiously reaching his hand forward, feeling a little bit fearful. But fortunately, this snake still remembered its master, so it actively poked its head out and rubbed against Yu Wu's arm. "Personality's still the same. I guess it can still turn into a gun or a shield, right?" Yu Wu whispered. "So cute. All right, from now on, your name will be Eve. Before returning, let's check the growth stats first, based on my experience." Saying that, he focused his eyes on his personal info sheet. Ban Yu Wu, Life 45.1, Physique 32, Soul 324.5, Magic Power 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership 1, Myriad Poison Eye 105, Myriad Listening Ear 100, Myriad Language Godmouth 100. Let's see, life is quite similar to a game level. Physique describes physical state, but why is my soul stat so high? Things like Myriad Poison Eye or Myriad Listening Ear must be related to my language skills. If I don't understand something, I'll just ignore it for now. With that, Yu Wu turned to look at the little snake and asked, "What do you think, Eve?" Can we blend in with our classmates now? Hearing this, Eve hurriedly shook her head repeatedly, feeling very embarrassed. It's okay. The most important thing is the growth stat, right? Yu Wu advised. At the same time, because Yu Wu had finished this dungeon, the system asked a question. The dungeon core has been destroyed. You can leave this dungeon. Do you want to leave? All right, time to go out. It's time to attend the Union Academy's opening ceremony, he said while tapping yes on the screen, and very quickly his body was taken away by magic teleportation. Scene transition to the Union Academy's auditorium for the entrance ceremony. At this moment, the atmosphere here is extremely lively, with all kinds of races present, and by some miracle, I even see an Adidas ripoff brand on the sign next to a smiley face. At the same time, inside the large hall, the newcomers who just arrived were also quickly finding seats for themselves, and in an interesting way. Yu Wu was also teleported to the center of the large hall, which surprised a few people standing nearby. While he was observing everyone around him, he was equally surprised. Wow, so many people, but wait, he said. He just started activating Myriad Poison Eye. Myriad Poison Eye is a set of eyes that can read everything. Depending on proficiency, they help the user understand the aura and spirit of the target better. At this moment, in Yu Wu's vision, the attribute stats of others quickly appeared in his eyes. Like this lava man youth who had something like BBC stats, while some good-looking blonde guy had pretty crazy stats. Looking at these stats, Yu Wu started to feel a tremble in his heart. Sure enough, different from those from secondary dimensions admitted through special tests like me, students admitted through standard procedures definitely look much stronger, at least 10 times stronger than me. But where is my seat? Yu Wu wondered in his heart before he heard someone calling, so he turned around. Hey, if you're from a secondary dimension, stop wandering around here. Get out of here. The owner of those words was a big guy who looked just like a mini-boss in a dungeon raid. However, he wasn't the type Yu Wu could deal with right now, so he could only wave his hand and say, "Oh, all right, thanks." Seeing him act so chicken, the group burst into laughter. However, Yu Wu wasn't angry at all. It's no surprise that people admitted through standard procedures would be so overly confident. They discriminate against me just because I'm from a secondary dimension. Even in this world, the strong will always look down on the weak. Is this a common point everywhere? Yu Wu thought to himself. And right at that moment, as if seeing that he was lonely from way in the back, some blonde guy raised his hand to call the protagonist. Hey, special admission student, sit here. Hearing the call, the protagonist waddled over. Is this spot reserved for students from secondary dimensions? Wow, it feels like being exiled, Yu Wu thought awkwardly, before he cast his eyes to observe the stats of these people. It was as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head. Holy crap, are these people really students from secondary dimensions? All three of them have stats capable of taking down that group of standard admission students. At this moment, according to Yu Wu's gaze, the blonde guy has stats of SAA. The white-haired girl is SSSS. And finally, this pink-haired girl is a BS. However, Yu Wu also observed 3 other stat lines, C and X. Then, after clearly seeing each other's faces, it seemed like Yu Wu and this blonde guy were acquaintances. Is that you, Ban? Yeah, hello, Light. Is this spot for us? That's great. Having said that, Yu Wu thought to himself, this guy is Light, a handsome guy I met in the dorm before the ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit special. At that time, when we met in the dorm room, Light greeted the protagonist by pointing the sword in his hand right at him and shouting, "Who's that?" Looking at the sword held close to his neck, Yu Wu's eyes widened. Hey. Dressing like this, who else could it be? It's a new student, your roommate, Yu Wu yelled, making his friend realize his actions were a bit over the top. Oh, sorry, I just finished the practical assessment, so my nerves are still a bit on edge. Are you okay? Yeah, Yu Wu replied. At the same time, he felt a bit annoyed in his heart. This handsome guy looks like a prince out of a fairy tale, seems a bit hot-headed. Anyway, he already apologized, so it probably isn't too bad, he muttered. Before Yu Wu could mention that his test was fighting blind goblins, this guy Light curled his lip in contempt. That was your practical assessment. Even a trainee with basic training can easily hunt goblins. My opponent in the practical test was an army of Chan and Ogre, he said while happily sharing his achievements, making Yu Wu start to feel his blood boil, and he had to apologize to this best friend from a few seconds ago. Not bad, my foot, this guy is incredibly tactless. Ignoring that, afterward the protagonist's expression became relaxed. Come to think of it, we haven't even showered, yet here we are talking to each other. It's been a long time since I've had anyone to talk to, me too. Ignoring that, afterward the protagonist's expression became relaxed. Come to think of it, we haven't even showered, yet here we are talking to each other. It's been a long time since I've had anyone to talk to, me too. Right, keep talking while showering, he said nonchalantly, while Light, for some reason, had a face as red as a ripe gak fruit. You go bathe first, do one, huh? Yu-Wu asked curiously, but at this moment, Light was so embarrassed that he didn't even dare to face him. Later, I'll shower later, Light said awkwardly, making Yu-Wu look at the blonde youth with a very strange expression. Returning to reality, time will fade away this awkwardness, right? Besides, since this is a place reserved for special admission students, the two of them must be. Thinking of this, Yu-Wu turned to greet them. Ah, hello, the pink-haired girl replied. And when looking at this naive, cute look of hers, Yu-Wu almost fainted from a blood pressure drop. So cute, nice to meet you. Our guy repeated himself and started turning to talk to the white-haired girl. Ah, right, you too. Hello. Opposite, the white-haired girl with distinctive black eyes also stared at Do-Won, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong? Yu-Wu asked. The thing wrapped around your arm is interesting, she said calmly, and Yu-Wu immediately guessed what she was referring to, so he didn't hide it and started calling the little snake Eve out. You mean Eve? That one? You guys all see it, right? Looking at its cute appearance, the faces of all three of these people started to melt. Even the white-haired girl, who looked cold, flushed with excitement when seeing this little snake. So cute, this snake is that item from earlier, right? It's only been a few days and it's changed so much, Light asked. Hey, can I touch it? It looks so cute, the pink-haired girl wished. And on this side, the white-haired girl also introduced herself. I am Dak Goyeon, daughter of the martial artist. What's your name? Ah. I am Ban Yu-Wu, the protagonist replied, and then he turned to ask, but what is a martial artist? Do you have some kind of martial arts? Like a shooting captain. Hearing Yu-Wu say this, the three others suddenly giggled, making him not understand anything. Even Dak Goyeon was trembling so much that she had to cover her mouth. You understanding it like that isn't entirely wrong. Really? Actually, it's already a fantasy world, so having a martial arts world is nothing strange, Yu-Wu said with a smile. Talking about the pink-haired girl, she also stated her name. Ah yeah, I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you, I'm a Light. You guys can call me Light. Nice to meet you all. Dak Goyeon, Rachel, and Light said with smiles, but as soon as he finished speaking, Dak Goyeon turned her face away, as if she despised talking to this guy, making him roll his eyes. Seeing that, Yu-Wu could only offer a silly smile and say to them both, looks like the ceremony is about to start. Saying that, he noticed the beautiful Professor Yumina sitting on the stage. Oh, there's Professor Yumina, he exclaimed, making Light next to him curious. Is that the Professor Yumina who consulted Yu-Wu? Yeah, is Light also like that? The words were barely out before they could say anything else. Suddenly, the lights inside the hall changed. Next, the roof of the hall slowly opened to the sides, revealing the sky above. The ceiling is opening. What's going on? The group said in confusion. Then a cold voice suddenly echoed. Everyone gather here. At this moment, accompanied by the voice, the whole group of students felt a terrible pressure weighing down on their shoulders, making the whole group tremble in fear. What is this? What is this heavy pressure? Yu-Wu thought in a panic, but then he gritted his teeth and looked up to observe. In high above, the voice continued to echo. So now, the 2557th entrance ceremony of the Union Academy officially begins. This voice was emitted from the phantom of some giant eye. It was an entity so large it was beyond high class. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Professor Yumina was also welcoming Do-Won's group. Super impressive, isn't it? The principal's speech, she said with a smile. But unfortunately, no one in this group of students responded, perhaps because the lingering effects of that presence were still too great. However, Yu-Wu was still calmly sipping a cup of tea and nodding, saying, very impressive. Is that eyeball king? The principal, hearing him say this. The whole group was suddenly startled and turned to ask, Yu-Wu, you saw that eye? You dare to look up? Because of the overwhelming aura, almost no one dared to look up. It's scary, the group said in panic, making Yu-Wu a bit confused because he felt it had some pressure, but it wasn't terrifying to that extent. At the same time, Doc Go-yeon also stared at Yu Wu, as if trying to find out why this weakling could look at such a terrifying entity. That entity had used a special method to completely conceal its true form. After all, how could he, returning to Yu Wu, seeing her scanning him like that, he felt a bit goosebumpy. And hurriedly explained, it's just a feeling like there's a giant eye looking down on us. On this side, ignoring the fact that Yu Wu could look at the principal, Professor Yumina went straight to the main point. Anyway, that is indeed the principal. From now on, unless you guys achieve some special achievements or cause an incident, you won't have a chance to meet him again. But it seems like Yu Wu will get to meet him privately, she said while looking at him with interested eyes. It's just that our protagonist heard he had to meet a boss like that and his face turned pale. Why does it sound like the professor is cursing me? Replying to this, Yumina covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, as your teacher in charge, your achievements are my achievements too. From now on, please give it your all. Hearing this, Light's eyes flashed with surprise, then he turned to ask, so Professor Yumina will be in charge of us? Exactly, she said while treating herself to a cup of tea. But this information still left Light stunned. One of the 9 official professors of the academy is in charge of us, he exclaimed in his heart while Yumina, after putting the teacup down, introduced herself. I haven't officially introduced myself yet, have I? I am Professor Yumina, teaching the combat magic subject. I have been assigned as the homeroom teacher of this class, Class 11. Let's strive together for the next 5 years. I thought only teaching assistants were assigned to be in charge of secondary students, Professor? Light asked. Hearing that, Yumina nodded and explained that is indeed the case. However, this year you are an extremely special batch of students, so I will take on this role. Having said that, she herself had a bit of an exclamation in her heart. Truly so special that I wonder how only people like you were chosen, thinking of this. As if remembering something, she turned to say sternly, while everyone is here, let me give you some advice. Be vigilant about the obstruction and malice of regular students. Hearing this, first Yu Wu was a bit surprised, but very quickly, he understood the meaning of these words. The obstruction and malice the professor is talking about are not just competition in study, but physical violence and arguments between students. If issues arise outside the framework of internal competition protected by school rules, even professors cannot intervene. If you want to develop during the process of competing with other students, you must be strong enough to ignore the obstruction and malice, otherwise. From now on, you 4 should work as a group. You are unique special students. Besides, you will be teammates climbing to the top of the tower together until graduation. Tea and talk is enough. The academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after receiving the item, she said. She snapped her fingers, and immediately some shining items appeared before the group's eyes, making them feel nothing but amazement. And this item is some kind of necklace. Is this for student identification? It looks like a normal necklace. Rachel frowned and said, while remembering Professor Yumina's advice, you can use it to identify yourselves and access all the academy's facilities. At the same time, teleport within the Union's campus, having said that to test the teleportation feature. They muttered, let's see, the teleportation spell is, Professor Yumina is very beautiful. The words were barely out and all 3 of them were thrown outside. Professor Yumina is very beautiful, Rachel shouted. Then, they were teleported back to their original position. And regarding this spell, the 3 of them could only be silent, not knowing what to say to suit that Yumina. My God, the group sighed. You must have this ID necklace to enter the tower, so whether you like it or not, keep it safe, Light said while quickly putting the necklace into his pocket. Opposite, the pink-haired girl Rachel also wondered, but why was only Yu Wu kept behind? Who knows? Light shrugged. Maybe it's because he sensed that terrifying entity, Doc Go-yeon said, expressing her thoughts. While speaking, she remembered Professor Yumina's conversation with someone over the phone. Right now, no. We just prepared a tea party. It's a pity among all the students. Only he can look straight at the principal, Doc Go-yeon quietly observed. Shifting the scene to Yu Wu's location. At this moment, he is sitting as quiet as a lamb in the principal's office. What is this? On the very first day I'm meeting the principal one-on-one, I didn't even cause any trouble, the guy thinks in bewilderment. Seeing his anxious expression, the principal speaks up. Look straight at me, my real body isn't here right now, a voice emanating from a doll placed on the desk. Hearing this, Yu-Wu finally dares to look at the doll in front of him and asks, Principal, no. Chairman, just call me teacher, the principal reminds him. Ah yes, teacher, Yu-Wu replies hurriedly. Then, the teacher gets straight to the point to save time. I should probably explain why I summoned you, shouldn't I? Normally, I don't interfere with a student's development. Whether they are strong or weak is none of my business. Whether you die inside the tower or survive to claim power and glory, I don't care. My only goal is to see with my own eyes the person who can climb to the top of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, our protagonist falls silent for a moment. Meaningless. Truth be told, the tower was something his ancestors left behind, and the Ban clan was destined to reclaim it with all their power and glory. He is ready to risk his life to take back the tower. However, facing the principal, he wonders what the tower means to other students. Why would they come to this dimension just to conquer it? Thinking of this, unable to suppress his curiosity, Yu-Wu asks, Teacher, what exactly is this tower? Hearing the question, the teacher remains silent for a few seconds, as if surprised by the query, then offers his own answer. The tower is the path that leads to the gods and also a trial, to the gods. The gods that everyone usually thinks of, something like that. Things are getting more and more complicated. Yu-Wu thinks to himself, oblivious to the thoughts running through the principal's mind. The principal continues, therefore I will not interfere when students encounter difficulties. However, this time will be an exception because I see your potential. The greatest potential I have ever seen. I will arrange things to help you prepare for your journey to climb the tower. As he speaks, the doll's arm raises slightly, shooting out a stream of light dust that fuses into the identity necklace Yu-Wu received. What is this? He exclaims. The teacher quickly explains, I have expanded your exploration privileges beyond the scope of a typical student. Now you can move to any dungeon. So sharpen your skills in your free time before you conquer the tower. Outside the academy, Yu-Wu asks, That's right, now you may go, Yu-Wu. Remember this well, improve your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform excellently, I will unlock the next privilege for you. As he speaks, the teacher waves a hand, and immediately a portal appears beneath Yu-Wu's feet, causing him to fall right through. The next privilege, huh? Yu-Wu exclaims in surprise. That's right, it's independent tower exploration. So I look forward to our next meeting. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Yu-Wu is officially kicked out of the room, landing straight into the chest of the beautiful Professor Yumina, who was waiting behind. Seeing him appear, she says happily, Did the meeting with the principal go smoothly? Back to Yu-Wu, looking up, he only sees two giant hills blocking his view, which makes our guy feel embarrassed and hurriedly move away from her lap. The principal usually chases guests out like that. Strange, isn't it? She shrugs, while Yu-Wu doesn't dare look the professor in the eye anymore. Yes, he replies awkwardly. From the very beginning, he was looking forward to meeting you, Yu-Wu. Afterward, once he calms down a bit, Yu-Wu talks about his conversation and the principal's promises, leaving Yumina endlessly astonished. Oh my goodness, allowing a student to leave the academy. She asks blankly. Yu-Wu, seeing her reaction, wonders, is it a huge privilege? The teacher said I need to quickly improve my lacking skills. In response to this question, Yumina kindly explains the issue. It's not just huge, it's super huge. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and travel to other cities as you please. That means you'll have more experience and preparation than anyone else. No student has ever been granted this privilege before, she reminds him, making Yu-Wu realize just how much he's being pampered. Haha. So that's how it is. I thought he meant I was too weak and needed remedial classes. Thank heavens. Turning to Yumina, her voice sounds a bit envious. You're so lucky, Yu-Wu. I'm so jealous. Usually, professors are too busy to go out during this time. Is that so? Yu-Wu asks. That's right, because Union is an academy where students always come first. So it's quite inconvenient for the professors, but with this privilege, you can explore dungeons and travel to cities in your free time, go shopping and snack as much as you want. I'm so jealous. As she speaks, her face inches closer to Yu Wu's in a very strange way, making the young man break out in a cold sweat. Then, finally, Yumina reveals her true intention. There is this city that is very beautiful. You should try going there. It's called Ronica. The spring temple there is truly very. Before she can finish, our guy, fearing this professor might eat him alive, hurriedly interrupts. Professor, let me buy you a gift. Time passes quickly. Shifting to somewhere outside the academy, Yu Wu is currently completing the task Yumina assigned him. Remembering her instructions, the honey wine brewed by the monks is wonderful. It's famous for its sweet fruity aroma, dense bubbles, and lingering aftertaste. Buy me one Anno 2 bottles. The wine-loving professor said, her eyes shining like car headlights as she entrusted this task to a newly enrolled student. Thinking of this, Yu can only sigh inwardly. A professor asking a student to buy her wine. This world really has many surprises. But anyway, luckily he already has his inventory. He opens his bag and observes it with a very satisfied expression before spotting an item inside. Now that I think about it, this is what Grandpa gave me before I left for the academy. Yu Wu says while staring intently at a bag. Item prepared by Grandpa, rarity, unknown. Shifting to the day before enrollment, before Yu Wu left, his grandfather found him with a bag. Are you ready, Yu Wu? Yes, Grandpa, I'm all packed. Did you sleep well? He replies. Hearing his grandson say that, the old man drops the bag onto the ground, causing it to make a heavy thud. Just in time. Open this and take whatever you want. What is it? Yu Wu asks curiously. Just open it and you'll know, he says with a knowing smile. And sure enough, as soon as he opens the bag, golden light flashes from within, almost blinding our guy. Wow, it's all solid gold. Can I really take this? Yu Wu asks, stunned by the value of the bag. Haha. It's all right, Yu Wu. This is the wealth our ancestors saved for reclaiming the Tower of Babel. Now it's yours. Use it however you wish, the old man says with a smile. And naturally, becoming rich makes Yu Wu tear up. Thank you, Grandpa. This will be very helpful. Thank you so much, but it seems a bit heavy to carry, he stammers. Huh, why so? The old man asks. It just looks very heavy, Yu Wu complains. You brat, the old man shouts, annoyed by his grandson who is greedy but shy. Back to the present, after unlocking his inventory, he throws all his personal belongings inside. Having an inventory is way more convenient now. Everything can be stored in here. Grandpa said gold is valuable everywhere, so I'll take out a few bars. All right. All prepared. It's time to set foot in a new world, Yu Wu says, looking at the modern city before him, just like that. After entering the city, he is somewhat surprised by its level of development. Oh, even though it's a different dimension, the urban landscape is quite similar, isn't it? With that said, our protagonist notices a few people riding flying cars in the sky and falls silent. Oh no, it's actually quite different. What is that? It's flying. How is it doing that? He thinks excitedly before his bizarre behavior attracts the attention of some guards. Hey, you there, you look like a stranger. Where are you from? Hearing the call, Yu Wu turns around, but before he can explain, the two guards recognize his uniform and hurriedly change their attitude. Oh my, are you a student of the Union Academy? Greetings, we are the guards in charge of the western border of the Academy city, Ronica, they say, standing at attention. Seeing them act so enthusiastically just because he's a Union student makes Yu Wu feel a bit awkward. Hello, I'm Ban Yu Wu, a freshman at the Union Academy, the guy says, scratching his head. Then the two of them ask in confusion, but how did you get here, Ban Yu Wu? Did the principal grant you permission? That's right, he said I could explore freely. Yu Wu nods in reply. I see. Thanks to the principal and the professors, our city is as peaceful as it is now. We are always grateful to them, they both say with a smile, making Yu Wu reconsider the strength of this academy. Haha, the power of union seems pretty terrifying, doesn't it? Yu Wu thinks to himself. Opposite him, the two guards offer to help him. Since you're a freshman, you probably don't know much about the city and how it works. If you need anything, we're happy to help. Oh, really? Yu Wu says happily. Of course, that's our job as guards. If you have any questions, just ask us, the group asserts confidently. And for Yu Wu, an industry chicken, clueless novice, who knows nothing, how could he pass up such an opportunity? Immediately, he points to a vehicle flying in the sky and asks, "Then I want to buy that. How much is it worth?" Time passes quickly. Our Yu Wu is now holding the keys to a brand new flying bike, zooming all over the lawn. "Oh my, this is absolutely wonderful." Yu Wu screams, "Back an hour ago." When hearing Yu Wu's question, the two guards break a sweat and remind him, "Ah, if it's that you're talking about a flying bike, the basic model is already 250,000 ronias. It's quite expensive." Hearing that, Yu Wu's face looks innocent as he asks, "How much is 250,000 ronias, so it's called a flying bike?" With that, he pulls a bar of solid gold out of his inventory and asks, "Can I trade this to buy it?" Seeing the young man casually pull out something so precious, the guard's eyes widen as big as cows' eyes. This is gold. Where did you get a bar of gold this big? Is this real?" "Ah, well, my grandfather gave it to me," Yu Wu says with a smile. Back to reality, by now he is a bit surprised inwardly. "A bar of gold is worth 7,500,000 ronias. I have to thank Grandpa for forcing me to take it. Gold is useful everywhere." "You brat, remember to take it with you," the old man had shouted angrily. "But it's heavy and troublesome," Yu Wu had complained. "It's truly a struggle when a young man has too much money." Over here, as if feeling the gusts of wind hitting him, the little snake Eve appears, making Yu Wu excitedly show her off to his new pet. "Oh, is that you, Eve? What do you think? Like you, the concepts of love and demon have brought life to this flying bike. Now its name is Lilith, so from now on, let's get along." Created by Ban Yu Wu by bestowing the concepts of love and demon, turning it into a living object with a will like Eve, turning toward Eve. Hearing her master say that, the little snake sticks out her tongue, and it's unclear whether she's annoyed or happy. Ignoring her attitude, Yu Wu doesn't forget the duty Professor Yumina gave him. "Great, I've bought the wine for Professor Yumina and created a sibling for Eve. What needed to be done is done, now I should head back to school," Yu Wu says with a smile. But just a little while later, our guy is uncomfortably sprawled out on the table, his head spinning as if he's suffering from a lack of oxygen. "Oh God, my head," the protagonist moans like a thirsty puppy. And at this moment, Light also approaches, irritably placing a glass of water in front of him and shaking his head. "I'm very disappointed in you. Yu Wu, I can't believe that right after the meeting you went out without saying a word and then came back drunk," Light says, looking at Yu Wu with a very judgmental gaze, which makes him only able to mumble weakly, "Sorry, Professor Yumina forced me so I couldn't refuse." Saying this, Yu Wu remembers the image of the professor clutching his collar, refusing to let him run away. Bottoms up, drink more, until his face was as red as the sunset. "This is also the first time I've ever had alcohol in my life," he says, hurriedly grabbing the glass of water and downing it. Sniff, sniff, Yu Wu is emitting a floral scent, Rachel says. "If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have had to wait in anxiety," Light says irritably. On the other side, the cold Doc Goyon notices the flower-shaped badge on Yu Wu's chest and says, "So that pin represents you becoming the professor's drinking buddy in exchange for the class representative position." Hearing this, Yu Wu leans back and says, "Class representative? If you mean class monitor, then that must be it, because Professor Lortel is in charge of the four of us, so we just have to accept it," Light says. But at that very moment, Doc Goyon speaks up with a sentence that startles them both. "If we have to choose one representative for the four of us, it should be me, because I am the strongest one here." "You think so too, right?" Doc Goyon says, staring fixedly at Yu Wu. However, this statement is rejected by Light. "That's a bit weird, Doc Goyon. Although we are equal teammates, I have to make things clear regarding what you just said. Your arrogant attitude isn't good for our future tower climbing. Besides, I don't agree that you're the strongest one here," Light says, pointing straight at Yu Wu and shouting. But to these challenges, Doc Goyon just offers a scornful smile and shakes her head. "Haha, you just said we were equal teammates. That's truly ridiculous. Yesterday, you were the one who asked the professor if you could climb the tower alone. Where is the equality in that?" she shrugs, making Light blush with shame. That, the young man stammers, unable to say a word, and at this moment, Yu Wu and Rachel stare at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Ah, that's right, you did say that." Seeing their gazes, Light's face becomes extremely awkward. "No, I only asked out of curiosity. It's not like I don't want to party with everyone." Back to Yu Wu, ignoring the young man's words, he lies flat on the table and thinks, "Truly, I even thought there might be discrimination from the start, so I intended to tell them to plan together." But it seems like our group is already falling apart before we've even started. I didn't really care much for the class monitor position, but now I understand why the professor chose me. Light lacks soft skills but has high self-esteem. As for Doc Goyon, she is super bossy. Although very strong, she will definitely make others dissatisfied. Finally, there's Rachel. She is extremely passive. Her personality isn't suitable for leading or taking care of anyone. Haha, these specially selected students. Thinking this far to avoid having the team fall apart before it even connects, Yu-woo has to speak up. Wait a minute, everyone, stay calm and listen to me. The class monitor doesn't need to be the strongest person. No, it shouldn't be the strongest person. He offers his opinion. Listening to Yu-woo, Doc Goyon's eyes narrow as she asks, why? Because if the strongest person is the class monitor, they will arbitrarily decide everything in the class. While the class monitor needs to keep the class united, and they can't do that if they're acting like a dictator, right? In any case, the class monitor should be someone in the middle who provides fair and best solutions for everyone. Therefore, I think someone easygoing like me should be the monitor. Easygoing. Doc Goyon laughs. Fine, the professor has the right to appoint the class monitor, so I'll listen to whatever you say, Doc Goyon says with a smile. Seeing that the most dangerous person has agreed, Yu-woo lets out a sigh of relief inwardly. Thanks, phew, on this side. Doc Goyon continues, from the very beginning, the only person I truly wanted to keep here was you. Geez. Although I don't like it much to get what I want, I have to accept these redundant things. Saying this, she glances at Light and Rachel. That's all, see you later. Saying that, the white-haired girl coldly walks away, leaving behind Light, who is shaking with anger. What? Redundant? Light grinds his teeth. Yu-woo, seeing this, tries to calm him down. Calm down, Light. Then, after temporarily smoothing things over with Light, Yu-woo feels like he has no strength left. Oh my, this morning was truly. It feels like being on a battlefield, not at school. When it comes to self-esteem, it's hard to resolve. Take it slow, Ban Yu-woo, the protagonist tiredly reminds himself. However, he doesn't even have a few seconds to rest when the busty Rachel stands up and says, Hey. Yu-woo, didn't you bring that cute snake from before? I want to try touching it, she says, her eyes sparkling. Oh my god, what kind of minefield is this place? The protagonist laments inwardly. Just like that, time passes quickly. The first lesson for Ban Yu-woo after becoming the monitor of Class 11. A place where unique individuals gather begins, but its start isn't very smooth. Shifting to an arena. That lava man doesn't know why he's suddenly acting crazy, standing up and shouting, Professor, I really want to know how good those who passed the special exam are, hearing his scream. Everyone simultaneously turns to look at Yu-woo's group with interested gazes and evaluates them. And the referee wearing prison garb nods. For the first lesson, we'll start with a sparring match. What do you all think? Hearing this, several students can't contain themselves. Professor, let me fight them. No, let me move back. Let me go first. You get over here. Are you going to take off that pin or not? Provocative and annoyed sounds start ringing out, making both Yu-woo and Light fall silent. Then Light's expression becomes anxious. So the Union Academy divides classes based on student ability. No wonder it's Class 1, the special class. They seem to hate our Class 11 very much. Ah, well, it could also be because what I'm wearing is a bit provocative, Yu-woo says awkwardly. And while this group is still making a racket, the lava man stares intently at Yu-woo's badge and thinks, that weak guy actually dares to wear the pin given by the flower goddess, Professor Yumina, and even dares to wear it in front of me. This is unacceptable. The more he thinks, the more a fire of anger rises in the lava man's heart. To the point where he shouts so loudly that the students next to him almost burst their eardrums. Professor, please let me verify that guy's strength myself. Please let me fight him. Over here, the professor, seeing this, agrees immediately. Fine, step up, Ban. You will fight Erecto, you little dog, you decided on your own. Without bothering to see if Yu-woo agreed. Back to Professor Yumina. At this moment, she is silently observing Yu-woo's first lesson. And after witnessing this joint class between Class 1 and Class 11, she begins to smell something foul. What is this? Why arrange for my students to share a class with special class students on the very first day? And it's even a comprehensive combat practical subject in the very first period. How can students specially recruited from secondary dimensions fight against elite students? They must have thought that way to arrange the schedule like this. I don't know who's playing tricks, but I can feel their malice. Back to Yu Wu, he's not stupid enough to fight the big lava man opposite him, so he immediately raises his hand to refuse. Excuse me, professor, but my combat skills are still very poor. I don't think I'll gain anything from this match. Huh, is that so? Then -3 points, the professor in the prison garb says nonchalantly, leaving Yu Wu stunned. Step up, Yu Wu, stop making excuses, he says while adjusting his glasses with an extremely arrogant attitude. And at this moment, Yu Wu realizes that it seems this guy is intentionally targeting him. What is this? Why is this person like this? Is he trying to force me out onto the field to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thinks, the darker the protagonist's face becomes. I'm not making excuses, that's the truth. I was recruited based on special abilities, not combat skills. If you're curious about the special abilities of a specially recruited student, there should be a different way to evaluate them instead of forcing us into sparring. Yu Wu presents a very convincing argument. However, the professor, seeing Yu Wu continuously refuse, grits his teeth and shouts, "Are you teaching the professor how to do his job?" Hearing this, Yu Wu doesn't bother giving him any respect and retorts, "Whether you're a professor or a student, if you don't know something, you have to learn. And besides, isn't it true that I'm the class representative? -5 more points." The professor shouts, making Yu Wu sigh, "Haha, you want to play like that, huh?" Thinking, Yu Wu comes up with a response plan and suggests, "How about this, teacher? I'll use this week to prepare and fight next week. Just give me 1 week, I will enter the tower once, and when I come out, my preparations will be almost complete," Yu Wu declares confidently, making the entire atmosphere of the lesson stop for a beat. And then a few gazes start looking at Yu Wu as if he were an idiot. What did he just say? Next week's match. Preparation, what is he talking about? Clearly he has the lowest ability, so how can he fight the special class in just 1 week? Back to the professor. By now the gray-skinned dog boy is so angry he's biting his lip. Now he's even ignoring my words and scheduling things based on his own thoughts. Fine, fine. On this side, Yu Wu sees him gritting his teeth and feels contempt. So what if I ignore the teacher? You're not even an official professor anyway, he mumbles, making Light behind him feel incredibly terrified. Returning to the prison-uniformed professor after suppressing his anger, he announced, "Ban Yu Wu and Erecto next Tuesday. You two will officially have a sparring match. It will be a public event and the entire academy will watch the live broadcast. Everyone be sure to tune in," he said with a smirk, as if he couldn't wait to see Yu Wu humiliated next week. "So, not only do you want to humiliate me, but you want to make a huge scene out of it," Yu Wu thought, frowning, before the prison-uniformed professor turned to add a final word to him. "And as for Ban Yu Wu, since you asked to be prepared, make sure you show off your skills properly. If you can't..." Before the little puppy could finish his sentence, Yu Wu boredly cut him off. "Sure thing. Hey Erecto, right, we have our official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it," Yu Wu said with a smile. And the response was a spit from Erecto. "HMPH, weakling," he said dismissively, leaving Yu Wu feeling embarrassed. He didn't know why he'd bothered to put on a friendly face for this lava man anyway. I didn't expect a polite reply from him, but what I wanted to probe wasn't his attitude. Thinking this, Erecto's stats appeared in Yu Wu's vision. Erecto, 3 random stats in order: BBC, Life 250, Physique 300, Magic 120. Looking at these exact stats, Yu Wu felt even more justified in his decision to postpone the match until next week. Not bad for a special class. His vitality and physique stats are truly terrifying. His life is 5 times mine and his physique is 10 times higher, but even so, compared to them, it's still nothing. Yu Wu thought while looking at Light and Rachel to climb the tower with them. I have to surpass Erecto's level, Yu Wu thought, then smiled and said, "Haha, why do you two look so gloomy? Are you worried about me?" ignoring his remark. The cold-hearted Doc Goyon had started warming up behind him. What's this? Is no one going to step up? Unlike the class president, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you guys curious about the skills of a special admission student? Anyone dare to come up? If it's a sparring match, I'm always ready, Doc Goyon said confidently as her stats were literally overflowing from the hexagonal chart. Turning toward the crowd of extras after hearing the provocation from Doc Goyon, they were frozen for a few seconds. Even the prison-uniformed professor was confused and silenced, unable to utter a single word. And the reason was very easy to understand. Even a weakling like Yu Wu could recognize the power coming from Doc Goyon. It's so quiet. But it makes sense. Even my myriad poison eye is having a hard time reading Doc Goyon's full strength. There's no way the Class 1 students can't feel her overwhelming aura. Yu Wu thought to himself, returning to Doc Goyon after seeing she had challenged them but no one dared to step out. She said boredly, "What's wrong? If you're that lacking in confidence, let me pick." Saying that, she pointed at the lucky lava man Erecto. "Erecto, is it? I assume you're not the type to only pick on the weak, are you? Come on, I'll beat you to a pulp." Opposite her, the lava man saw he had been singled out and his heart skipped a beat. Perhaps he also realized that Doc Goyon's strength was far beyond his own. Erecto must be terrified. His original target was me, but now he's being challenged by someone unexpected. Everyone here can feel it. If he accepts Doc Goyon's challenge just to save face, he's going to be finished. He'll suffer injuries that will be hard to recover from in a week. Although this doesn't affect me at all, it shouldn't be like this. Thinking this, the saintly personality deep within Yu Wu began to rise, forcing him to step up and intervene. "Wait, Doc Goyon. Sorry, but Erecto has a match with me next week. If you want to fight him, you'll have to wait your turn." Hearing this, Doc Goyon turned to look at Yu Wu and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Thanks for worrying about me. But this time I will use my real strength to prove I'm worthy," our guy announced confidently. And if this weakling wanted to increase the difficulty of the test, the cold beauty had no reason to stop him. "Ho ho, I thought you only knew how to cheat, but you actually have some manly spirit, huh? Fine, I'll let you do it your way." "So, other than Erecto, is there anyone else? Does anyone dare to step up here?" She asked again, but the crowd remained silent, turning their faces away, not daring to look Doc Goyon in the eye. "No one." The white-haired girl asked once more. And then, after seeing this bunch of nobodies still silent as mice, Doc Goyon sighed and said disappointedly, "You were barking pretty loud just a second ago. But when you meet someone truly strong, you just pull your heads in like a bunch of turtles." Hearing her say that, the Class 1 students ground their teeth in anger. But no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to step up. Until the handsome blonde guy spoke up, "Who are you calling a turtle? It's true that weak and stupid people usually gather in groups. Putting on a show of wanting to protect your own kind by barking loudly, it's quite amusing to watch." Hearing someone dare to stand up and engage in a war of words with Doc Goyon, Yu Wu immediately turned his attention to him. "What is this? This guy, even though he's in the special class, his level seems much higher." Yu Wu thought, frowning, as in his vision, the blonde guy's entire body seemed to radiate an unusual aura, and the people around him were too scared to get close. Beside him, as if seeing Yu Wu's confused expression, Light explained, "That's Ordima, the ruler of the Kedius dimension." "Huh, Kedius, Ordima, what are those?" Yu Wu asked blankly, and his ignorant question also surprised Light. "You don't know Yu Wu? Besides the Union, there are 10 other high-level dimensions. Ordima comes from the Kedius ruling family, one of those dimensions." Returning to Yu Wu, hearing the blonde guy had such a terrifying background, he broke into a cold sweat. So he's the descendant of one of the most powerful families in all these dimensions. At this moment, according to the group's gaze, Ordima had started descending to the arena. "Professor," he coldly ordered, and the professor acted like a lackey, immediately understanding and doing something. "Ah, yes. Okay," he said, hurriedly taking out some electronic device, making Rachel curious. "What's that?" "It's a recording device, probably planning to broadcast it publicly," Light speculated. "So what if they broadcast it?" Yu Wu asked. "They said they'd share everything on the internet, but I'm not sure what that is." Light shook his head. It seemed Light was from a dimension without modern technology, so he didn't understand these things. However, with Yu Wu's knowledge of modern civilization, he immediately understood the teacher's intention. So that's it. So it's the same here too. Seeing Yu Wu seem to know this, Light turned and asked, Yu Wu, do you know what the internet is? Responding to the question, Yu Wu connected to the Union Net and explained, it's simply an internal network set up by companies or educational institutions to exchange information. Returning to Light, hearing this, he was even more amazed. Is your dimension so low that you don't even know about the Union? How do you know about this? Well, in my dimension, this is the general development path for everything. But where is this school's intranet? Yu Wu said while constantly swiping his phone. And the busty girl Rachel ran over to point it out to him. Here, there's a live broadcast channel right here. It's for the class we're in. Yeah, thanks Rachel, you're good at finding things. Having said that, our guy quickly clicked on the live stream. And very quickly, images of Doc Goyon and Orduma appeared on their screens. What? This is a live broadcast. The professor is trying to humiliate us. But it seems things won't go quite as the teacher hoped, Yu Wu muttered. Returning to the arena at this moment, both Doc Goyon and Orduma were radiating a fierce aura. And after a moment of staring at each other, Orduma spoke up, make your move. Responding to his words, Doc Goyon smiled confidently. If you're inferior, I'll let you make the first move, she said, reaching her hand forward to provoke him. Inferior? Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Kneel, he said, reaching his hand forward. Simultaneously activating some kind of ability, aimed directly at Doc Goyon. From everyone's angle, they could see the palm of this Orduma guy emitting some kind of wave. And just as it reached Yu Wu's group, he immediately felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his body. What is this? It's different from the language power I possess. It's like water flowing from high to low. Like how I can't live without air. Like a law of nature. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him. Like this is something obvious. Could it be distorting the laws of nature? Doc Goyon speculated. Light, standing beside him, heard this and turned to Yu Wu. Did you just figure out the principle behind that ability? Yeah. Yu Wu replied, but before he could explain, Rachel tremblingly clung to his body, with a terrified look in her eyes as she stared ahead. Back to Doc Goyon, when Orduma's ability was launched at her, it was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. It didn't even create a splash. Then from her palm, a dark blue energy began to pour out. And with just a flick of her hand, she completely dispersed the pressure, making the whole group stare in shock. Even Yu Wu couldn't believe his eyes. No way. He just increased the pressure, but she was able to extinguish the opponent's pressure just like that. Yu Wu thought to himself. Returning to the blonde Orduma, seeing Doc Goyon easily break his technique, a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. Haha, you've got some skills, don't you? Opposite her, Doc Goyon shook her head, and your ability is just as ridiculous as the horns on your head. If that's all you've got, I'm truly disappointed. Not at all, Orduma replied, waving his hand as if to use that technique again, but this movement couldn't escape Doc Goyon's eyes. Immediately, she channeled strength into her feet and lunged forward, delivering a kick to his stomach, causing his technique to be interrupted before it could even be launched. Did you think I would stand still to be attacked a second time? Stronger attack at close range, huh? Doc Goyon said with a mocking tone. Opposite her, Orduma had managed to defend against her kick with an energy shield, but having to defend made his false sense of honor feel slightly damaged. She didn't expect I'd have to use both hands for a fight like this, he said annoyedly. Well, brainless and physically developed after all, Doc Goyon's voice suddenly echoed right in his ear, making him jump in surprise and swing his arm backward. Arrogant bitch, Orduma shouted, unaware that he was the one being the most arrogant this whole time. Returning to Doc Goyon, Orduma's attack hadn't landed yet, so she ducked to dodge it. Then she used her left arm to knock Orduma's left arm aside, while her right hand grabbed his collar. Finally, she delivered a knee strike straight into the arrogant guy's chin, and with this series of moves, Doc Goyon confirmed her thoughts. Sure enough, your movements are extremely clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to feed you, Doc Goyon mocked. But her attack was still blocked in time by Ortama with another energy shield. However, being dominated by Dak Goyon like this made the idiot start to boil with rage. "You bitch!" He gritted his teeth and gathered power in his fist, then unleashed a super-speed punch toward Dak Goyon. However, his attack only hit the air as the cold beauty easily jumped aside to dodge. Turning to Light, seeing Dak Goyon playing with Ortama like a cat with a mouse, he was completely stunned. Unbelievable, Ortama, the ruler of Ketius, is being dominated by Dak Goyon. Hearing this, Yu Wu, who was standing still and observing both, shared his thoughts. It seems like Ortama is used to taking down opponents by suppressing their movements, thanks to distorting the laws of nature, but that method doesn't work against Dak Goyon, so that's why he's in this state. She had beaten him up after a barrage of punches to the face. Then came a high kick, locking straight onto the guy's chin. If it wasn't for those energy shields, he probably would have been lying on the ground long ago. Returning to Yu Wu, our commentator continued to offer his opinion. That guy, despite having superior power and physique, is clearly not physically active. Our guy smirked, making Light amazed at his observation skills. He can even see that Dak Goyon can duel Ortama, and Yu Wu can see through the abilities of both. It's clear they were admitted through special admission for those from secondary dimensions. But what the hell is going on here? Returning to the battle, at this moment, Ortama didn't even have a chance to counterattack anymore as Dak Goyon's punches continuously flew at superhuman speed. "Damn it, how dare you be so disrespectful to me?" the idiot shouted, unaware of the situation he was in, and the answer to him immediately afterward was Dak Goyon's fist kissing his face, as the energy shield couldn't prevent this punch. "Did you come here just to flap your jaws, or is your tongue too long and you want me to cut it off for you?" Dak Goyon said in a heavy voice. Returning to Ortama, furious at constantly being dominated, the little puppy started going crazy. At this moment, a symbol of diamonds arranged in a circle appeared on his head, accompanied by him erupting with intense power and slamming both hands into the ground, causing the arena floor to crack into many pieces. "Damn you, how dare you humiliate me like that? I will never forgive you. If you want to die that much, I'll grant your wish," Ortama yelled like a mad dog. Turning to Dak Goyon, seeing Ortama barking so loudly, she kindly gave him some advice. "Death is not a concept that a child like you can utter so easily." Saying that, she began to accumulate magic power, wrapping it around her arm. And then, she directly lunged forward to teach this blonde guy a lesson. Seeing that, Ortama also shouted, "Die." Having said that, he began to push his hands forward. And then, at the moment both of them were about to collide with their ultimate moves, suddenly Professor Yumina's voice echoed. "All right, that's enough," she said, clapping her hands, making the actions of both freshmen freeze. Because right at this moment, the entire arena was filled with flowers, looking at the magical scene. Both Dak Goyon and Ortama were stunned. And Yumina, seeing both had stopped, continued, "Our academy does not encourage students to engage in life-or-death duels. It would be better if you saved that attitude for climbing the tower. Do you both understand?" After advising them, she snapped her fingers again, dispersing her skill, causing the flower garden to slowly vanish. And in the stands, Yu Wu used his brain to think, "What is this? An illusion. But in that illusion, I can still smell the fragrant flowers." Returning to Ortama, seeing Yumina appear, he knew he couldn't continue fighting, so the idiot could only click his tongue in annoyance. Then turned and left, but he didn't know that the professor's intervention had saved his life. Otherwise, Dak Goyon would have taught him how it feels to taste dirt early. Returning to Dak Goyon, ignoring the weakling's attitude, she turned to Yumina. "You are truly strong." Responding to this, the professor just broke into a bright smile. Dak Goyon sighed and returned to her spot. "Yeah, welcome back," Yu Wu said. Hearing him say that, the white-haired girl turned to ask for the guy's opinion. "What do you think?" "Pretty awesome, huh? Even just watching it is beneficial," Yu Wu said with a smile, as an industrial-sized chicken like him was witnessing such a fiery battle for the first time. However, before our protagonist could finish his sentence, suddenly, Rachel lunged forward to cling to his back, making the group wonder, "Rachel, what's wrong?" Are you still afraid of Doc Go-yeon? He frowned, witnessing this friend's uncontrollable trembling. Haha. So cute, it's okay, come out. Yu-woo smiled while Rachel remained determined to cling to his back, refusing to come out. Elsewhere, Yumina's frustrated voice echoed, attracting everyone's attention. You will be punished, Professor Farrell, on the first day of class, and you already allow sparring, not only allowing it but also looking the other way when things went too far. You know this is a serious mistake, right? I am sorry, the prison-uniformed professor stammered. An apology is not enough, so you better prepare yourself mentally, Yumina said haughtily. After it, she walked toward Yu-woo. And being a class president, the most important thing is demeanor. Yu-woo, why are you wearing your pin upside down? Saying this, the beautiful professor gently adjusted the pin on the protagonist's chest in a very intimate manner, making the students behind them envious to the point of going crazy. However, as if ignoring their gazes after adjusting the badge for Yu-woo, she left immediately. Right, then I'm off. Have a good day, everyone. Watching her back, Yu-woo could only offer a shy smile. Haha, our professor came here to stop the fight. But it only increased the dissatisfaction. Having said that, even without turning around, Yu-woo could feel countless malicious gazes from the Class 1 students directed at him. Why only that weakling? I won't let him off, someone gritted their teeth. Just like that, time passed quickly, and the news about the match between Doc Go-yeon and Ortama spread among the freshmen. Hey, did you hear? That girl who just arrived from a secondary dimension went toe-to-toe with Ortama. Not toe-to-toe, she completely overwhelmed her. Secondary dimension. Is that an exaggeration? What on earth is going on? Oh, why are these freshmen so insanely beautiful? The girl with pink hair is so cute. Hee, agreed. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Ortama is the #1 prospect of the first years. Who dares to mess with her? Yeah, I agree. Go watch the video Professor Farrell posted on the internet, someone suggested. And so, after watching the battle video, a question mark appeared in everyone's mind. What is this? What kind of crazy thing is this? The silver-haired one is truly insane. Looks like the freshmen this year were chosen solely based on their looks, huh? That silver-haired girl is god tier. I love you, silver-haired girl. From today on, I'll idolize her, me too, the simps commented repeatedly. Before they started paying attention to Yu-woo, but why is this guy bargaining with Professor Farrell? A master negotiator, he's got quite a sharp tongue. Oh my god, it's Professor Yumina, a goddess descended to Earth. Wait, what is this? Sister, don't, what is this? Who is this scumbag? Someone provide information about him. Haha, all the guys are having a mental breakdown. What's going on? Who is he? Curiosity-filled comments began to appear, and of course, our protagonist Yu-woo could also see these comments, but he wasn't the slightest bit happy about his newfound fame. It seems like the whole world is talking about us, Yu-woo says worriedly. Opposite him, Light's head began to smoke as he couldn't understand these high-tech devices. Haha, I don't understand internet slang at all. Turning toward Doc Go-yeon after reading the comments, her special eyes narrowed slightly. That's strange, he's the #1 prospect. No way, there's at least one person in that class much stronger than him, Doc Go-yeon says, remembering the scene of a girl dressed like a mage sitting huddled in a corner. Before she turns to ask the protagonist, I thought you noticed too. In response to this question, Yu-woo just shrugs. Hahaha, I guess I was too focused on your match. Speaking of Light, at this moment, he is sprawled out on the table. But Yu-woo, they're mentioning your name all over the community pages, right? Master Negotiator, provocative, what does that even mean? Oh, they aren't messing with the guy who dared to challenge the #1 prospect, so they switched to criticizing me instead. Yu-woo sighs, that's not the only topic of discussion, right? Doc Go-yeon adds. On this side, Light glances to the side and says, now that I think about it, do we usually sit this far apart? He exclaims in surprise, noticing that for some reason the busty Rachel is intentionally sitting at a different table. And currently, her whole body is shaking uncontrollably, which makes the atmosphere of the meal seem to sink. It seems like Rachel senses something from Doc Go-yeon, or maybe she's just too scared to get close. I wonder what it's like when they live in the same room. Maybe she's still tense from last time. How about I use this to help her feel more comfortable? People always need a little sweetness. thinking is doing. Immediately, Yu Wu pulls a jar of jam from his inventory. This is fairy jam, created from Yu Wu's synthesis ability, extracted from tens of thousands of concentrated fruit varieties. Special effect: mild, but helps promote the overall growth of stats. Look at this, the guy says, making everyone look at the jar with slight curiosity. This is. Seeing their curious appearance, the gunner player doesn't make them wait long. Haha, surprised, right? Give me your bread, Yu Wu says while twisting the lid of the jar, and as soon as the lid is opened, a sweet, delicate fragrance spreads through the air, and as the scent crosses Ruchel's nose, her eyes widen and she turns to look at the group. Yu Wu has just spread the jam on the bread. Here, try it, he says, pushing the plate of bread toward Light and Doc Goyon. Opposite him, even though they see Yu Wu spreading something strange on the bread, very quickly, both of them open their mouths to taste a bit. And with the very first bite, a sensory explosion occurs in their minds. Even the cold Doc Goyon cannot resist its delicious taste. It's so delicious, this is, both ask in confusion. Haha, it's good, right? Yu Wu says with a satisfied grin. Good. Yu Wu, this isn't just a little good, it's. Light stammers, unable to find words, while Doc Goyon has to nod in agreement. I've tasted all kinds of delicacies in the Central Plains, but this is truly on another level. Both of them say this while chewing with their mouths full, while Yu Wu, seeing their starving appearance, feels a bit embarrassed. Haha, as long as you say it's good, that's all that matters. Saying this, Yu Wu turns to invite Ruchel. Ruchel, come over and eat with us. On this side, the pink-haired girl is already drooling with desire. Then, as if unable to resist the attractive taste, she swallows hard and hurriedly pulls her chair closer to Yu Wu. Can I have some, please? She whispers. Small matter, Yu Wu replies. And then, after experiencing the flavor of the bread spread with jam, Ruchel's whole body seems to melt. The taste of fruit. The best fruit taste in the world, she says contentedly. Yu Wu, did you create this from your ability? Light asks. Can I have some more? Doc Goyon says hungrily. Of course, here, eat as much as you want. Yu Wu says happily, it feels like I'm eating something very precious, Doc Goyon says, licking her fingertips. Not really, it's not expensive. Friends should share with each other. Think of it as a return gift for your previous kindness. Oh, even so, this is a bit too much. All right, I've decided to repay your fairy medicine. I will personally teach you martial arts, Doc Goyon says, moving her face close to the protagonists. Afterward, after finishing their meal, Doc Goyon drags Yu Wu into a house styled like ancient Eastern architecture. And it seems like this is Doc Goyon's first time here, so she observes the surroundings with slight surprise. Let's see, as long as there is enough space to move around, it's fine. I didn't know a place like this existed. It feels strangely peaceful, she says, excitedly observing her surroundings, while our protagonist quickly guesses why the training room has this setting. This room likely reflects your psychological environment, huh? Union Academy really is on another level, he exclaims. Before he curiously asks, but we left right after eating. What are you planning to teach me? Without answering, Doc Goyon grabs a wooden sword and mumbles, this length is just right. Don't move around carelessly, she says while brandishing the wooden sword, making Yu Wu slightly panicked. First, let's start with this. Saying this, she enters a thrusting stance, holding the sword horizontally in front of her chest, using her right hand to grip the hilt firmly, while her left hand is gently placed on the base of the hilt. Then Doc Goyon exerts a bit of force with her left hand, then immediately thrusts her sword forward, thrusting straight toward Yu Wu, and just when the sword is about to hit his face, she stops her movement, creating a gust of pressure that slams straight into Yu Wu's face. This is a thrusting movement, Doc Goyon says simply. A movement without hesitation, an attack created by a human that is incredibly, unbelievably magical. However, in that short moment, Ban Yu Wu discovers a new concept. Pierce as in penetrating. But why pierce? Just a moment ago, she was just demonstrating swordplay. Yu Wu thinks absent-mindedly and witnessing his blank expression. Doc Goyon calls out, Hey Yu Wu, are you listening to me? Hearing her call, the protagonist jumps back to reality. Ah, sorry. Then focus and watch carefully. In reality, a thrusting movement doesn't have only one form. You can execute a thrust with anything. So I've just shown you the basic and core meaning of a thrust, how many times to thrust. where to thrust, which target to aim for when thrusting, and finally, what kind of momentum to thrust with. Saying this, Dak Go-yeon begins waving her wooden sword, executing each technique, until she ends with a thrust aimed straight at Yu-woo once again. Pausing for a beat, the white-haired girl explains further, although there are countless different applications, these are always the basic cores. That was a thrust, don't forget it. Back to Yu-woo, even though he knows Dak Go-yeon won't hurt him, every time he sees the sword tip flying toward him, he still feels slightly startled. Basic cores, the way Dak Go-yeon refines a single concept to the limit, feels much more powerful than combining many concepts together. Perhaps for Dak Go-yeon, that is the reason she has mastered the thrusting technique. Over here, after finishing her lesson for Yu-woo, Dak Go-yeon hands him the sword and suggests, "Do you want to try?" "Ah, yes," the protagonist replies, reaching out. Afterward, he slightly rolls up his sleeves and adds, "I'm a bit clumsy, so I hope you'll be understanding." Hearing this, the swordswoman can't help but laugh. "Haha, if you did it perfectly from the beginning, then all my years of practice would be meaningless." As soon as she finishes, a strong gust of wind suddenly hits Dak Go-yeon. And this gust is created by the thrusting movement from Yu-woo, an extremely accurate blow that is not much inferior to Dak Go-yeon's. Making her face go blank, what is this? Could it be that he grasped the concept after observing it just once? She thinks in confusion, while Yu-woo, despite landing a fairly quality blow, is still frowning, not quite satisfied. "It's not good. This isn't right yet," Yu-woo grumbles before reminding himself. "Focus, I can't imitate perfectly. Until now, I only focused on combining concepts together. I thought they could only get stronger by combining or supplementing each other. However, that's not all. My power can become even stronger by hunting what I already have." Think about it, there are many hanzi that mean pierce. So why choose the word pierce, Zion, it seems to him. To pierce means it must penetrate the target, because that is a critical hit. Thinking of this as if having a sudden realization, Yu-woo gathers all his concentration and throws another thrust, the attack so fast and strong that it breaks the sound barrier, causing the air to create a massive explosion. And right after launching this strike, the protagonist himself feels a significant recoil, causing him to slump to the ground in exhaustion. Turning to Dak Go-yeon, seeing Yu-woo practicing so rashly, she stops him. "Stop it, you don't need to push yourself so hard from the very beginning. If you remember what you saw earlier, try it in a wider space and use it on the opponent you want to deal with." "I understand," Yu-woo answers, gasping for air. At the same time, as if to congratulate Yu-woo on mastering a new technique, countless notifications appear around him. "You have mastered and experienced the concept of pierce. You have mastered and experienced the concept of martial arts." Looking at these boards, Yu-woo can't help but laugh happily. "Haha, I've only swung the sword a few times and my stats already increased." Saying this, a special notification catches Yu-woo's attention. Update additional ability. Successfully observed and understood the concept of teleport. Depth of myriad eye increased to 110. Martial arts 36, swordplay 20, piercing thrust 16. Looking at this, our guy starts to panic inwardly. "My stats are really skyrocketing. I just mastered the piercing thrust concept and it already reached 16 points. And even swordplay, no matter how many goblins I killed, it never increased, yet now it jumped to 20. My overall combat ability doubled. Does this make sense?" The more he thinks, the more Yu-woo feels confused, while Dak Go-yeon looks at him with equal astonishment. "I didn't expect I would be the one losing out. Who would have thought that from the beginning you could detach yourself from the weapon's form and grasp the essence of the technique?" Dak Go-yeon says with a slightly annoyed tone, seeing how quickly Yu-woo achieved some results. "Haha. It's not like that, I just watched and imitated you," Yu-woo says, scratching his head. However, this remark only makes Dak Go-yeon even angrier. "Is that so? If just watching could allow someone to imitate and understand, then no one would have to work so hard training," Dak Go-yeon shouts. And seeing her so angry, our young protagonist uses his silver tongue to praise her. "That may be true, but what if it's because you're a good teacher? I'm not exaggerating. From the very first time I saw your movements, I felt deeply the meaning of the movement. I'm truly amazed that someone can reach this level." And I was completely captivated by that depth to the point of losing all consciousness of time, Yu Wu says passionately. Hearing him say that, Doc Go-yeon's face gradually turns red. Geez. This person really, I haven't known him for long, yet he can say such things so easily. She sighs inwardly and turns to leave. Back to Yu Wu, with Doc Go-yeon helping him like this, he doesn't forget to repay her. Anyway, the lesson was very useful. From now on, let me take care of the fairy jam for you. That's still far from enough compared to what I just taught you. Doc Go-yeon grumbles. What, really? Then what should I do now? Yu Wu says in a panic. And responding to this, Doc Go-yeon suddenly smiles in a way Yu Wu has never seen before. Haha, it's all right. The damages I suffered today, I will reclaim them tenfold in the future. Just you wait. Geez, it's time for class now, so let's go out. Ah, right, of course, Yu Wu says innocently. And waiting until Doc Go-yeon teleports away, the guy mumbles to himself, I didn't expect her to have expressions like that too. Shifting the scene to a corridor inside the Union Academy, at this moment, Light and Rachel are walking along carefree. However, some students from another class seem to recognize Rachel's identity and reach out to block her way. Hey little girls. Where are you from? A sudden question rings out, which makes Rachel look slightly stunned. And behind her, Light, seeing this group intending to make things difficult for Rachel, immediately rushes forward to stand in front of the pink-haired girl, making the blue-haired guy raise an eyebrow and observe him. What's this? He's my classmate, what do you want? Light asks coldly, and for some reason the blue-haired guy feels a surge of anger in his heart. What kind of low-class bug dares to interfere like this? Get lost, he yells. At the same time, Yu Wu and Doc Go-yeon teleport to this location. Phew, I hope I'm not late, Yu Wu says, attracting the attention of the group. We made it just in time for the start, Doc Go-yeon adds, while Yu Wu notices his friends in front and asks in surprise, Oh, what are you two doing? Why aren't you going to class? Opposite them, the blue-haired guy saw that the group knew each other and clicked his tongue in annoyance, not forgetting to bark out a few familiar threats from the usual trashy types. You'd better watch your back, you jerk. Having said that, the three small-timers turned and left. This left Yu Wu, who had just arrived, completely confused about what was going on, while only Rachel could stammer, thank you. What's wrong with those guys? What's going on? Yu Wu asked, puzzled as he watched their backs as they walked away. Time passed and the scene shifted to the lecture hall. At this moment, an old, pale-skinned, bald professor was explaining the school's history. So, the history of the Union did not begin when the chairman founded the academy, but rather from when the tower appeared in the primordial dimension, blah, blah, blah. In another corner, those same small-timers were pointing a camera at Rachel, whispering to each other, Whoa, seriously, another one for the collection. The bald guy said with a sleazy voice, while the red dog guy sitting in the middle glanced at her with contempt. What's the point of a bottom feeder like her climbing the tower? Hearing this, the blue-haired guy next to him smirked. There's other work more suited for her. Suited, you say? Someone asked back, and he continued in a voice dripping with underlying meaning. If you come to my place as a maid, you'll be pampered every day. What a psycho, but haha, then I'll be the first to bid on her. They burst into laughter, not bothering to lower their voices, which made Rachel tremble as if she were about to burst into tears. And naturally, our two friends, Yu Wu and Light, who were sitting further up, heard every word, causing their faces to turn dark with rage. Man. No matter the scale, people are the same everywhere. But seriously, what is up with that professor? It's so noisy, yet he acts like he doesn't care. Is he ignoring it, or is he just deaf? Yu Wu wondered to himself, while Light couldn't stand the situation anymore. So he stood up to speak. Excuse me, Professor. Hearing the call, the old man paused his lecture and turned to ask, were you calling me? Seeing this, Light told the truth. Yes, the other students are being too noisy. I can't focus on your lecture. Can you do something to restrict them? Hearing this, the pale-skinned professor just mumbled a few sounds. Yes, right. Do you all hear me? No private conversations during class. Focus on listening to me. Hearing this, the pale-skinned professor just mumbled a few sounds. Yes, right. Do you all hear me? No private conversations during class. Focus on listening to me. On the other side, the three little brats saw Light stand up to attack them verbally, but saw it had no effect, so they started teasing him. Oh, look at the teacher's pet. Trying to show off because he's handsome, huh? Come to think of it, the reason I couldn't get her number earlier was because of this guy. What's up? Are you two a couple? No, we're not. Then why is he getting all worked up looking at her figure? She's not bad at all, huh? Ha ha ha. Obviously, agreed, ha ha. They laughed carelessly, which made tears well up in Rachel's eyes, while Light gritted his teeth and snapped the pen in his hand out of pure anger, but before he could lose it completely, Yu Wu reached out, patted his shoulder, and reassured him, stay calm. Hearing that, Light glanced at Yu Wu and asked, are you telling me to swallow it, even after hearing things like that about a classmate? Responding to this, Yu Wu maintained a calm expression and said, if you don't swallow it, what are you going to do? Fight? Pointless actions won't accomplish much. Causing trouble in class only makes things worse. Just stay calm and watch this, Yu Wu said, starting to take out his phone, and showed Light a recording screen of the Union History 1 lecture. It's YouTube on the internet. What do you mean? Light asked curiously. At this point, Yu Wu wore a devious grin. There are many ways to solve problems, Light. To deal with cowards who talk behind people's backs, the best way is to give them a taste of their own medicine. Hearing this, Light seemed to have guessed something and exclaimed, wait, Yu Wu, don't tell me, without answering. Our protagonist immediately operated his phone. Haha, keep laughing, you idiots. All the filthy things you've been spewing during class are being live-streamed right now. At this moment, according to their perspective, there was a camera angle from above pointing straight at the three brats. Unaware that they were being filmed, they were still carelessly spewing insults. What's the point of bottom feeders like her climbing the tower? If you come to my place as a maid, you'll be pampered every day. What a psycho, haha. This angle was provided by little Eve, who was holding a camera in her mouth and filming from above. And naturally, after hearing these words, the netizens started flooding the chat with curses. What bottom feeders? Which class are these psychos from? They're freshmen in class 7, I think. Are you guys insane? Where's the professor? The freshmen this year are crazy. This is too much. The blonde girl is amazing. I respect her for still studying hard even after hearing that. This is why people call them dimensional trash. What's wrong with Union Academy lately? The comments kept pouring in, making Yu Wu laugh heartily. Oh, the reaction is explosive. They're being heavily criticized, Light said, terrified. Sure enough, Doc Goyeon shook her head. Then she turned to look at Yu Wu and praised him. You're pretty smart, huh? Did you name it Union History to subtly sway public opinion? Hee hee, there's no way I'm letting go of the people who hurt Rachel. I have to make them look pathetic, our guy laughed deviously. And very quickly, the group also realized they were becoming the center of attention online. Hey, what the hell is this? Live stream, damn it, who's filming? Find the camera quickly, they yelled, frantically scanning their surroundings to find the angle. And very quickly, the blue-haired guy noticed little Eve holding the camera from above. Hey, look over there, he shouted to his two accomplices. However, before they could grab the little snake, Eve instantly disappeared before their eyes, making the trio furious. It disappeared. Damn snake, was it you, huh? You blonde jerk, the blue-haired guy shouted in frustration. However, there was one thing they didn't realize: their reckless behavior in class had reached the limit of the bald professor. You guys, your attitude towards studying is terrible. Earlier it was you guys making all that noise, right? State your names in class and get out immediately, the professor said, radiating a dangerous aura, making the red dog guy shrink back. It's not like that, professor. Someone posted a video of us on the internet, he explained hurriedly. But the professor replied, I don't give a damn. So before they could explain any further, he kicked them out. I said get out. After saying that, he irritably warned the others. I'll give those kids an F for the whole year. As for the rest of you sitting here, stop bothering others and focus on the lesson. Returning to Yu Wu, seeing the professor so annoyed, he silently gave him a like. Wow, even the assistant professor is not someone to mess with, huh? She even so, only getting an F after commenting about Rachel like that is too lenient, Yu Wu said annoyedly, and Light agreed. That's right, but those guys' student life is pretty much over. Back to Rachel. Seeing the two of them stand up to retaliate against those guys for her, the pink-haired girl gave a satisfied smile and said, It's okay, that's enough, I'm fine now. Thank you both for standing up for me, looking at her cute face. Yu Wu felt a bit shy and turned his face forward. No, I didn't do anything. In terms of force, I'm not as good as you guys. My method of dealing with it just happened to work by accident. No need to thank me, he said modestly. Even so, Because you're the class president, I feel more at ease, Yu Wu, Light said with a smile. Time passed quickly, scenes shifted to the arena from earlier. This time, the trio of trash found Light to get revenge. Hey, you, the handsome guy over there. Hearing the call, Light turned his head back slightly. That's right, it's you. Come here, don't you hear us? They said while aggressively walking toward Light. So what's the problem? What do you want to do this time? The blonde guy asked coldly, while the expressions of the three guys in front of him looked as if they wanted to devour him at any moment. Across from them, the guy with the blue hair started gritting his teeth, demanding an explanation for what happened yesterday. You pests, the guy with the red hair growled, clenching his jaw. Because of yesterday's damn broadcast, my grades are already trashed at the start of the semester, and now the seniors have it out for us too. Our classmates are shunning us. Do you even realize what you've done? The bald guy shouted, looking completely aggrieved, as if they were the ones who had been wronged all along. Right when these guys started looking for trouble, Yu Wu glanced over at the professor sitting leisurely to the side, curious to see how he'd react. As expected, the professor just sat there, entertained and watching, with no intention of stopping the three armed students from confronting them. It seems like neither the professor nor the students here have any respect for those of us from the secondary dimension. Well, that makes sense. Who really cares about the state of some pigs and chickens? Yu Wu mused silently, while Rachel instinctively hurried to hide behind him. Returning to the argument, the blue-haired and red-haired guys gripped their weapons tight and spat at Light. What did you just say, you punk? Say that again if you dare, the red-haired guy screamed, as if he were terrified that everyone else wouldn't hear him. And, as if afraid those guys might be deaf, Light repeated himself, it seems you guys still don't get it, so let me say it one more time. If you want to hear my explanation, you need to learn to ask politely. You barbarian, the blonde guy spat with an icy tone. Facing this humiliation coming from someone from the secondary dimension, the three brainless idiots were so angry they started shaking as if they were having a seizure. What did you say, a barbarian? A lowly creature from the secondary dimension like you dares to talk to us like that? A barbarian, he hissed, holding his sword to Light's throat. But without waiting for the little puppy to say another word, a flash of sword light suddenly slashed through the air. The tip of the blue-haired guy's sword snapped in two, leaving everyone around them staring in sheer shock. What on earth was that just now? Yu Wu thought to himself, and just from that brief glance, he had suddenly discovered an entirely new concept. Returning to Light, he was currently holding a blade that was emitting a dazzling, brilliant light. Didn't I already tell you? If you ask politely, I'll be happy to answer. As he spoke, Light pressed his glowing sword right against the blue-haired guy's throat. This terrified him so much that he immediately dropped to his knees in the dirt, back to Yu Wu, watching the aura that his friend Light was currently radiating. The guy was genuinely stunned. This is so strange. The air around him suddenly changed. How is that possible? Is it because of that sword? How could such glorious concepts just overflow like that? He wondered silently. Unaware of Yu Wu's thoughts, Light continued speaking once he saw the blue-haired guy on his knees, staying quiet like that is good for you. Now that we've had our proper introduction, be on your way. Across from him, the blue-haired guy was completely frozen, suppressed by the intense pressure radiating from Light. No, my legs won't move because the pressure is just too much, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the other two losers were still running their mouths, clearly not afraid of dying. You pest, how dare you? Ignoring the whining of these weaklings, Light turned toward the professor and asked, Professor, how does the academy grade a group that suddenly attacks their classmates with swords during class? Hearing the question, the professor smirked. Why are you asking me? Well, cough. The academy encourages practical sparring, so from a certain perspective, he tried to hedge his way out of it, but there was no fooling Light. But I never agreed to a sparring match. Isn't that right? He asked with a cold tone. That's true, but even if you didn't agree, you were the one who drew your personal weapon first, right? The professor countered, gesturing with his hands. I only responded when I was provoked. Light shook his head. No. You can't deny that you were the one to release energy first, the old professor challenged. But Light had his own logic. I only did that to avoid taking damage. Or does the professor mean I should just stand there and take the beating? What did you just say? The ridiculous professor barked in annoyance. Watching him argue directly with the stupid professor, Yu Wu and Rachel couldn't help but feel worried for their friend. Wait, something about Light's condition is a little off. Returning to Light, he started looking at the professor with a murderous glare. So how am I supposed to deal with their vulgar insults then? Well, as for that, I'm sorry, but I didn't see anything, the professor shrugged. Faced with such a blatant lie, the blonde guy's anger reached its breaking point. Speak, what did you say? What you just said, Light growled, while his sword released an even more terrifying burst of energy. This startled the whole group, but luckily Doc Go-yeon walked over and flicked him on the forehead to stop him from doing something incredibly stupid. You idiot. Doc Go-yeon, it's you. Light said, rubbing his forehead with one hand, as the flick was painful enough to make his eyes water. However, without waiting for him to question her, Doc Go-yeon fired back, you're being way too noisy. Acting all high and mighty just because you're being controlled by a sword. As she said this, she gave the guy a two-finger flick right on the forehead. As if he understood her point, Light immediately put his sword away. And the moment the blade vanished, Yu Wu felt that strange energy dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the professor saw this and began banging his cane in frustration. Tusk. A lowly creature from the secondary dimension, how arrogant. Tusk, he said, clearly annoyed, and turned to walk away. That old dog barking at nothing active has left both Yu Wu and Rachel speechless. That was a bit dangerous back there, don't you think? Yu Wu said, glancing over at his pink-haired friend. On the other side, Doc Go-yeon was still lecturing Light. You finally get your hands on a useful item and you're already making a scene. Is this your true nature? Sure enough, Light is the biggest loose cannon here, Yu Wu muttered to himself as he watched the scene. Then, while they were sitting down to eat, he didn't eat right away but started playing with his food and spoke to Light. You know, I've been thinking a lot about this. If things keep going this way, we're never going to get treated fairly in this academy, Yu Wu said, looking bored, which made Light feel a bit awkward. What are you talking about? Light shouted. Seeing that, Yu Wu rolled his eyes and fired back at him. Ha, what about me? Haven't I been trying to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official sparring match just because I was provoked. Do you really think we're the same? Hearing Yu Wu say that, Light's tone became weak. Yeah, about that. After seeing your reaction last time, I just wanted to try and improve the situation, he stammered. But Yu Wu's anger hadn't subsided one bit. Yeah, and the result was creating an even bigger problem. I don't get it, you let the ringleaders go and then plan to challenge a professor? I'm sorry, the young man said, his eyes welling up with tears. On his side, Yu Wu was actually more concerned about Light's attitude while using that sword. On a normal day, Light wouldn't act so recklessly. It was as if someone had flipped a switch to change him. So it really is because of that sword, thinking this to ensure no more trouble would happen. Yu Wu knitted his brows and asked, Light, tell me the truth. You can control that power you used earlier, right? Hearing the question, his friend Light slammed the table to confirm. Of course I can. If I couldn't, how do you think I passed the entrance exam? Earlier was just because I was so angry at the professor's lie. Oh, so it was because of a lie, huh? Wow, that's a pretty lousy lie, Yu Wu said with a smirk, but his voice carried absolutely no trust, which made Light shiver involuntarily. Sure, I understand. So you're confident you can control it, right? Yu Wu asked again. Trust me, I guarantee that today's incident won't happen ever again, the blonde guy said, patting his chest confidently. However, right after that, Doc Go-yeon just spilled the beans. It's a good thing that didn't cause any real trouble. Still, watching you get controlled by that divine sword was quite a sight. You should be getting scolded more, that's enough, Yu Wu advised when he saw that Light had lost all his spirit and was slumped face down on the table. Back to Doc Go-yeon, the female swordswoman remembered something else and turned to the godlike guy. Hey, Yu Wu. I'm starting to understand the advice the professor gave us a few days ago. If we keep going like this, our school life is only going to get even noisier. If you have any thoughts about our future, speak up now. I want to hear the opinion of our class president. Seeing Doc Go-yeon ask something like that, our protagonist felt a bit surprised. My opinion, huh? After these past few days of school, I've realized what the real problem is. The belief that some people are born strong or that their background determines their nobility. The extreme contempt for lower dimensions and the archaic system that treats all of that as common sense. And so on. What can outsiders like us do in a place where that's considered normal? Thinking about this, Yu Wu himself felt a bit of a headache and turned to ask everyone, "Hey, do you guys want to gain public sympathy?" "Ah no, to gain that sympathy, what do we need to do?" Hearing this question, the group, despite being a bit confused, gave their answers. "Communication," Light said. "Probably strength," Dak Go-yeon replied. On his side, Yu Wu heard their answers and quickly shook his head. No, the thing you guys already possess. It's your appearance," Yu Wu said, intently observing this team of handsome guys and beautiful girls. Then he briefly laid out his plan for the others to hear. "So you're planning to create a channel to broadcast our daily lives?" Yu Wu asked, surprised, and the protagonist nodded to confirm. "Yeah, back on the Earth where I lived, that was the standard way to gain people's favor. We'll build an image and show it to the public. Once we build a perception in others' minds, it naturally creates a sense of familiarity, doesn't it? It can even develop into respect or even admiration for the subject," Yu Wu said while adjusting the camera angle and the light background. Turning to Light, he had understood the plan after hearing the explanation, but the young man had a small question. "But Yu Wu, if this is for gaining respect and admiration, why do we have to fight each other?" "It's not fake, it's a real fight. Take it seriously, Light," Yu Wu reminded him at the same time. Dak Go-yeon lunged forward with a series of attacks. However, Light still hadn't taken it seriously, but being told he had to fight for real, he found it difficult to think clearly. Simultaneously, he threw an uppercut from the right, but that punch was immediately caught by Dak Go-yeon as she ducked to dodge it. "Yu Wu, you don't need to worry because in a fight, getting hit a few times makes you serious immediately." As she spoke, Dak Go-yeon reached out and grabbed Light's collar tight. Then she performed a shoulder throw. The impact was so strong that a small crater immediately appeared on the floor, leaving Light's head spinning. Seeing that, Dak Go-yeon teased, "Oh, is that all you've got? I get it, it's understandable since you were controlled by that item last time. What's the point of drawing that sword anyway? I bet even if you did that, you still wouldn't have the skills to fight me," Dak Go-yeon said with contempt, making Light grit his teeth in frustration. Across from them, Light seemed unable to swallow this insult, so he let out a yell and lunged to scuffle with Dak Go-yeon again. Meanwhile, Yu Wu saw the two of them fighting with such aggression and felt pumped up, praising them. "That's it, Light, you're doing great." As he spoke, the godlike guy began finding the most photogenic angles to film. Turning to Rachel, seeing how excited Yu Wu was, she asked with some concern, "Hey, Yu Wu, is this really going to make our school life easier? I still don't really get it." Answering that, Yu Wu didn't know how to explain it specifically, so he just laughed a bit. "Ah, well, everything won't change overnight, but I guarantee it will be effective." Thinking about this to enlighten the busty lady, Yu Wu gave an example. "Just think about it. If the guys who are always bothering us knew how amazing you all are, they wouldn't dare mess with us anymore." "Oh, that's right." "That's true," Rachel nodded. "Right, haha, look at them. It's like the floor is made of tofu." The protagonist laughed, looking at the floor which had been shattered by the fists of these two monsters. "Anyway, we have to upload it to see the results, so don't worry too much, Rachel, because your beauty is far too noble to be worrying about things like this. Don't you know that beautiful people look even better when they smile?" "That was for you, Rachel. You have a face that's loved everywhere. It's a shame to go around frowning like that. Isn't that right? So just put your worries aside and enjoy this moment," the godlike guy advised her, and as if she'd been struck by a love spell as soon as she heard that, Rachel's mind seemed to calm down and she involuntarily broke into a smile. "It's truly magical. Every time I hear Yu Wu speak, I feel like everything is going to turn out just right." Returning to the battle, even though they were fighting tooth and nail, basically, Light was being pummeled by Dak Go-yeon. "Where are you going? I was just warming up," the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles, while Light cried and turned to beg Yu Wu. "Oh my god, Yu Wu, save me, she's not even human anymore." Time passed quickly. Shifting to lunchtime, Rachel was currently crying over her bowl of beef noodles with extra vegetables. "I can't eat this, it tastes like soap," Rachel said, tearing up. However, for the sake of the grand goal of building their YouTube channel, Yu Wu winked at her and advised, "It's okay, Rachel, just eat it and you'll get used to it." But why do we have to film this? Rachel complained. Just like that, time passed quickly. Following the class president's suggestion, the first-year students began uploading videos recording their daily lives to their group's channel, Rebellion. And just as Yu Wu had predicted, they received an explosive reaction. Especially the video of the fight between Light and Doc Goyeon. Just looking at the level of destruction they caused was enough to make everyone's head spin. Wow, is that for real? Didn't they come from the secondary dimension? They're freshmen. Silver-haired lady, I love you. Is this fake? It's so hard to believe. He looks so fragile, but he fights pretty well. You call that just pretty well? Ha ha ha, is this a monster combo or what? The crowd exclaimed. Before they moved on to a video of the four-person team playing a game. What is this? Someone asked in confusion. It's called a board game. It's a traditional game where the negotiation master is. This content repeats for Index 98, so the translation is provided again. What is this? Someone asked in confusion. It's called a board game. It's a traditional game where the negotiation master is. This content repeats for Index 99, so the translation is provided again. What is this? Someone asked in confusion. It's called a board game. It's a traditional game where the negotiation master is. Switching to the frame where Professor Yumina participated, as soon as she appeared, the simps flooded the comments section. Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. Wish I were in that group. The air in that space must smell so good, haha. You pervert. Looks like a collection of all the kids of other people, perfect students. What car brand is that? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just looking at it is healing. That bargaining guy, I'm so jealous. The group wished. This content repeats for Index 101, so the translation is provided again. Wow, Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. Wish I were in that group. The air in that space must smell so good, haha. You pervert. Looks like a collection of all the perfect students. What car brand is that? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just looking at it is healing. That bargaining guy, I'm so jealous, the group wished. Look at the next one. On to the next video. Is the next video a live stream? Really? That's awesome. Wait, but the broadcast date is tomorrow. That's right, tomorrow morning. Hold on, isn't tomorrow the day to climb the tower? Someone shouted. Following their gaze, it was a broadcast that had been scheduled beforehand. Returning to Yu Wu's group at this moment, even he himself hadn't thought the video he uploaded would be received so enthusiastically. No, I can't believe it. Why are there so many people? Rachel asked, wondering. Yu Wu didn't care about that, he only cared about the results. Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. We're so famous, Yu Wu said with a bright smile while Light was slightly annoyed. Why is the video of me getting beaten up the most popular one? He complained. At the same time, the beautiful Professor Yumina saw how excited the group was and approached them to offer praise. That's wonderful. The union is the top dimension, overflowing with fascinating things. In a place where we take everything for granted, no student has ever thought about content creation. But the channel you created has cleverly snuck into that. Creating entertainment content and connecting with people, I've never even thought of that. Hearing her say that, Yu Wu flew over to brag. The first combat video we shot is very popular, ma'am. Hey, take it down, Yu Wu, Light cried out. Brushing past this issue, the professor clapped her hands. Let's keep going. Today we will enter the towers, you all know that, right? Are you all ready? Hearing this, the group nodded confidently. Meanwhile, the protagonist god turned to observe the group and was startled. Wait, I just realized, am I the only one wearing the uniform? Why is everyone else dressed up? Answering this, the group turned to look at Yu Wu with strange looks. Because we have to fight continuously in the tower, we only chose clothes that are comfortable for movement. That's right. If I have to fight, this outfit makes me feel the safest. Rachel nodded in agreement. So that's how it is, Yu Wu whispered. Is what you're wearing okay, Yu Wu? Light asked back. Hearing this, Yu Wu pondered silently. I understand now. Because I lived in a peaceful place, I don't have gear specifically for fighting. But I chose this life myself, if I have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Thinking this, he adjusted his tie and said confidently, for me this is already enough. Turning toward the professor. She saw the group was fully prepared and nodded. So you're all ready, then let's go. Saying that, she snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle underneath the group. And after a flash of light, they were transported in front of the Babel Tower. Here, there were countless other students waiting to get inside. Seeing them appear, the group quickly recognized their identity. Aren't those the members of the Rebellion Club? No way, they're here too, the brown-haired guy shouted. While Rachel felt she had suddenly appeared here, she was bewildered, looking around like a lost child. Wait, this is the entrance to the tower, right? The tower opens at dawn, but you have to line up according to class rank. We're in the second-year line, Yumina explained. However, that made Yu Wu look slightly pale. We're the first-year class to enter, ma'am. Well, you could think of it as because your skill level is high, she shrugged and said. Returning to Light while wandering around waiting, he noticed the 3 small-time punks who had teased him earlier. We're also standing inside. Oh, is that them? I feel like the way they're looking at us is different from before, the swordswoman asked. Seeing them shy away and not dare to look him in the eye and facing that expression, Yu Wu was extremely satisfied inside. After all, they subscribed to our channel, didn't they? On this side, the swordswoman Dak Goyon spoke up, but there are still some looks carrying killing intent. She said this while looking toward the stone guy, Erecto, as he was staring straight at Yu Wu with eyes like car headlights. Hey Yu Wu, she reminded him, but without needing many words, Yu Wu understood. I know, let's go. After speaking, Yu Wu led the group inside. As he walked, he pondered, today is the day to climb the tower and next Tuesday will be my fight with Erecto, so there are only 4 days left. In that time, I will reach a level he cannot possibly hope to reach. Returning to Professor Yumina before the group officially began the quest of climbing the tower, she gave them final instructions. Well, finally, for safety, I hope you complete the expedition early and return by the weekend. But it's still up to those directly participating to decide, right? How long do you think this expedition will take? Hearing the question, Yu Wu turned to look at the others and said, we're all on the same page anyway, so let me say it. Yeah, sure, the 3 nodded. Then Yu Wu turned to Yumina, 3 days and 2 nights, ma'am. We will return on time. As he said this, he pulled out a mini robot to handle the live broadcast. Seeing they already had their arrangements, Yumina could only wish them luck. Then, take care. Just like that, after bidding farewell to their teacher, the team of 4 and their robot officially stepped through the gate. Ancestors, please look after me, Yu Wu promised himself. Returning to a while earlier, when Yu Wu's friends asked for information regarding filming inside the tower from Professor Yumina, you're talking about filming inside the Babel Tower, aren't you? She asked again. Yu Wu nodded. Yes, I'm trying to record the situation inside the tower, and my friend here will be in charge of filming. As he spoke, he pointed to a small, teardrop-shaped robot flying around him. This was a self-operating item created the same way Yu Wu had created Eve and Lilith. Returning to Professor Yumina, she had thought that Yu Wu's group was filming to research tactics later, so she reminded them, do you think filming will have any meaning? As you know, the structure of the tower changes every second. Is that so? Yu Wu said, confused. It seemed the protagonist didn't actually know that information. Meanwhile, the Nightlight was taking advantage of checking information through his screen and nodded. That's right, do one. If you check the basic guidebook, it says the internal structure of the tower has changed. In addition, machinery brought in from outside also breaks down quite quickly, right? What does that mean? He asked. The beautiful Professor Yumina explained in more detail, just as the information said. Each floor is called a room, and when you defeat the monsters in that room or overcome the traps, the space itself moves the group to the next room in the tower. This unique structural change is called the shift. The more shifts you experience, the deeper you penetrate into the tower. Hearing her say that, Yu Wu asked curiously, do the rooms always move whenever we shift? Yu Wu asked. That's right. Once you pass through, that's it. You can never return to the old room. She smiled. Light, hearing that, felt a bit worried and asked, do the types of monsters and traps change too? Responding to the question, the professor nodded. Of course, every time the room changes. The types of monsters will also be different and stronger. Traps are similar as well. Returning to Dak Goyon. After sipping her tea, she was pensive for a moment and asked a difficult question. What will happen if someone dies during the process of climbing the tower, ma'am? Hearing this, both Yu Wu and Light, who were excited, were startled, realizing things weren't as simple as they thought. Right, now that you mention it, what happens if I die in battle? I almost forgot about this important thing, the two thought anxiously. Facing this question, the professor gave a small laugh. Haha, that's a key question. Contrary to your worries, inside most of the tower's areas, challengers will not die even if they die. Hugh, thank God, both of them sighed with relief, knowing they wouldn't kick the bucket inside the tower. If you die, you will be sent back to the tower's entrance. Huh, so I have to start again from the first floor? Yu asked in surprise. No, your student ID bracelet will record your transport history. So when you enter next time, you can start from the location where you were eliminated. That is why the student ID bracelet is very important when climbing the tower. Absolutely do not forget it, remember that, she said while pointing to a bracelet on her hand which displayed the word transport. No. Back to our two protagonists. The moment he heard his professor, he felt like he was playing a game. Haha, this is just like a roguelike with a mid-run save feature, right? If you can respawn after death, then I can challenge this as many times as I want, Light said confidently, and among the four of them, Dak Go-yeon was the only one who paid close attention to what the professor had just said. Wait a second. You just said that in most areas of the tower, challengers won't die, right? If that's the case, there must be areas or situations where a challenger can actually die, meaning the tower doesn't guarantee absolute safety, right? Hearing her say this, the rest of the group turned to look at Professor Yumina, waiting for an answer. Is that true? Sure enough. You're very sharp, Dak Go-yeon, that's correct. Now I will explain a few special situations where even you could die, the beautiful female professor said, her voice filled with seriousness. However, the rest of that conversation was hidden from us by the author, and the scene shifts back to our group as they were busy fighting a bunch of toxic green slime creatures inside the tower. These bizarre monsters are known as claw scythers, infamous for shredding an explorer's gear and snatching away their weapons. However, that's how it goes for everyone else. For Yu-woo's team, they were nothing more than a pile of mush. With a single swing of his sword, our friend Light easily sliced all three slimes to pieces. Beside him, Dak Go-yeon snapped her fingers, firing off a few bursts of magic bullets that blew the rest of their bodies apart in midair. While both of them were caught up in the heat of battle, our guy Yu-woo was busy testing something with the lantern hanging on the wall. But it didn't seem to go very well. As expected, it doesn't work. Even though I can clearly sense the concept of fire, I just can't seem to isolate it. I can do it in other dungeons, so why doesn't it work in the tower? Figuring out the reason will help me unlock my ability, Yu-woo mused, knitting his brows before Dak Go-yeon, seeing him deep in thought by the torch, walked over and prodded him. Hey, Yu-woo. Hearing her voice, Yu-woo jumped and replied, oh, sorry, I was just a little distracted. You said you needed time to think, so have you figured it out yet? She asked, and Yu-woo shook his head. I was trying to see if I could isolate the fire. But it looks like it's a no-go. Hearing that, Dak Go-yeon felt a hint of disappointment. I see. That's a shame. If you could do that, we could use the tower's terrain to our advantage. Hey, can you stop jumping to terrifying conclusions about my potential? The guy said awkwardly, and while they were chatting, a green slime slowly crept up behind them both. And just as it crawled near Dak Go-yeon's heels, the mass of green liquid suddenly lunged up, spreading out in the air as if it wanted to swallow Dak Go-yeon whole. However, before it could even touch the swordswoman, a chain fired from in front of them at supersonic speed, smashing the claw scyther's body into a pile of jelly. This attack, of course, came from Yu-woo. Seeing the protagonist use such a weapon, Dak Go-yeon's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoa, so that's what that automatic item looks like in combat. She was referring to the little snake, Eve. Yeah, that's right. The guy nodded, then waved his hand to direct Eve to attack. Because it possessed its own soul, Yu-woo didn't need to give too many orders. Eve just darted around, piercing through all the claw scythers at incredible speed. Even Dak Go-yeon had to admit, not bad, that's pretty fast. Responding to the comment, Yu-woo gave an awkward smile. Actually, I have something even stronger, but it's a bit noisy. Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon glanced in Ruchel's direction and asked, noisy, does it get as loud as those people over there? At that moment, following their gaze, Ruchel looked extremely aggressive as her hands transformed into their beast-like state. And with just a single swipe, the cute girl caused a massive hole to appear in the floor, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Honestly, the basic rule of combat is to stay hidden and avoid the enemy's sight. Yet here they are, screaming while they fight. Dak Go-yeon shook her head, frustrated with Ruchel's fighting style, while Yu-woo just felt a headache coming on. Haha, Ruchel's fighting style is completely based on instinct, isn't it? Yeah, Light and Ruchel shouted, making Dak Go-yeon behind them grind her teeth in annoyance. Honestly, it's way too loud. Do they have to yell every single time they swing their swords? She complained. Time flew by and the group quickly cleared the path. I guess this room only has claw scythers. Monsters of this size are nothing to us, right? Light said calmly, but at that exact moment, Dak Go-yeon suddenly sensed a strange aura. She warned, don't lower your guard. As soon as she finished speaking, energy began to build up. A stronger monster was about to appear. Hearing her say that, Light hurriedly gripped his sword and asked, could it be a high-level monster? Possibly, Dak Go-yeon speculated. Hearing this, Light turned to signal Yu-woo. Hey, Yu-woo. I got it, Light. I'm already looking for it, he replied, while our protagonist began using his 10,000 poison eyes to observe. And very quickly, he detected some strange energy radiating from the stone monument in front of them. Hey, Rachel, it's that stone slab in front, smash it. Hearing this, Rachel went wild, screaming as she lunged forward to punch the stone monument with all her might, causing the monster to die prematurely before it could even be born. The punch was so powerful that the entire hallway seemed to shake. Oh my god, we destroyed a high-level monster before it could even appear, and it even dropped an enhanced magic core. Is it really that easy? Light said, bewildered. He had been preparing for a big fight and hadn't noticed any of it. Rachel quickly snatched up the magic core that had just fallen. However, the moment she touched the core, Rachel's pink hair suddenly turned a fiery red, and at the same time, Yu-woo noticed a concept hovering over her head: internal furnace. Hey, Rachel, your hair turned dark, the guy reminded her. At the same time, he focused on the words above the shy girl's head: internal furnace. Does that mean a furnace inside the soul? A concept about burning emotions into fuel for power. It's like a berserker, right? I wonder if her hair color changes completely. Now that I think about it, everything makes more sense. Yu-woo thought to himself, while Rachel, seemingly having caught his awkward expression, walked over anxiously, tugged at his sleeve, and asked, hey, did I look scary just now? Responding to the question, Yu-woo offered a very charming smile and complimented her. Not at all, on the contrary, you're very reliable. But what if it gets worse? Rachel stammered, left with no choice. Dak Go-yeon had to step in and interrupt. I already said it's fine. Why are you still worried? If you're afraid of losing control, don't worry. I'll just kill you to prevent any damage, the swordswoman said in a firm voice, scaring Rachel to the point of tears, while the other two stared at her in panic. Don't do that, Dak Go-yeon. If just one person dies, we'll have to explore from the first room again. The protagonist hurriedly reached out to stop her. However, Dak Go-yeon had her own reasoning. But if things keep going like this, maybe only the three of us will be able to climb further. At this point, Dak Go-yeon seemed to think of something and then shook her head. No, I think it would be better if just the two of us climbed, she gritted out, and now it was Light's turn to get teary-eyed. Hey, wait a minute, what about me? He shouted, feeling like he was being left behind. Why is he suddenly so angry? Yu-woo wondered to himself. Then turned to look at Rachel's restless figure, knowing she was still worried about her condition. The guy gently touched her shoulder and comforted her. Listen, I'll think about it. I know why you're worried, so as the class president, I'll find a solution, Yu-woo said with a bright, sunny smile, which made Rachel's innocent face light up. Thank you. Yu-woo, she said as she grabbed the protagonist's hand. Seeing this, Yu-woo's face flushed pink as he scratched his head. It's nothing, that's what a class president is for. Beside them, the extra people, Light and Dak Go-yeon, saw themselves being treated to some public display of affection and glared at Yu-woo. So you're just as mediocre as other guys, eyes lighting up at the sight of a girl, Dak Go-yeon said with disdain. It's a misunderstanding. Aren't I always normal in front of you? Yu-woo hurriedly replied, but anyway, aren't you guys relaxing a bit too much? Light reminded them. Then, after clearing the floor, they used the teleportation formation to head down to the next level. The teleportation ended, and this is the second room, the guy Light said calmly. He sat down, picked a few weeds from the ground, and continued, except for the moss and weeds, I don't see how this room is any different from the last one. Ignoring these words, our protagonist was still messing around with the magic core he collected on the first floor, the core of the high-level monster that Rachel had given him earlier. Focusing for a moment, its stats appeared before Yu-woo's eyes. Vitality 8, Demonic 11, Melting 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Looking at these high stats, the protagonist's face darkened. What is this? My time in the dungeon was a waste. The number of concepts collected in one room equals the amount I get from 10 goblin caves. Acid and melting are terms indicating the decomposition of materials. It must be because we defeated the claw scyther. Now I'll infuse melting into my sword. An acid, of course, is for you, he said, then casually tossed the acid orb to little snake Eve to devour. I don't know if the orb was too big, but even though Yuwu kept feeding her, Eve kept rolling her eyes and couldn't swallow it. Seeing this, Dakgoyeon, who was nearby, curiously walked over and asked, "This child is getting strong quickly, huh?" Her sudden voice startled our protagonist. "Hey, could you not sneak up on me and speak so suddenly?" The guy said, panic-stricken. "If you trained your senses a bit, you wouldn't be so easily startled," Dakgoyeon complained. And while this pair was still arguing, the night light noticed something and warned them. "You guys are unbelievable. The monsters in the second room are about to appear. Can you be a little more serious?" At this moment, following their gaze, countless magic circles suddenly appeared on the path ahead, as if they were preparing to summon monsters to check on the team's health. Before Light could finish his complaint, Dakgoyeon had already fired another magic bullet, blowing away a cloud of black smoke in front of her. "Just serious, keep it serious. But this second room doesn't seem any different from the first, right? A lion shouldn't get killed by ants just because it's careless, right?" She shrugged, and at this moment, welcoming them to the second floor were black smoke monsters with human shapes. They are evil spirits, malicious entities that target the magic power inside humans. Turning to Light, he really couldn't agree with that sentiment. "If you're so subjective, sooner or later you're going to run into trouble. So let me make a suggestion. How about we let Yuwu be in charge of the fighting in the second room?" she proposed, which startled our protagonist behind her. And of course, everyone knew how weak Yuwu was, so they immediately refused. "What are you saying all of a sudden? That's too dangerous." Hearing this, Dakgoyeon kept smiling and continued, "I think it's a good idea. Besides, we have to fight in the sparring match next week. He needs to improve his abilities quickly. It's reasonable, right? Don't you think?" While saying this, Dakgoyeon looked at Yuwu as if she wanted to tease him. Before these words of hers, the sun god could only laugh bitterly. "Haha, you really? No wonder you've been acting weird since earlier." "All right, let me try to handle it myself and see," Yuwu said, starting to rotate his arms to warm up. It seemed like the guy himself was eager to have a fight. Only Light on the side remained worried and advised, "Hey, Yuwu, it's really dangerous." Not listening to his words and without waiting for the night to finish, our protagonist, knowing he needed to improve his combat ability, reached out to stop him. "It's okay. Just like Dakgoyeon said, I need to get strong quickly. It's a waste for you guys to spend your energy here. This will help me progress as fast as possible, right?" "Yeah, if Yuwu says so, I believe in you," Rachel nodded like a little squirrel. "All right, but as soon as there's any danger, I'm joining in immediately," Light agreed. "Then thank you very much," Yuwu said with a smile, before turning to speak to Dakgoyeon behind him. "Listen, Dakgoyeon. For now, just save your stamina. I believe you'll help me with all your heart later." Right? Responding to this, the swordswoman offered a very confident smile. "At least I promise you won't die from overexertion now." Hearing the big boss's promise, Yuwu had no more worries. "That's good then. Eve, let's go." The protagonist shouted, and in perfect sync. Immediately after, Eve transformed into her AK-47 state, then fired a rain of bullets forward, starting to distribute equality to these monsters. And sure enough, before these monsters could take another step, they were shot to pieces. Meanwhile, Light and Rachel, witnessing the protagonist's firepower, almost fainted. "What on earth is that? Is that a signature weapon from Yuwu's world? I don't know how powerful it is, but its monster-slaying speed is shockingly fast. If only the soldiers of our country were equipped with that kind of weapon," Light wished in his heart. While Dakgoyeon secretly observed Yuwu's weapon and evaluated it. "Is that Qigong? No, it's continuously firing iron pellets. It could deal with second-tier assassins and even touch the threshold of level 1. It would be useful in the martial world. However, the attack method only follows a straight line. It's fine for long-range combat. But in a tight space like this, you'll always run into unpredictable incidents. For example, if the enemy attacks your blind spot," Dakgoyeon thought to herself. And as soon as she finished the thought, an evil spirit that had been hiding in a corner waited for Yuwu to pass, then lunged to sneak attack him from behind. Seeing this, both Light and Rachel shouted in panic. Yuwu, hearing the call, the guy Yuwu calmed himself and turned back. But our protagonist also reacted incredibly quickly, right after he took a long sword out of his inventory. And with a single cut, he easily sliced this evil spirit in two. Before it could sneak attack him, after finishing, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, that scared me." Behind him, the other two saw that the guy was still safe and let out a sigh. "Phew, what was that, Yu Wu?" Light asked about that sword. "This is Yu Wu's long sword with stats: Magic Sword 12, Slayer 19, Poison Blood 9, and Melting 12. "Are you that good with a sword? I didn't even know," Light and Rachel praised. And while they were standing there talking, a horde of evil spirits from behind took the opportunity to rush at them like a flood. Back to Yu Wu, hearing the others' praise, he wasn't arrogant but humbly said, "Not at all compared to Light and Doc Goyon, I'm still far behind." As he spoke, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly to prepare to handle the rest. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon, seeing Yu Wu's attitude, nodded and observed. Just like that, by combining both guns and swords, our protagonist no longer worried about the evil spirits sneak attacking him, and before long, this second floor was almost entirely cleared by our protagonist. There was only one evil spirit left, standing lonely and embarrassed. Seeing no more spirits, this must be the last one, right? After finishing this guy off, we'll teleport again, so let's take a little break now. As he spoke, he ordered his little snake to turn into a chain, tying the evil spirit tightly to prevent it from escaping. The others in the group also took advantage of the time the monster was chained up to rest. Back to Doc Goyon, she knelt down to check the remains of the evil spirits and examined them carefully. The blade melted and decomposed them. He already used the ability he got from the previous room. Based on what's happened and his swordplay just now, it's clear he's never been to a battlefield. Then how could he improve so quickly? Doc Goyon wondered in her heart. Not thinking as much as she was, Light and Rachel were busy praising the protagonist. Coming up with a teleportation coordination method like this, Yu Wu is truly brilliant. Only a student who's been through a lot could come up with this, haha. Really? Yu Wu scratched his head bashfully, feeling embarrassed to be praised for such a small thing. However, even Doc Goyon stood up to acknowledge him. "Well done, that last cut was excellent." "Oh really? Then thank you," the protagonist replied excitedly. However, the girl shook her head and commented, "Except for the fact that you focus too much on the execution speed, it's still much better than some idiot who just knows how to swing a sword wildly." Doc Goyon said, stroking her chin to mock Light, making the knight furious. "What? Why am I an idiot? I was fighting with all my might back there too." Hearing this, Doc Goyon acted innocent. "I didn't say anyone was an idiot. How did you know?" "Slicing at shadows and screaming while you're at it. If that's not an idiot, then what is?" she complained. While the knight beside her kept arguing, "I was taught swordplay that way, regardless of whether it's in the dark or what." Back to Yu Wu, ignoring their argument. He casually took a can of soda out of his inventory and said with a smile, "Haha, you guys are really unique. Even though it's break time, don't you feel tired at all?" The more he spoke, the weaker his voice became when he realized the other three were staring at him with strange eyes. Then the swordswoman Doc Goyon darkened and turned to question him. "Hey Yu Wu, what are you eating on your own?" Beside her, Rachel also looked at the protagonist with hungry eyes. "I heard a PSSH sound earlier, then there was a fragrant scent spreading out." Responding to this, Yu Wu hurriedly pointed to the can in his hand and explained, "This thing, they sell this outside." The old man in a kid's body tried to ease the situation. "But it only made things more complicated. That's because you get to go outside, but we don't." "Yu Wu," Light said in a cold voice, "calm down. I'm sorry for drinking it alone. I wanted to share it with you, but I don't have much, and this only works when you're exhausted. Even if you drank it now, it would be useless." Saying that, Yu Wu quickly threw the soda can back into his inventory. And of course, the things he just said were just a bunch of bull, as there's no such thing as soda that only works when you're exhausted. Unfortunately, the others didn't know this, so when they heard Yu Wu say that, they believed him completely. When exhausted, huh? "All right, I'll take charge of the third room," the swordswoman said, starting to crack her knuckles to warm up, while Yu Wu, seeing this, began to wonder, wasn't it supposed to be me handling it to improve? Why did you change your mind? Hearing this, Doc Goyon's cheeks puffed up, not bothering to pay attention to him. "I've never tasted that drink before, and I can't let you drink it alone." "Hey, that drink was Yu Wu's anyway," Doc Goyon Light reminded them, ignoring this. After resting, Yu Wu finished off the unlucky evil spirit to prevent it from being mentally tortured by the group any longer. And the moment it died, a teleportation circle appeared under the group's feet to toss them to the next level. Starting to teleport, light reminded them. Back to our protagonist. While waiting for the teleportation, he took the opportunity to check the results of his hard work from the previous floor. This is his current status. Yu Wu, Vitality 129, Body 72.8, Spirit 350, Magic 101, Martial Arts 62, Swordplay 36, Piercing 26, Leadership 7, Drive 15, Resistance 2, 10,000 Poison Eyes 115, 10,000 Listening Ears 105, 10,000 Speaking. Looking at his current status compared to when he first entered the academy, it had truly increased to a dizzying degree. This is really amazing. This level is at the academy's average. And I've only swung my sword a few times here. Even the swordplay and piercing skills I learned recently have improved. With this efficiency, I should focus on developing swordplay. The match next Tuesday seems to depend on my martial arts skill development. My body and erecto are separated by more than 200 points of power. Honestly, it's very hard to catch up to him after just 1 week, no matter how hard I try. But when learning martial arts from Doc Goyon, I understood that harvesting skills is important. But nurturing and developing them is just as important. And as for martial arts development, if Doc Goyon could teach me more, our protagonist thought while looking at the swordswoman with anticipation. However, Yu Wu immediately gave himself a painful thud on the head. What on earth am I thinking? No matter how strong Doc Goyon is, depending on her is not okay at all. Don't let the relationship get out of balance, stay focused. I still have time, he thought, rubbing his forehead. At the same time, the magic teleportation started, tossing them to the 3rd level, and while he was still deep in thought, suddenly the panicked voice of the nightlight rang out. Hey Yu Wu, what are you doing? Wake up! Hearing the shout, the sun god realized they were falling freely. And looking at the distance between them and the ground, it was enough to make Yu Wu turn pale. What is going on? Why am I falling freely? Oh my god, did the ground disappear? Yu Wu thought to himself while the big-chested Rachel screamed and covered her skirt. Back to Yu Wu, the situation was even worse when he looked down to observe. And discovered sharp traps below, waiting to skewer them into a honeycomb the moment they fell, with no time to think much. Yu Wu immediately ordered his little snake Eve to turn into a chain and lunged down, wrapping tightly around Rachel's body, helping her escape death in the nick of time, as she was only about half a meter away from being pierced. Meanwhile, Yu Wu grabbed the chain with his other hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him now that he'd saved Rachel just in time. Phew, that was way too close, he gasped, terrified. Thank you, Yu Wu, Rachel hurriedly called out from below. Ignoring her, the protagonist scanned the surroundings and pondered, what the hell? What kind of teleportation is this? Why is this room so massive? And to top it off, there are traps right at the landing spot. Could this place be? Yu Wu thought, his mind racing as he associated the location with somewhere else. But before he could even voice his thoughts, the swordswoman's voice rang out, Hey, Yu Wu, you'd better move fast. Hearing her call, Yu Wu turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. To his amazement, he saw Rachel standing on the ceiling as if it were solid ground. How on earth did you get up there? Yu Wu shouted in shock. Rachel didn't explain much, only issuing a warning, if you just stand there, you're actually going to die. What do you mean? Yu Wu asked, still not fully grasping what she was getting at. Then, as if to answer him, small windows suddenly popped out from both walls. From within them, a barrage of spears launched directly toward the protagonist. This left him in a desperate situation. Damn it, I can't drop Rachel. If that's the case, then, he thought. The protagonist mustered every ounce of his strength to swing his right arm with all his might, pulling the chain and Rachel's body soaring through the air. At the same time, he summoned his flying motorcycle, Lilith, to keep himself from crashing below. Just like that, with an incredibly split-second reaction, Yu Wu successfully helped them both escape that dangerous situation. Following that, Yu Wu quickly retracted the chain and caught the pink-haired girl in a bridal carry. I've got you. Are you all right? Sorry if that was a bit rough, but that was genuinely too dangerous. I had no other choice. Hearing this, Rachel's face flushed pink as she stammered, No, it's okay. Then hold on tight, Rachel. It seems this space is still full of dangers, he said. Yu Wu glanced around and immediately noticed that another wave of spears was about to fire out from the pillars. In another turn of events, just like Yu Wu, the Night Light was being targeted by countless flying axes, but these simple attacks weren't enough to trouble him. With just a few swings of his sword, Light easily shattered all the incoming axes. Meanwhile, two wings sprouted from his back, helping his body hover in midair. What is going on? When we had our meeting with Professor Yumina, she clearly said there wouldn't be any traps until we cleared the 20th floor. But we're only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty level a bit too strange? And Yu Wu, what is that thing he pulled out this time? Light thought, glancing over at Yu Wu, who was currently riding the flying bike with Rachel in tow. Dodging all the spears aimed at him, the protagonist gritted his teeth. This is insane. Traps are being triggered constantly from every direction. What on earth is this structure anyway? Behind him, unlike Yu Wu's panicked state, the shy girl actually felt a bit thrilled to be participating in this joyride. Perhaps because she felt too comfortable, she remembered Yu Wu's earlier instruction, hold on tight, Rachel. Thinking of this, she happily wrapped her arms around Yu Wu's waist, pressing her massive loudspeakers firmly against his back. This made the protagonist's face turn as red as if he'd been boiled. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? My back is heating up, Yu Wu panicked internally. At that same moment, an arrow flew in and embedded itself straight into the tail of the bike. This caused Lilith to swerve in an S-shape in pain. That was close. Yu Wu shouted just before a flash of golden sword light glided past, shredding the rest of the spears that were chasing them from behind. The one who had just acted was, of course, Light. You were driving just fine, so why did you do that all of a sudden? Yu Wu, hearing this, Yu Wu temporarily stopped the bike and said in surprise, "Oh, Light, what's with those wings? Before I answer your question, I want to ask about this. What are you driving? Is this also an item from your world? It's a flying motorcycle. Have you never seen one before?" Yu Wu asked in return. "A motor what now?" Light said blankly. At that, Yu Wu didn't bother asking further, as he was now certain Light didn't know the first thing about it. Ignoring that, Yu Wu observed his surroundings and asked, "Where did Doc Goyon go?" Hearing this, Light realized he had completely forgotten about the swordswoman. "Yeah, now that you mention it. She's been gone for a while. Could she have fallen into a trap?" Light asked, worried. However, Yu Wu quickly waved his hand. "No way, that's impossible. There's no way she'd get caught in a trap that easily. She's definitely somewhere else, keeping an eye on everything," Yu Wu speculated. Then, while they were on the move, Light asked about the plan. "So what should we do now? How do we stop these traps?" Hearing the question, Yu Wu focused and thought for a few seconds before answering. "According to the guidebooks, the way to survive is to hold out for a certain period. I don't know the exact duration or how the mechanism works. But for now, Light, run over there. I'll try to analyze them." As he spoke, Yu Wu gestured to his left. "I understand." The knight nodded and swiftly flew in that direction. Then Yu Wu hurried to scan all the windows that were firing the spears, analyzing the trap's activation patterns. They're all targeting Light. Do they prioritize attacking the person who is moving? Now that I think about it, it was the same back then. That time too, I shouldn't have moved so recklessly like that. Am I an idiot? The more Yu Wu thought about it, the more foolish he felt, at least until Rachel reminded him about the arrow still stuck in the bike's tail. Over there, Yu Wu heard her and irritably pulled the arrow out. "Tusk, even this thing can damage Lilith. I need to tell everyone to stop moving around aimlessly. But wait, if we stop moving, we can't clear this room." Thinking about how to leave the room without triggering traps made Yu Wu's head ache. However, just at that moment, the arrow in his hand suddenly began to dissolve into a stream of light. This left him flustered. Wait, what's going on? Did I absorb something again? I think I just read some kind of concept. Why is it happening like this? I couldn't read anything in the first room, so why now? Wait, the protagonist shook his head, denying his previous thought. No, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I have to test it to be sure. Saying that, Yu Wu looked at a sword next to him and gently touched it. And sure enough, once again, the sword began to dissolve in his hand, allowing him to confirm his theory. "Unbelievable," Yu Wu exclaimed. Looking at the two characters floating in his palm, Yu Wu knitted his brows. The concept obtained is decapitation. Why not sword instead of decapitation? Come to think of it, last time I saw a concept different from what was shown on the outside. Thinking of this, before he could find the reason, his friend Rachel cried out in panic, "Hey Yu Wu, over there." Hearing that, Yu Wu hurriedly glanced to the side and noticed somehow the night light was being swept away by a wave of water. "Huh, light, you idiot," Yu Wu shouted. Returning to the night, he had to put all his strength into his feet just to keep from being swept away. "Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought only weapons were dangerous. Who knew there would also be water flooding from the traps? There's definitely something in that water. My senses are going numb and my vision is blurring. At this rate, I won't be able to deal with the next trap," looking at the number of spears aimed at him. Light didn't have a shred of confidence that he could dodge them all while suffering from these debuffs. Meanwhile, in the distance, seeing that the night's condition seemed unstable, Yu Wu hurriedly throttled his bike and lunged forward to save him. Following the back of the protagonist as he sped off, Rachel remembered his earlier words. "Sorry, Rachel. I'm about to take a gamble, so I can't let you get involved. Wait here for a moment." Thinking of this, the girl whispered, "Good luck, Yu Wu." Returning to Yu Wu while riding, he reached out to touch the water flooding from the traps, and sure enough, he immediately gained new concepts. From this concept, you gain 10 plus points in acid and wave. Sure enough, just like before, although I touched the water, what I gained wasn't water but wave. Now I understand. The reason the concept I absorbed earlier was decapitation rather than sword. In another corner, unlike the others who were struggling to dodge traps, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon was still moving freely across the pillars without any difficulty at all. But following her gaze, Yu Wu was speeding straight toward Light as if trying to do something. "Yu Wu, what are you planning?" she asked, frowning. Returning to Yu Wu while driving, he took the time to review his lessons. The state of matter determines what concept I can obtain. Earlier, that hidden weapon was aimed at my neck, so its concept was decapitation, not sword. Thinking of this as if he'd found a way to deal with these damn traps, Yu Wu yelled to Light ahead, "Let me handle this, Light." After speaking, he revved the engine, proactively lunging to intercept the barrage of weapons. As he hit the throttle, the protagonist silently prayed, "If the depth of the myriad poison eyes can be expanded further to allow me to see through the essence or beyond, then I should be able to read the intent of the projectiles fired from the traps." Thinking this, Yu Wu began activating his myriad poison eyes. This made the concepts of all the weapons appear clearly before his eyes. Meanwhile, the night light didn't know Yu Wu's intention, and seeing his friend charging headfirst into the weapons, his eyes went wide in disbelief. "What? Is he charging straight into the traps?" Ignoring the young man, back to Yu Wu, as he charged toward his death, he already had an idea. "I don't need to absorb everything. I just need to mix everything and destroy their form. That's enough." Thinking this, a sphere of some concept gathered in Yu Wu's palm. And this sphere began to draw all the other concepts in the vicinity into Yu Wu's palm. This caused the forms of the weapons to gradually vanish, and seeing this, our protagonist knew his gamble had succeeded. "All right," he shouted. "Over there," right as Yu Wu stopped the bike. The night light hurried over to ask, "Hey Yu Wu, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, Light." "Lucky you're safe, haha, we really had a narrow escape there," Yu Wu laughed. "So what was that about just now?" he asked. By then, Yu Wu took out the sphere of concepts to show him and explained, "I don't know, it seems they all combined into this block. It looks like I've harvested something amazing." Seeing this, Light could only admire Yu Wu. "It looks like you just awakened a new ability. You charged headfirst into the traps, you're a beast," right as his words ended. Before either side could exchange another word, there were countless sounds of wind tearing from the distance caused by flying spears. Facing the attack this time, without needing Yu Wu or Light to act, Dak Go-yeon and Rachel lunged forward and swatted all the weapons aside. After finishing, Dak Go-yeon didn't forget to grumble, "If you guys don't drop that reckless habit, you're going to get into serious trouble sooner or later, hahaha." "Thanks to you two, I was almost done for," Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dak Go-yeon glanced at Light and smirked, "Almost got seriously injured while being so careless, huh?" "What did you say?" Light gritted his teeth. and after they finished clearing the traps, the teleportation circle appeared beneath the group, signaling that they had completed this damn floor. Oh, it seems that was the last trap. It's starting to teleport again, Rachel said anxiously. While the two continued bickering, what is your attitude? Aren't you being a bit harsh on someone who just escaped death? The nightlight asked Doc Goyon while rolling his eyes. But Doc Goyon shot back, who told you to let such a weak trap attack you in the first place? Showing up just in time to show off, you planned to do that from the start, didn't you? Light gritted his teeth, and the only reply to his words was a cold smile from the girl. You still have to ask that now. Back to Yu Wu, seeing the two of them arguing so much, he didn't bother intervening anymore. Haha, these two are funny. But no matter what, whenever we face danger, we rush in to save each other. There's nothing to argue about. But this also proves our group is functioning really well, right? Yu Wu thought to himself before Doc Goyon shattered his fantasy. Of course I was waiting for the critical moment. Because once you owe me, I'm definitely going to collect with interest, the swordswoman said triumphantly, leaving the whole group staring blankly at her. Yu Wu hoped the sense of closeness from earlier wasn't just a hallucination. Shifting to the fourth floor. At this moment, surrounding Yu Wu's group was some sort of ruined architecture, and after turning in all directions to check for a bit, Yu Wu spoke up. The ceiling in this room is lower, huh? At least we won't be attacked from the air like last time. Great, that's better then. Saying that, he pointed behind him, and the little snake Eve in AK-47 mode understood and immediately opened fire. It aimed straight at a spider not far away. However, when hit, the spider only let out a few panic screeches. The bullets themselves only caused sparks when hitting its body. This caused Yu Wu's happy state to instantly fade. Beside him, the nightlight immediately recognized the identity of the monster and warned, "That's a tower spider." Tower spiders are a unique, excellent type of monster found on any floor of the tower, regardless of level. Seeing his attacks had no effect, Yu Wu involuntarily gulped. They're completely unharmed. They even deflected Eve's attack trajectory. Answering the question, Light stood in front of Yu Wu, reaching out his hand to prevent the godlike guy from recklessly rushing in, and explained, "The tower spider's ability is random, regardless of the floor. It seems your weapon isn't strong enough, Yu Wu. Let us handle this room, Doc Goyon. It seems we have to rely on you this time." Hearing this, the swordswoman knew this wasn't the time for jokes, so she nodded. "I understand." Returning to Yu Wu, seeing his own weapon having no effect at all. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, to think monsters this strong appeared already, the guy gritted his teeth. Seeing the difficulty he was having, Doc Goyon sighed and reached out her hand to stop the others. "All right, everyone step back, you too, Yu Wu. Watch closely, this is what you wanted, blast palm." Doc Goyon shouted, and immediately after, a burst of energy shot from her palm straight toward the tower spiders in front. And with just that one blow, she sent them all lying flat on the ground like dead dogs. Seeing this scene, the protagonist gave a crooked smile. Wow, that really is a blast palm. It looks much stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders have been defeated. Beside her, Doc Goyon glanced to verify that none of them had any fighting strength left. Then she said, "Leave finishing them off to him, haha. Where would you find a leader as merciful as me, right?" she said arrogantly. And for an opportunity falling from the sky like this, Yu Wu had no reason to refuse. Immediately, he took out his long sword from his inventory while instructing the two behind him. "All right, Light, you cover the rear, and Rachel, watch the ceiling just in case." "Understood," the two nodded. Returning to Yu Wu after being protected to the teeth by his teammates, the guy calmly walked toward these crippled spiders to leech experience. "This is interesting. Doc Goyon isn't my leader." This content repeats, so the translation is provided again. "This is interesting. Doc Goyon isn't my leader. I thought the godlike guy would leech some experience, but nope." Right as he struck, a metallic clanging sound rang out in the quiet space. Yu Wu's entire body was shaking from the recoil of the strike. Ultimately, it was because his sword, when hacking at the spider, was no different from hacking into a block of iron. "No good, it's too hard," Yu Wu gritted his teeth. And below, the tower spider seemed to be angered by Yu Wu. Its eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. And it leaped straight into the air, wanting to take a bite out of him. Seeing this, Yu Wu quickly took a long step back. Even so, there's always a way. Saying that, our protagonist leaned in to gain momentum and thrust the sword in his hand straight through the spider's head. Ultimately, it's because it was stupid and exposed its soft part for me to slash. You did it, Rachel said happily, while Light breathed a sigh of relief for Yu Wu. Phew, returning to the protagonist, even though he successfully destroyed a tower spider, he still didn't feel a hint of joy. But if slashing doesn't work, it's useless. I can't keep thrusting and withdrawing continuously against such large numbers. This content repeats, so the translation is provided again. But if slashing doesn't work, it's useless. I can't keep thrusting and withdrawing continuously against such large numbers. I have an ultimate item from the previous room, yet I didn't think of it. Now is the right time. Saying that, he took out the chop concept sphere with 20 accumulated points and equipped it into his long sword. This caused his sword to erupt in a glow like molten steel. To check its compatibility with my sword, right after doing so, a notification appeared before Yu Wu. Item evolved due to excellent compatibility. Executioner's Longsword, Chop 30, Magic Sword 30, Slaughter 19, Poison Blood 9, Melting 12. Opposite him, after a moment of rest, the remaining tower spiders had recovered from the impact of Dak Go-yeon's palm strike. Feeling the killing intent from Yu Wu, they all rushed in to play a dogpile game. Seeing this, the protagonist confidently gripped his sword, slowly pulling it back to prepare for the strike. Now, let's try using it. After speaking, Yu Wu swung the sword forward with all his might. And with just a single strike, he easily slashed through the bodies of the 3 tower spiders, the very ones he couldn't even scratch earlier. Behind him, Light's group was amazed, not knowing what Yu Wu had eaten to become this strong. Why so suddenly? Light said, stunned. Meanwhile, Dak Go-yeon was intently watching Yu Wu, as if wanting to see what trick the protagonist had actually used. Returning to our protagonist, at this moment his face showed a bit of surprise. Wait, although the slash was very smooth. Something is not right, it feels really awkward. I think I swung the sword harder than necessary. Let's try again, this time I have to get it right. Saying that, Yu Wu continued to swing his sword at the spiders once again. Returning to Light and Rachel, seeing there were still many spiders, they took the initiative to help. There are too many of them, let us give you a hand. Yeah, Light nodded in agreement. And while they were rushing forward, Dak Go-yeon had noticed something just now. He definitely did something to that sword. In that brief moment, he was able to slash down an enemy he couldn't even scratch before. How can there be someone with such intuitive and overwhelming ability? On top of that, he is developing skills without relying on existing abilities. Normally, when someone enhances a sword or receives a stronger weapon, they would swing it around randomly like an idiot, but he doesn't even have that flaw. Although not immediately, one day he will grasp the core essence of the slash. Even though there is no reason for me to interfere in that process. It would be such a waste to leave it alone. After overcoming the 3 calamities, I pride myself on being the greatest prodigy of the martial arts world. But now I'm watching a talent that makes my own past look so miserable. No, that won't do. Sure enough, this man must belong to me. Thinking this, a dangerous gleam appeared in Dak Go-yeon's eyes while our protagonist was still fighting bloodthirsty, unaware that he had fallen into the girl's target. But very quickly, our protagonist suddenly felt chills run down his spine. Even the motion of swinging the sword in his hand came to a sudden halt as he looked left and right. Hey Yu Wu, what's wrong? Light asked. Nothing, I just suddenly felt a chill down my back. I thought some high-level monster was about to appear, the guy said, bewildered, without noticing that Dak Go-yeon's face behind him had turned pitch black. Then he turned to speak to her. Hey Dak Go-yeon, why are you standing there? Aren't you going to use your blast palm anymore? Why should I? You're doing just fine on your own, aren't you? She said, annoyed. And in reply to her words, Yu Wu gave a mischievous smile. Is that so? I guess I won't need to get you a drink anymore then, since I'm doing just fine on my own. What did you say? Dak Go-yeon said, widening her eyes. Phew, it looks like we're finally done with this room. Light breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, our protagonist started taking out 2 cans of soda, teasing the swordswoman. I guess I'll just have to share them with Light and Rachel then. You just want to keep that soda all to yourself, don't you? Dak Go-yeon said, chasing after him. Back to Light, he suddenly received a notification, a message from the outside. At the same time, not only he but even Yu Wu and Dak Go-yeon received a message. Rachel received one as well. Seeing this, the two temporarily stopped their banter and pondered a message from the outside. But why now did everyone receive it? Scanning the message, Light's expression filled with worry. The message is requesting everyone to evacuate the tower. What? Why so suddenly? And this is a direct message from the headmaster, which means it applies to the whole school. Seriously, I don't want to leave at all. This isn't even a proper warm-up for me, and I haven't even had my soda yet. Unless there's a good explanation, I'm not accepting this, Dak Go-yeon complained irritably. But before she could say much more, Rachel, who was out in front, immediately entered a combat stance and shouted, "It's here." Hearing that, the group startled and looked ahead, discovering that out of nowhere, several spatial rifts had opened before them, and countless tower spiders were swarming out from within. Seeing this scene, they finally understood everything. Ah, so that's it. So that's why they called us out. Looking at the strange phenomenon appearing before them, Light remembered something and added, "This is what we heard about in the meeting, right?" "Seems like it," Dak Go-yeon nodded. "Haha, no wonder the difficulty level was so weird," Yu-woo laughed. Then the swordswoman checked her ID bracelet for a moment and shook her head. The ID bracelet isn't working anymore. It looks like we're completely trapped in this room. So this is what the professor meant about a phenomenon where even students could die in irregular space, Light said in a tense voice. Just then, a wave of tower spiders came pouring straight toward them. Recalling the meeting with Professor Yumina earlier when she spoke about the case where students might meet their end when climbing the tower as freshmen, the possibility of a space pirate invasion. Hearing that, Yu-woo had asked, "What are space pirates?" "I'll explain them later. The problem is that their abnormal invasion causes an irregularity. It's a phenomenon that's impossible to predict. During normal expeditions, you can't die, but once an irregularity occurs, everything becomes completely different. All rules inside the tower will be distorted, and even safety zones will become dangerous. The number of cloned monsters becomes uncontrollable, and the difficulty of the rooms skyrockets abnormally. You could call it hell mode. Besides that, a whole series of problems happens all at once." Hearing her say that, the faces of all three of them turned pale as a pig's liver. Just imagining the prospect of falling into that situation was enough to scare them half to death. Back to the beautiful professor, as you can see, the tower doesn't guarantee absolute safety, so you must remember this well if you happen to get trapped in an irregularity. Remember that it's a truly life-threatening situation. Returning to the present. After grasping their situation, naturally, the group wasn't stupid enough to fight a seemingly infinite wave of monsters. Immediately, Yu-woo started his bike and took Rachel with him to flee, while the other two accelerated to their full speed behind them. The spiders were hot on their heels, refusing to let them go. "We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold out in a tight space is too risky," Yu-woo said, frowning. "It's practically infinite," Dak Go-yeon muttered. And just as the spiders began flooding out of the corridor, Dak Go-yeon unleashed her palm strike, firing a blast of internal energy that blew the spiders away. Along with that, the Night Light continuously swung his sword, sending out blades of sword energy that sliced through the spiders' bodies. While swinging, he shouted, "Dak Go-yeon, don't stop. Worry about yourself first," Dak Go-yeon complained. Following that, the two started fighting in perfect sync, completely blocking the monster wave. However, Yu-woo was a bit worried about their energy consumption. Dak Go-yeon has already killed dozens on the way here. Light is the same, their stamina is being worn down. And even Rachel's hair has become darker, she can't even speak anymore. If her hair changes completely, could something terrible happen? These spiders are tough, what should I do? Yu-woo panicked internally. Back to the swordswoman. During a brief moment of respite, she turned to the protagonist. That beast girl seems to have completely lost her sanity. Who would have expected something like this to happen? "I can't keep this up much longer. If we don't get a break, it's going to be dangerous." As she spoke, she rolled her wrists, which were aching from firing so many palm blasts. Opposite her, without a second thought, Yu-woo immediately took a can of soda from his inventory and handed it to her. "Oh my, this is..." Dak Go-yeon asked. "Just drink it. I'll hold them off, so take a break and drink," the guy advised worriedly, before such a gentlemanly gesture. Doc Goyon's face flushed slightly as she took the soda. Haha, can you actually handle it? She teased, of course I can, just watch closely, here we go. Saying that, Yu Wu pulled out a grenade from who knows where, pulled the pin, and threw it right into the center of the spiders ahead. Following that, the grenade created a violent explosion. It sent spider limbs flying in every direction. What was that? What kind of power is that? Light exclaimed in shock. How is it? Amazing, right? I put a lot of work into creating it. Take a break, Light, Yu Wu laughed and started driving his bike to lunge forward and leech experience. While going, Yu Wu also took the opportunity to absorb concepts from the spiders' bodies and thought to himself. Rachel looks like she's still full of energy, but she's a bit unpredictable right now. Monsters are appearing more and more. How do I know how much time we have left? Letting Light and Doc Goyon rest is the best choice. Meanwhile, I have to take down as many monsters as possible. I have to stall for time so they can recover, Yu Wu thought before being distracted by a notification screen appearing before him. Poison blood of the executioner's long sword increased by 15. You have understood and grasped a bit of the concept of slash. Depth of slash reached level 2. As the notification appeared, the sword in Yu Wu's hand was suddenly covered in a weirdly ominous red aura. Is the sword turning red? Yu Wu frowned. Looking at the transformed sword in his hand, the protagonist had no time to study it. Though I don't know what poison blood is based on, testing it will tell me. Saying that, Yu Wu gripped the sword tight and swung it in a powerful arc, causing the two spiders in front to be instantly sliced in two, and after that one strike, Yu Wu realized the difference from before. Wait a minute, the trace of the sword, it's expanding. Thinking about the previous situation, if chop helps enhance the slash, then poison blood helps expand the attack range and distance by draining my blood. Let's see, I can't use it too often. Every slash feels like I'm donating blood. It makes me crave chocolate. The guy panicked, thinking about this disobedient sword. Behind him, Light noticed Yu Wu's sword changing again and asked, "Did you get something interesting again? What's up with that sword aura?" Without answering, Yu Wu scanned the area and asked, "Rachel, where is she?" Hearing that, the knight looked to the side and shook his head. "She's busy slaughtering spiders over there. We shouldn't approach her right now." Hearing this, Yu Wu looked toward Rachel, where she was screeching like a wild beast and smashing every spider that dared to come near her. Seeing this scene, he sighed and advised, "Both of you don't rush in yet, just rest a bit longer." "No need, Yu Wu. Thanks to you, I've rested enough. You should look around." "The spider swarm has decreased significantly," Light said softly, making Yu Wu look around in surprise and realize that the monster count had indeed dropped sharply. "You're right now that you mention it," turning toward Doc Goyon. At this moment, she also observed the surroundings and said, "The pressure has dropped completely. Usually when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle has reached its conclusion, or something stronger is about to appear." Light stroked his chin, and sure enough, very quickly Rachel, who was fighting ferociously, also noticed something strange and ceased her movements, turning to face one side, where a spatial rift was slowly forming. And from within it, a gigantic spider crawled out, looking at the monster's body, which was as big as a building. Light said in a daze, "It's too late." Beside him, the protagonist's eyes went wide, not understanding what was happening. "What's going on? Didn't they say giant monsters like this only appear after the 50th floor? Seeing Yu Wu's innocence, the swordswoman complained, "Don't you get tired of constantly whining whenever something abnormal happens? Hearing it so much makes me want to bleed from my hands." Then, as if their luck wasn't already bad enough, Light noticed something and fearfully patted the protagonist's shoulder. "Hey, Yu Wu, what is it, Light?" "Focus on the elite monster in front of us first," Yu Wu hurriedly said. Seeing that, Light blurted out, "Is it possible there's more than one elite monster in this room?" Hearing this, Yu Wu started in fear and looked behind him. "What are you talking about?" After saying that, Yu Wu got his answer when another supermassive spider hit his line of sight. At this moment, the faces of both Yu Wu and Light turned purple like someone on the brink of death. "Oh shit, this is really bad. There are two high-level monsters." Looking at this scene, Light's teeth were chattering. "What do we do? Is there any record of a case like this in our school textbook?" he asked fearfully, and while the group hadn't found a way to respond beside them, As if feeling the intense threat from the giant spider, Rachel gritted her teeth and took the initiative to lunge at it, leaving Yu Wu and Light at a loss for words. "Oh my god, she's attacking without any control," Light complained, "but having her is still better than nothing." Yu Wu replied and quickly offered a plan. "Light, keep an eye on Rachel. Each of us will take one of them front and back. Behind is me and Doc Goyon. We'll try our best." "All right, understood." "I got it." Saying that, the knight gripped his sword and lunged to support the shy girl. Returning to Yu Wu, standing face to face with this spider, he finally realized how messed up it was. "Well, that's easy to say. I was confident when we said we'd split up, but what do I do now?" The spiders from before could only be handled with chop and poison blood, but with something this big, I don't know if my current attacks will work. The more he thought, the less confident Yu Wu felt. As if feeling his anxiety, the swordswoman took a step forward. "Didn't you say me and Doc Goyon just a moment ago? Knowing you can't win, but still refusing to seek my help. Is that called pride or stubbornness?" she whispered into Yu Wu's ear, making his face flush slightly. "What?" Yu Wu reflexively said. "You like this taste, right? It's quite unique, but not bad at all. From now on, pay the price for that sweetness." "The price might be a bit high, but don't think of this as a debt." As she spoke, Doc Goyon slowly drew the sword at her hip. And this was the first time Yu Wu had seen her use a weapon. "Doc Goyon, a sword. She can fight barehanded. Why is this? Is she purposely showing me something?" The protagonist wondered, and not knowing if she possessed mind-reading abilities. She turned back to explain, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't overthink it." Hearing her say that, our protagonist turned beet red. "Ah, yeah, sorry." The protagonist mumbled. This embarrassed appearance of his maid Doc Goyon burst into laughter. "You're only missing one thing. I'll show you just this once. And if it's you, just this one slash is enough to get the answer." Thinking this, Doc Goyon's whole body erupted with intense energy. And in a serious voice, she reminded the protagonist, "Hey Yu Wu, watch closely." As she spoke, she slowly pulled her sword back, and the aura she radiated became more serious than ever. However, at this very moment, Yu Wu suddenly heard noise from Light's position. "Hey Rachel. You idiot, don't hunt me, go hunt the monsters," Light struggled to say as he tried to use his sword to block the busty girl. Because she had lost her sanity and turned to attack her own teammates. And while the two were struggling with each other, the giant spider behind seized the opportunity to fire a massive strand of silk aimed right at them. Then during the struggle, only Rachel managed to react in time and jump to the side. Light, however, was shot and stuck directly into the wall by the silk. And seeing this spider dare to interfere in her battle, Rachel roared at it to threaten it. Looking at the scene, the protagonist's head was dripping with sweat. "Oh my god, what a total mess." As he spoke, Doc Goyon's reminder rang out. "Hey Yu Wu, where are you looking? Focus on me." Hearing that, Yu Wu turned back. "I'm looking, but the spider on the other side." "I told you it was okay." Because now only one spider remained on that side, Doc Goyon calmly said, as when Yu Wu turned back, she had simultaneously swung her sword to attack. And with just a single strike, she sliced the spider in two before it could react. Through Yu Wu's eyes, he could see Doc Goyon's movement clearly. Her arm swept up from below, such a simple motion. From just that incredibly simple movement, "I saw the death that divides the world," he thought to himself. Then, witnessing this ultimate technique, Yu Wu's mind became slightly dizzy, as if too much information was being uploaded at once. At the same moment, countless system notification screens appeared around him. Advanced skill grasped immediately. Power control ability enhanced. Depth of myriad poison eyes, myriad hearing ears, myriad speech god increased by 5 points. Successfully comprehended a portion of the extremely powerful and complex concept of martial arts. Depth of Wraith is 390. Depth of Martial Dao is 97. Depth of Swordsmanship is 52. You have observed the essence of the slash. Depth reached 15. Back to Yu Wu, there was no time to pay attention to the notifications. His head was still aching as if it were about to split in two. There were no words to describe it. Just by glancing at her martial arts for a moment, his stats had skyrocketed. The power felt like when he broke through Optima's energy field. That must be the upgraded version of the death-dealing slash he displayed before. My god, how could someone impart such intense willpower into a sword? The concept of death that I discovered was too clear and vivid, to the point where it made me feel terrified. Thinking this, the protagonist couldn't help but tremble when imagining having to face such an attack. And it wasn't until Dak Go-yeon noticed he was dazed after her slash that she called out, "Hey, Yu Wu, were you watching carefully? Don't expect to see it a second time." As she spoke, she leaned her face close to Yu Wu's. This startled him into stepping backward. "Why are you dodging?" she asked. "Well, it's the same every time, you're standing way too close," Yu Wu stammered, setting that aside. Dak Go-yeon casually tossed the elite spider's core to the protagonist. Isn't this the core from that high-level spider earlier?" he shouted in surprise. And according to his gaze, the stats of this core were not trivial at all. Vitality 3, Body 11, Demon 12, Crustacean 15, Spiderweb 10, Resistance 1. Seeing this, the protagonist felt a bit awkward, not knowing if he should keep it. Dak Go-yeon was the one who defeated it, so is it okay for me to just take it like this? He thought, looking at the swordswoman with an indescribable expression. As if sensing his current mood, she smirked and teased, "Oh, come on, that's just a reward. Don't be shy, just take it." Hearing her say that, the protagonist quietly turned his head away in embarrassment. Then, while the two of them were getting flirty, the nightlight, stuck on the side watching this dog food scene, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Hey, you two, stop being so lovey-dovey and hurry over to help me." "Right now, Rachel has gone completely insane," Light said, looking at Rachel not far away in terror as she was literally beating the elite spider into a pulp. "It looks like Light is completely useless, huh? I'm going to be defeated in a second. In this situation, only one person can stop her." Who else but Dak Go-yeon, Yu Wu thought, looking at the strongest combatant in his team. However, seeing her stand there with her arms crossed, looking like it was none of her business, the protagonist started breaking out into a cold sweat. "Don't look at me like that. I'm done with my part in this battle," the swordswoman complained, but because she couldn't actually beat Rachel. Yu Wu had to try his best to persuade her. "I know you don't like it, but this is an irregularity after all. If one of us dies, who knows what will happen." Before he could finish, the limbs of that elite spider suddenly started moving again. It seemed it hadn't kicked the bucket yet. "Sure enough, all right then, I'll play with that little beast," Dak Go-yeon said while cracking her knuckles to warm up. This made Yu Wu's face light up. "Oh, that's more like it," he said happily, but Dak Go-yeon had her own conditions. "In exchange, you have to finish off the thing at your feet. Now, beast, don't stay up there, come down here," as she spoke. Dak Go-yeon casually fired a burst of internal energy to hit the shy girl's face to draw her attention. "Wait a minute, Dak Go-yeon," the protagonist started to say, but Dak Go-yeon cut him off. "Let's have some fun together," feeling provoked. Rachel gritted her teeth and roared like a wild beast, then leaped straight at her. Rachel's landing was so heavy that the ground instantly cracked into pieces, but Dak Go-yeon easily dodged it. At the same time, she continued to provoke Rachel to lure her away. "Over here, beast," Dak Go-yeon laughed. Just like that, Rachel lunged repeatedly to attack Dak Go-yeon without any thought at all. And after a missed punch, Dak Go-yeon easily grabbed Rachel's wrist and swung her arm to slam her body hard against the ground. "Oh my god, not there," I said, "over here." "Haha, just blindly charging at someone stronger. Get up, beast, you still have plenty of energy, don't you? I'll play with you until you're somewhat conscious again. Feel free to run and jump as much as you want," Dak Go-yeon teased. Rachel, upon hearing that, went even more insane. Seeing this scene, Yu Wu began to get goosebumps. Good god, it feels like she's actually playing with her. Returning to Dak Go-yeon while restraining Rachel, she had a free hand to turn and remind the protagonist, "Now is not the time to be careless, Yu Wu." Hearing this, Yu Wu drew his sword and turned to face the elite spider. "I know what you're trying to say. But isn't this mission too tough, teacher?" he stammered. Because even if this elite spider had been injured by Rachel earlier, it was still a formidable opponent for him. "If you observed my attack carefully, you'd be able to do it," Dak Go-yeon said, giving the protagonist a confident look which only made him give a silly smile. "Haha, what on earth makes you say that?" After speaking without waiting for the protagonist to complain further, the spider launched its attack, slamming one of its legs toward him, which sent Yu Wu flying. "Hey Yu Wu, are you okay?" Light asked worriedly. "What the hell, did those two just start fighting as soon as they left?" he shouted in surprise. And Yu Wu seemed to feel like this spider was looking down on him. "Just a little breath left and it still thinks it can handle me." "Alright, fine. Then let's try this, Eve," Yu Wu shouted, and right after that, magic circles appeared around the spider, and from within them, chains shot out to wrap tightly around its legs. "Is he tying up the spider?" Light shouted in amazement at the sight before him. Meanwhile, Yu Wu took advantage of the spider being restrained to lunging forward to attack. "I'll use Eve to immobilize it. Then I'll add chop and poison blood and attack at close range." Right after that, Yu Wu swung the sword in his hand, slicing straight at the spider's face. This caused a deep wound to appear on its eye, and it shrieked in pain. "Take this," he said refreshingly. However, Light, stuck on the side watching, furrowed his brows. "What's going on, Yu Wu? Something doesn't seem right." In the distance, Doc Go-yeon, while dodging attacks, also muttered, "Too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to split its head open." "What are you doing, Yu Wu?" Returning to the protagonist at this moment, he had realized that besides making the spider even more enraged, his attacks hadn't caused much damage. Was the slash too shallow? Why is that? Is it because poison blood wasn't activated correctly? Thinking about it, it makes sense. I've never used two abilities consecutively before. Thinking of this, the spider in front began putting strength into its legs, causing the chains to break instantly. And just like that, its leg slammed hard toward Yu Wu, creating a not-so-small explosion. "Damn it," the protagonist sighed. In the distance, Light saw this and shouted in worry, while Doc Go-yeon's face went blank for a brief moment. Then when the dust settled, Yu Wu's form appeared once again. Luckily, as if heaven was blessing him, he had managed to use the sword in his hand to block the attack. However, even though he blocked it, just from that direct impact, Yu Wu felt like the bones in his entire body were about to fall apart. Huff huff, for a split second I thought I wouldn't be able to block that attack. The moment it touched the blade, I changed the angle. If I had taken that blow head-on, both the sword and my arm would surely have broken. But how did I sense it? Truly, in that split second, the moment felt like an eternity. Could it be because I saw Doc Go-yeon's swordsmanship? Yu Wu thought to himself. At the same time, because he had survived this life-or-death situation, his ability increased just a little bit. During the process of countering the enemy's attack, you have perceived and grasped the concept of flow. Depth of flow increased to level 5. Looking at this, Yu Wu used his sword to steady himself as he stood up. At the same time, he was able to confirm his thought, so that's how it is. That sword slash was what influenced me. Haha, that's truly amazing. Yu Wu hadn't expected he could awaken a facet of martial arts. Even if I can't imitate her swordsmanship exactly, perhaps I know what I have to do now. Thinking of this, a fighting spirit welled up in Yu Wu's heart as he confidently stood before the elite spider. "Alright, spider, let's try this one more time. Come on." As he spoke, he stared straight into its eyes with an extremely serious expression. And in response to this provocation, the elite spider started using its 4 front legs to strike at him all at once. However, by some miracle, Yu Wu swung the sword in his hand like a machine, blocking every single one of the massive creature's attacks. Watching the two of them clashing like this, Light, stuck watching from the side, quickly realized something. There is a concept called parrying. It's the technique of blocking or deflecting an opponent's attack. It can obstruct enemy attacks or avoid fatal injuries. If done well, it can even open up opportunities for a counterattack, but that technique is purely tactical. Reality is not that simple. On a real battlefield, most people lose their lives before they can learn that technique, or they use other fighting methods. After all, you only have one life. Usually it would be like that, but Yu Wu, how in a situation like this could he demonstrate that technique? Didn't he say he had never touched a sword before? The more he thought, the more Light became curious about Yu Wu's growth rate. Returning to the protagonist, At this moment, he seemed to be splitting into 3 bodies, dividing into 3 directions to deflect attacks coming from all 4 sides of the giant beast. While blocking, Yuwu's eyes widened, staring straight at his opponent while waiting for an opportunity. And just when he saw the spider swing its leg to attack again, Yuwu saw his chance. It's now a head-on attack, block it, and for the one coming from the side, deflect it. Thinking this, Yuwu swung his sword to deflect the leg heading toward him to one side. Then, the spider swung another leg at him from the side. Facing this attack, Yuwu placed the sword on his shoulder, letting the leg slide along the blade to deflect it elsewhere. Done, Yuwu breathed a sigh of relief internally, great, bit by bit. It's becoming clearer, come closer. Back to the battle between Dak Go-yeon and Rachel. This was a one-sided battle in the literal sense, as the beast girl was being toyed with by Dak Go-yeon no differently than a cat playing with a mouse. And as if she were bored of the game, Dak Go-yeon casually tripped Rachel, causing her to lose her balance and face-plant into the ground. Ignoring the shy girl, Dak Go-yeon turned her attention to the protagonist's battle. Unbelievable. I tried to imagine what you would gain from observing my sword slash. But you showed me something I didn't expect. Hey Yuwu, in the Central Plains, there is a martial arts style that uses the essence of flow, but very few people study it. Deflecting an opponent's power is a technique that captures the timing in the blink of an eye. In just 1/10 of a millionth of a second, since the risk is so high and it requires so much strength. Most people seek easier techniques. For someone who has always pursued overwhelming martial arts like me, you opened up a different perspective. I didn't expect something I once considered a trivial skill not worth learning could be so profound and look so cool. Thinking of this, the swordswoman's face flushed slightly before she was awakened by Rachel's shout. Thank you, beast, for pointing out my embarrassing state. Hey, let me go, Light called out. Without responding to his request, after giving Rachel a painful flick on the head, Dak Go-yeon focused her thoughts again, but just deflecting it isn't enough to end the battle. If I want to win, I have to look at the bigger picture. If we've reached this step, show me, Yuwu. If you have mastered the flow technique to deflect the opponent's power, then naturally you can utilize that power to counterattack. Returning to Yuwu, just as Dak Go-yeon had said, the protagonist understood this. So he was still focused on observing to find an opening. Then, just as the elite spider thrust its leg toward Yuwu again, he took the initiative to lunge forward to block the blow. It's now used the enemy's piercing power. Rotate combined with chop techniques. Thinking this, Yuwu brought the sword to the side to deflect the spider's leg. At the same time, he utilized the push force to perform a spin to increase his slashing power. Along with that, he combined the 2 characteristics of poison blood and chop into this strike, and swung his sword straight at the spider's face, causing a deep slash to appear on its face, resulting in the spider shrieking like a house on fire. Behind him, Dak Go-yeon saw this and clenched her fist in excitement. That's it. That's how you do it. Well done, she cheered internally. Returning to Yuwu, after seeing the spider had officially fallen, he collapsed onto the ground, panting from exhaustion. To reward his efforts, the system quickly issued a notification. Temporarily synthesizing the root of the concept is the way to create more powerful concepts. Depth of the concepts: poison, air, language increased by 5 points. Looking at these notifications, Yuwu couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, I actually did it. It increased by that much, he asked himself internally. However, before he could check his own status, Light and Dak Go-yeon called out for help. Hey Yuwu, could you handle this for me? Light said, still stuck in the spider silk, while Rachel was still going crazy attacking Dak Go-yeon. And this thing too, Dak Go-yeon reminded him. Back to Yuwu, after hearing this, he could only give a crooked smile. Everyone is asking me for help just because I defeated one elite monster. Huh? Light, you're a genius, right? In response, Light's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm stuck and can't use magic. In response, even Dak Go-yeon had to nod in agreement. This monster has incredible durability and strength. I wish I were stuck like that fool. The swordswoman complained, which made Yuwu's eyes widen as he got an idea. That sounds interesting, he muttered. Immediately, the protagonist began to implement his idea. Understanding the concept of the spider silk wrapping light, I'll feed it to Eve, so I just need a monster-catching net. Saying that, he absorbed the concepts from the spider silk and fed it to the little snake Eve. You have acquired the concept of spiderweb. Depth of Eve's concept is 25, larger than the level 16 spiderweb. At this moment, after absorbing the concept, Eve's body transformed into a cage made of chains. Then Yuwu threw the chain net straight at Rachel. This startled her and she didn't react in time, resulting in her whole body being tightly wrapped by the chains. The more Rachel struggled, the tighter they wrapped. Seeing this, Yuwu laughed triumphantly. Haha, feel free to struggle, Rachel. It's even sturdier, it can also drain your magic power. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Yuwu said with a smile before the chains began wrapping around Rachel's body in an incredibly strange way. This made Light and Yuwu's faces flush crimson the more they looked. Then the Night Light reached out his hands to cover Yuwu's eyes and warned, "You shouldn't be looking at that." In response, Yuwu irritably gritted his teeth and complained, "What about you then?" "I'm fine," Light stammered. Back to the swordswoman Dak Goyon. Seeing that everything had stabilized, she scanned the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Phew, thank God, this room hasn't been transformed yet. That chain seems useful. At the same time, Yuwu's bracelet began sounding warning alerts, making him feel rushed as he warned the group, "My ID bracelet is ringing again. Let's get out of here quickly." Hearing this, Dak Goyon nodded. "Right, let's go." Before they could even move, a red energy orb suddenly appeared behind them. And from inside the orb, a strange voice rang out, "You children have passed the test." Ahead, Yuwu's group was startled and became vigilant. Then the protagonist turned his eyes toward the source of the sound and questioned, "Who's speaking?" in response. The energy orb slowly transformed into the figure of a woman. Then she extended her hand toward the group and made an offer. "I will grant you a reward right now. I will give you the chance to form a contract with the supervisor of the Myriad Eyes." Time passed quickly. Shifting to the outside of the tower, at this moment, Professor Yumina was anxiously waiting for her students because the children hadn't come out of the tower yet. However, she didn't have to wait long before Yuwu's group was teleported outside through a teleportation array. "Phew, is anyone injured?" Yuwu asked. "Where are we?" Light asked curiously. "This is the place where we went in," Dak Goyon replied. Back to Professor Yumina, seeing her students had returned, she ran over to check on them with a face full of anxiety. "Are you all right? Are you injured or do you have any lasting effects?" Seeing her face, which looked as if she were about to cry, Yuwu gave a smile and reassured her. "We're fine, teacher. We're all okay. Please calm down." Hearing this, the professor's small heart couldn't settle back into a normal rhythm. Although the emergency evacuation notice had malfunctioned, she was still very worried because she didn't see anyone coming out, but thank God you're all safe. "So what happened in there, could you tell me?" The professor's question startled the whole group. Then Yuwu scratched his head and stammered, For that, let's go into the room and sit down first, shall we?" Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to an empty area with no one around. Now, our protagonist finally had the time to ask for a detailed explanation regarding the incident in the tower. "So, what exactly happened here? We were pulled into a very strange place shortly after the fourth room transformed right after we entered. During the time we were stuck there, what on earth happened here?" Responding to Yuwu's question, the professor's expression turned somber as she replied. "The truth is, a student was murdered by an intruder who came from the outside. The academy is trying to handle the situation, but the student's teammates are devastated. That was likely the cause of the unusual phenomena earlier. We've mentioned these intruders before, haven't we?" Opposite her, Yumina's previous warnings surfaced in his mind. Those space-robbing bandits target new students, killing them and stealing their certification cards. They won't be able to respawn and will be imprisoned there forever. Thinking of this, the protagonist broke out in a cold sweat and tentatively asked, "So, have we found that intruder yet?" To this question, Yumina could only shake her head. They escaped, the students there couldn't stop them. Hearing this from the professor, the swordswoman Dak Goyon, who was listening nearby, voiced her own speculation. "It seems this test was rigged. Even if they aren't students of this place, there are always people desperate enough to climb the Tower of Babel. To them, the new students who have just entered the tower are just juicy prey. They murder the new students who pass the entrance exam just to ruin the reputation of the Tower Climbing Academy. Then they infiltrate the academy using the stolen certification cards. After that, from the academy's perspective, she continued. Confronting intruders is a mandatory test, placing a huge responsibility on their shoulders, isn't it? As she spoke, Dok Go-yeon looked at Yumina with a teasing glint in her eyes. Her words seemed entirely accurate, leaving Yumina unable to offer a single rebuttal. Turning back to Dok Go-yeon, seeing Yumina's confused expression as she struggled to explain, the girl sighed and mocked. Honestly, this place is just fantastic, isn't it? Intruders break blatantly into the tower, which is on academy territory, yet the academy can't even stop them from slaughtering their own students. No wonder the title of Best Academy is being called into question. Behind them, Yuwoo's group fell silent as if contemplating something. Only Professor Yumina couldn't agree with this viewpoint. You've misunderstood something, Dok Go-yeon. Protecting the students is the academy's responsibility, but once they enter the tower, they are on their own. Furthermore, the fact that the tower allows intruders to enter is unchangeable. That is simply the will of the tower. Saying this, Yumina lowered her head slightly, as if she didn't dare to face her students. The swordswoman, hearing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. The will of the tower, if that's the case, then I have no reason to stay here anymore. Having said that, she immediately used her pendant to teleport somewhere else, leaving Yumina unable to stop her. Nearby, the protagonist, hearing this, spoke up to explain. Please understand her, Professor. Unpleasant things happened inside the tower. Turning to Yumina, only now did she realize that ever since they returned, Yuwoo's group had been in a strange mood, so she asked, Tell me, Yuwoo, what exactly happened in there? To her question, the protagonist was a bit reserved, but then he laid it all out. Just before we returned, we encountered the Watcher of the Stars. As soon as the answer was given, Professor Yumina's face grew panicked. The Almighty Protectors, or the Observers, they absorb countless dimensions. And when they find someone they like, they enter into a contract through that person. They are transcendent existences that have a massive influence on that dimension. They grant power, powerful magic, transcendent skills, artifacts, and more to force others to obey them, but in return, they demand quite a lot. Even so, there are still those who refuse such things, but thinking about it, in a world where power is extremely valuable, there is nothing more tempting than what they offer. The Watchers of the Stars are truly very attractive partners. Returning to Professor Yumina after taking a few seconds to calm down, she curiously asked, A Watcher of the Stars is in this world? Responding to this, Yuwoo nodded with a very certain expression. That's right. The observer of all living things told me that with a very strange tone. That entity promised me power in exchange for fulfilling its requests. Reaching this point, the protagonist's expression became a bit confused. However, the female professor didn't seem to notice that. Instead, she looked at Yuwoo with a beaming face and congratulated him. That's wonderful, everyone. Being offered a contract with a Watcher of the Stars in the first few days of entering the tower is an event recorded in the Academy for the first time. Just having a contract with a Watcher of the Stars this early means your talent has already been recognized, she said excitedly, not noticing that the more she talked, the darker the expressions of Light and Rachel became. Meanwhile, the protagonist, seeing himself so highly regarded, found it hard to believe. Is it really that good? He asked again, and the professor nodded repeatedly. Do you think I would lie to you? Turning back to Yuwoo, being evaluated so highly didn't make him too happy. Instead, he asked his professor, confused, Professor, how does the Academy react to contractors and the Watchers of the Stars? Hearing his question, Yumina was thoughtful for a few seconds, but then answered immediately. Naturally, they remain neutral, but if such an opportunity really appears, they will naturally encourage you to seize it. I understand, so the Academy encourages us to accept this contract, Yuwoo replied. To help the protagonist understand better, Professor Yumina added, That's correct. Among the dimensions, the tower is the place the Watchers of the Stars pay the most attention to. No one is more suited to climb the tower than someone with a contract with the stars. Returning to the protagonist's thoughts, the more he listened, the deeper his internal skepticism grew. It's unbelievable that a place like the Academy has zero defenses against such an intruder. Sure, they might be friendly and not harmful, but there's so little information about them that you can't be sure about anything. It's truly confusing, he said to himself before being awakened by Yumina's question. So Yu Wu, what exactly did the observer of all living things ask of you? She asked excitedly, her face full of curiosity. And responding to this was an answer she didn't want to hear at all. As he spoke, Yu Wu's expression began to change. Well, that entity asked me to assassinate. That entity promised to enter into a contract with two of us if one of us killed the other first. That is what the Watcher of the Stars requested. Time shifted back to the moment the Watcher of the Stars made its request to the group. Only those who harbor the thirst for power shall offer me songs and hymns. Children with incredible potential, cut the throat of your teammate and offer it to me. And I will make you my most trusted servant until you reach the peak of this tower and receive what you desire. My love will never leave you. Now do it. As she spoke, the silhouette of the red girl reached her hand toward the group, as if inviting them to slaughter one another. And of course, Yu Wu found this request completely ridiculous. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Demanding they kill their friends just to receive power. Who could actually do that? You think I'd follow that? Isn't that right, isn't it? He thought while turning to look at Dak Go-yeon with a somewhat uncertain gaze. If Dak Go-yeon really went crazy, no one in the group could stop her. And sure enough, not disappointing him, facing this request, Dak Go-yeon stepped forward a few paces and glared at the Watcher of the Stars. Leave me alone, she said in a cold voice, releasing her power. Returning to reality after hearing the story, the professor felt uneasy for the group. She knew that things wouldn't be as simple as just a few words as the protagonist described. So that's what happened, huh? She probably had to release all her energy, right? Yumina exclaimed, and Yu Wu nodded. Yes, she forced the Watcher of the Stars to back off. But treating our lives like toys like this is truly horrifying. Reaching this point, Yu Wu paused for a moment and asked, so does this mean we can't enter the tower until the end of the week? It seems too dangerous. They will monitor this tower until next week to prevent any intruders, Yumina answered. This made Yu Wu have to recalculate his plans as he needed to increase his power to be able to beat that rock man. The sparring match with Erecto takes place on Tuesday, but now he can't climb the tower. That's a disadvantage, for sure. So how do I train for the rest of the time? Yu Wu sighed inwardly before remembering something. He turned to ask his professor, Professor, I plan to report the incident that occurred in the tower along with the recording we have. Would that be okay? To his request, the professor was thoughtful for a few seconds and nodded. That's fine, but if possible, I would love to hear the report while having a meal with you guys, but it seems that won't be possible, right? As she spoke, she looked at Rachel, who was sitting dejectedly on the side. With them in this state, Yu Wu could only shake his head. Yes. Everyone seems to be completely exhausted. Turning to Professor Yumina regarding what her students had gone through, she could only offer a few words of comfort. I understand, Yu Wu, Light, Rachel, you all did very well. I will ensure that nothing like this happens again starting next week. I hope none of you have a biased view of the Academy. Today, you should just rest as much as you can. Hearing this, Light's mood improved a little and he turned to reply, yes, thank you, Professor. Have a nice weekend. After speaking, Light and Rachel used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Yu Wu was about to do the same, Yumina suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Yu Wu, I have a question. I'll get straight to the point. That observer of all living things didn't just promise to contract with two of the four, but directly designated you and Dak Go-yeon, right? Her accurate guess left Yu Wu stunned, and then. The two of you can certainly reach the peak of the tower together. Yes, definitely. But only if you eliminate these burdens. As the entity spoke, it pointed toward Light and Rachel, who were standing guard nearby. Hearing him say that, both of their faces went numb. Ignoring this, the observer of all living things continued. Now, my beloved children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise that the two of you will climb the tower side by side. The two of you will be left with the purest and most concentrated potential to defeat everything, except the power that I possess. It is what this world revolves around. Now, my beloved children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise that the two of you will climb the tower side by side. The two of you will be left with the purest and most concentrated potential to defeat everything. Except the power that I possess, it is what this world revolves around. Seeing his roommate like that, Yu-Wu mumbled a few words. Impressive, isn't it? Even Rachel can't be cheerful. How can you be so comfortable sitting like that? It looks really annoying. As he spoke, Yu-Wu unfastened his tie, while Light turned to look at him and spoke in a tone that sounded somewhat distant. Yu-Wu, are you mocking me because I'm sitting abnormally? Hearing this, Yu-Wu hurriedly turned back to explain, What? I didn't think like that at all. Behind him, Light seemed to realize he had spoken too harshly, so he lowered his head and said, Sorry, actually I want to dig a hole and bury myself. Feel free to berate me. I didn't mean it that way, Yu-Wu said, flustered. But for some reason, these words made Light laugh sarcastically. Honestly, I'm not even worth you wasting your breath to berate. On this side, the more Yu-Wu listened, the more he felt like his friend's brain was misfiring. Why is he reacting like that? He's usually such an arrogant person, Yu-Wu asked himself inwardly. Then suddenly Light said coldly, Hey, Yu-Wu, to be honest, I kind of hate you. Responding to this, Yu-Wu decided not to offer him any face anymore and admitted it too. Haha, so what? I hate you too. We finally found something in common, huh? That was what Yu-Wu thought to himself but didn't dare say out loud. I really want to say that, but I have to endure it. I have to suck it up, because calling an idiot is very rude, Yu-Wu thought, clenching his fists in frustration. Then, after a few seconds to calm himself, the protagonist sat down on a chair to listen to the other. Hey. Light, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if you complain, it's fine. I'll listen to it all. As he spoke, he stared intensely at the night, and only upon hearing these words from the protagonist did Light finally open up and share his story. I'm the same. In my world, I'm one of the greatest geniuses. I'm not exaggerating. Family, subordinates, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted the holy sword to me, not out of flattery, but because of the faith everyone placed in me. I was able to enter into a contract with the holy sword and come to this academy with everyone's expectations. But what is this? What the hell am I doing? Why does he treat me like a useless burden? Saying this, Light's mental state seemed a bit unstable. This forced Yu-Wu to hurriedly offer comfort. Hey, Light, the words of those holy objects or whatever, you don't need to pay attention to them. Without waiting for Yu-Wu to finish, Light cut him off. Whether they are holy objects or not, you call them whatever you want because you're the chosen one, but I'm different. In the end, I'm just an outsider compared to the two of you who have been chosen. Above all, they are divine beings, transcendent beings, much stronger and more knowledgeable than humans. With an offer like that, how can you and Doc Go-Yeon easily reject it like that? Light raised his voice to challenge Yu-Wu. This left the protagonist silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly explained for Light to understand, because it's clearly meaningless, that kind of proposal. There are many ways to become strong without anyone having to die. Both you and I, no one came here to listen to that stuff, right? Yu-Wu asked again, but these words didn't seem to be enough to sway the knight. He still recoiled and shook his head. You say that because you're a superior genius. Actually, if that's what's needed to be chosen. I probably would have hesitated and sacrificed all of you. I probably couldn't have refused as decisively as you and Doc Go-Yeon. I would have chosen that. The truth is, I feel very resentful, very scared, and I can't forgive myself. Saying this, Light's expression became indescribably complicated. Time passed quickly, and no one knew how they ended the conversation. But now, Yu-Wu had finished his shower and sighed as he looked at Light lying on the bed. And as if sensing the protagonist's gaze, Light spoke up. Yu-Wu, I'm sorry for whining like that earlier. It wasn't your fault, yet I acted jealously. I told some unpleasant stories. I'm truly sorry, Light said in a voice filled with remorse. Seeing him say that, Yu-Wu offered a light smile, brushed the whole thing off, and smiled. We're friends, after all. I'm ready to listen anytime. I'm going out for a bit. If you want to drink chocolate, go ahead. Usually, unpleasant things gradually fade away after eating something sweet. Having said that, Yu-Wu placed a cup of hot chocolate on the table and, on the bed, Light replied softly, Thank you. Back to Yu Wu after closing the door. And walking out into the hallway, he thought inwardly, he has changed completely since we first met. I need to be more careful with my words next time, Yu Wu reminded himself. At the same time, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon, walking down the hallway, bumped into him and ran over excitedly. Oh, you're back. At least we don't have to go inside. How lucky. Hearing Dak Go-yeon's voice, Yu Wu suddenly became flustered and shouted, Why are you here? This is the men's dormitory, the sun god said, his eyes widening. Seeing this, Dak Go-yeon hurriedly reached out and signaled him to shut his mouth. SHHH. If no one sees it, it's not a mistake. Didn't you know that? As she spoke, Dak Go-yeon offered a very playful smile. And before Yu Wu could complain any further, she dragged him away to another spot. Scene shifts to some wooden benches outside. As they sat down, Yu Wu shrugged and said, So, did you come here because the branch cafe was too crowded? Without answering Yu Wu's question, Dak Go-yeon turned to ask about Light's situation. I was curious, so I came. So, how's the burden? Is he okay? Responding to the question, the protagonist's voice became a bit complaining. You're really something. What do you mean, burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon cleared her throat. Isn't it true? He only knows how to use power like an idiot, a pathetic, incompetent person who doesn't even have the ability to adapt, right? Light isn't incompetent. He's very proficient in swordplay and has many other abilities too, Yu Wu spoke up to explain on his roommate's behalf. However, Dak Go-yeon had long since seen through the entire nature of the knight's abilities. The problem is, all of that is thanks to the sword. You know that too. Strong body, sharp combat intuition, special abilities, all of that is thanks to that sword. Without it, he's nothing but a useless fool. He can't even grasp the situation. He's extremely insecure at critical moments. He lets himself get captured, an ignorant fool, a simpleton. The swordswoman slowly listed each of Light's weaknesses, making Yu Wu, sitting beside her, grab his head in frustration and stop her. Okay, I understand. Stop it. If I sit here and listen to you list them, I'll never hear the end of it. Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon temporarily stopped listing the weaknesses. Then her voice became much more serious. In a situation this serious, if he loses his courage and spirit, it's all over. There's no need for us to go together anymore. Even without that, the monster was already very weak. If that idiot still stays silent, it's truly. Reaching this point, Dak Go-yeon said nothing more. However, this was enough for Yu Wu to understand the implication. Still, he was somewhat curious and didn't understand. Was Dak Go-yeon trying to insult Light, or was she worried about him? Thinking of this, he suddenly turned and asked Dak Go-yeon, What about you? You acted very strangely when you met the gods. You were irritable in front of the professor too. Are you okay? Yu Wu's voice carried some concern. This caused the swordswoman's face to turn red. Her mental state became a bit flustered. Are you worried about me? Why don't you use your abilities to check? Dak Go-yeon stammered. Yu Wu, hearing this, could only sigh and look up at the sky. Sigh. I don't need to use abilities to know. It's written all over your face. I just wanted to ask if you were okay. As he spoke, he took a cup of hot chocolate from his inventory and handed it to Dak Go-yeon. Returning to the swordswoman's thoughts, she gently reached out to take the cup from Yu Wu, and felt somewhat amused inwardly. That's right, I get it now. He's comforting me, isn't he? Thinking this, she tasted the hot chocolate and nodded in praise. It's sweeter than I thought. What are you talking about? Hot chocolate is obviously supposed to be sweet, Yu Wu replied nonchalantly. After that, Dak Go-yeon's mood seemed to improve, and she began to share. Thank you for worrying about me, but it's not that serious. I was just frustrated at that moment. Hearing this, Yu Wu cast a curious glance at the girl and asked, What made you that frustrated? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure. Do you think that I, the observer with 10,000 eyes, and that thing share the same thoughts? Is that what you think? She suddenly said this, making Yu Wu cry out, What? Beside him, Dak Go-yeon continued to explain, In essence, it's the same thing. If those two aren't helpful, I'm thinking about eliminating them. Turning back to Yu Wu, the more he listened, the more he felt the conversation was taking a wrong turn, so he hurriedly asked, What on earth are you talking about? In response, Dak Go-yeon's expression grew colder. That is precisely why I feel so frustrated. If I had been more ruthless, I would have thought about only bringing those capable enough to stay by my side. If I had been truly determined, even if I didn't kill them directly, perhaps I could have indirectly ended them through my sheer indifference. I surely could have. I feel angry at myself for even agreeing with such a method, Dok Go-yeon said bitterly. Meanwhile, our protagonist listened in silence, taking a quiet sip of his chocolate. Then he asked, "Is that so?" "Exactly that," Dok Go-yeon replied calmly. "Does that mean you're an idiot then?" Yu Wu's tone carried a hint of teasing, making the swordswoman's face flush bright red. Then she turned her head away in annoyance, sharing my innermost thoughts, and this is the reaction I get. She muttered to herself in frustration before turning back to ask, "Do you really think those two have any talent?" Responding, Yu Wu gave Rachel a look of absolute confidence. "That's right. No matter how magnificent the artifice is, if they don't have talent, they couldn't have made it this far. Light has an innate aptitude for using a sword. However, he tends to rely too much on the holy sword. He struggles to keep up with variables in a battle. It's similar for Rachel. She possesses extraordinary physical ability and potential. It's just that it's being obstructed by her internal state. It won't be easy, but if they can complement each other and fix their lingering issues, their talent will far exceed what you and I can imagine," Yu Wu said with a smile, offering his assessment. These words from the protagonist left the silver-haired girl deep in thought for a moment. Then, though she wasn't fully convinced about the other two, she decided to place her trust in Yu Wu. "All right, I believe you. If they train hard, sooner or later, the results will speak for themselves." Hearing this from Dok Go-yeon, a look of delight appeared in Yu Wu's eyes as he asked, "Oh, so are you ready to help them now?" "Just as you said, if they overcome their difficulties and grow, I'll admit you were right. But if the results aren't what I expect, you'll be the one taking responsibility," she said, turning to look at Yu Wu, which made him look a bit flustered. But without waiting for the protagonist to refuse, Dok Go-yeon continued, "That's because you made me set aside my judgment and spend time on those fools. Make sure to think carefully about that. See you tomorrow morning. Remember to bring those two kids along." After saying this, Dok Go-yeon immediately walked away. This left Yu Wu unable to get a single word in before she was already far off. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Shifting to the training session, Light and Dok Go-yeon were sparring with each other barehanded. Each strike they exchanged created sonic booms echoing in every direction, and the result was, naturally, that Light was overwhelmed. His punches couldn't even reach Dok Go-yeon, while she, with just a single fist, easily sent the knight flying toward Yu Wu. "Hey, it's Yu Wu," Light groaned weakly as if reciting his last will. Hearing this, Yu Wu hurriedly ran over. "What? I'm here, I'm right here." In response, Light made an incredibly resentful face as he complained, "You said you'd teach me something, that's why I followed you, but why am I the only one getting beaten up?" Yu Wu stuttered, unable to find the words to explain. But before he could find an excuse, Dok Go-yeon walked over, stamped her foot onto the ground, and shouted, "Don't be stupid. This is body conditioning training. Using this method is completely normal. You aren't the type of person who can just copy things after one look like Yu Wu, so stop whining and get back up." Returning to Light, his whole body trembled as he reached his hand toward his sword. "Hoo, my sword. Give me my sword." "No, until you learn to fight without it, you aren't getting it back. It's the same as when you were inside the tower," Dok Go-yeon refused bluntly. This made the Knight Light's eyes bulge in shock. "But I'm a swordsman. Taking a sword away from a swordsman, how does that make any sense?" In response, Dok Go-yeon shot him a look as if she were staring at a fool. "If you lose your sword, is that when you're just going to give up?" "No, I wouldn't lose it," Light insisted. His stubbornness made Dok Go-yeon even more frustrated. "Then do you want to take your sword and fight me? I'm sure you'd lose it within 3 seconds. That bold statement from Dok Go-yeon left Light unable to argue back. He could only despair and mutter to himself, "But if I don't have the sword, I..." Back to Yu Wu. To encourage Light, he offered a few helpful words. "Light, this is a training course for your development, something Dok Go-yeon and I agreed on together. Trust us this time and train without the sword. This is all for your own sake." Returning to Light's perspective, he seemed to sense the sincerity in Yu Wu's words and began to regain his resolve. If Yu Wu has a plan in mind, it must mean something. "I understand. I'll trust you and try it this time." "Good, let's start again," the knight said excitedly. Before he could even finish his sentence, Dak Go-yeon lunged forward and delivered a spinning kick from above, sending Light flying backward like a torn sack. You aren't going to block the attack. Don't rely solely on your eyes to attack, feel them with every sense. Don't let yourself get hit for another second. If you understand, then focus right now. Is your fighting instinct really this bad without the holy sword? Dak Go-yeon said, unleashing a flurry of attacks as fast as a storm, leaving Light no choice but to raise his hands to defend. On the side, Yu Wu utilized his eyes and realized the problem. The words Dak Go-yeon said were completely correct. Currently, Light's stats were gradually declining over time. Ordinarily, he was a monster who could easily handle that guy erecto. But for some reason, he was currently fighting without using his sword. His potential could reach new heights. If this change is caused by the sword, then his situation is even worse than I thought. Thinking about this, Yu Wu's brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Dak Go-yeon's scolding hadn't ceased for a moment. She unleashed strikes as heavy as hammers while constantly yelling, "You're getting weaker. Is your true self the holy sword? Are you the sword itself? I'm not." Light shouted back, "What do you mean? Are you completely useless without a sword?" Dak Go-yeon challenged him. "That's not true." Light gritted his teeth. "If you really don't think so, then stop looking for a sword that isn't even in your hand. Come and face me," Dak Go-yeon screamed, and this command seemed to awaken something inside Light. Suddenly, his entire body began to emit a glow. Then Light let out a loud shout and threw a punch with lightning speed straight ahead, which caught Dak Go-yeon off guard. And she immediately tilted her head to dodge. The punch from Light was so powerful it created a gust of wind that blew everything behind them away. But what surprised everyone even more was that Light's new form had completely transformed into a woman with long, silky hair and a voluptuous chest. This new form left Yu Wu and Rachel, who were watching from the side, completely stunned. Back to the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon, looking at Light's brand new form, she became pensive for a moment and was about to say something, when suddenly Light's body underwent another transformation. As the beams of light covering his body were suddenly sucked into a cross-shaped mark in the center of her chest. This caused Light to groan in pain and sink to his knees on the ground. Simultaneously, Yu Wu hurriedly ran over to check on him. However, Dak Go-yeon reached out to stop him. "Don't worry, she's still fine. It's just that this isn't something easily handled." Dak Go-yeon's eyes narrowed slightly as she said this, and Light's figure returned to its normal state. Then Dak Go-yeon coldly asked Light about the matter. "Light, you know what the problem is, don't you?" Answering her, the knight's face appeared sad as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah. Yu Wu, and you are right. I don't think I can continue like this. Spar with me." Opposite him, Dak Go-yeon spoke. "Before that, I apologize for misjudging you." Hearing this, Light scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "No, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one being helped," Light said happily. However, this joy didn't last 3 seconds before the next words from Dak Go-yeon completely shattered it. "I thought you were just a fool who didn't know anything, but in reality, you're a fool carrying a bomb on your back. Let's hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower." After saying this, she heaved a heavy sigh. As for Light, he could only weep. "I really don't like you." Turning to Rachel, seeing Light and Dak Go-yeon like that, Rachel felt a spark of competitive spirit and suggested to the protagonist, "Yu Wu, we should do the same," she said, gently tugging at his shirt. However, at this moment, Yu Wu couldn't hear a word because he was still focused on Light. "Because I discovered something incredibly strange. Just now, what was that? Holy spirit, demonic spirit. How could such opposites coexist within one body? It seems that is the cause of the flare-up. Does Light know about this? All right, I'll talk to him after returning to the dormitory," Yu Wu muttered to himself. Then he turned to answer Rachel. Sorry, Rachel, you've been calling me for a while, haven't you? I was too deep in thought." It's okay. More importantly, if it's all right, should we also spar?" Rachel tentatively suggested. However, when Yu Wu thought of the wild form she took on, he felt a bit intimidated and stuttered. Is that really okay?" Opposite him, the pink-haired girl guessed what Yu Wu was thinking. So she hurriedly replied, "I mean, it's not okay, but Yu Wu has a way to restrain me." So I want to control my strength. I also want to be helpful. Her voice was filled with pleading. This made Yu Wu unable to refuse anymore. All right, he nodded. Then he headed toward the weapon rack nearby. While walking, he thought, Rachel is unusually proactive today. Was yesterday's event that shocking? Thinking this, he casually tossed a wooden sword to his friend and explained. We need to set our own pace. We don't need to be as noisy as they are. Right, slowly increase the intensity. I understand, Rachel nodded. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his sword. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I'll do my best, Rachel replied. And just at this moment, Yu Wu suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, isn't this the school life dream I had? The youth I envisioned wasn't a chaotic war with mindless gritting of teeth, but a place where guys and girls encourage each other, polishing their skills together. That's it, haha. I'm so lucky, thanks to Rachel, my dream has come true, the protagonist thought happily, to the point where the tip of his nose turned a little rosy. Opposite him, Rachel's face was filled with a bit of anxiety as she spoke. So, I'll start now. All right, go ahead, Yu Wu said gently. And as soon as he finished speaking, the pink-haired girl's appearance changed completely, shifting into her feral state. This scared the living daylights out of the protagonist. Just 5 minutes later, Yu Wu had to ask the little snake Eve to hurry and transform into a chain to restrain her. Eve, hold on tight. No matter what happens, don't let go, Yu Wu shouted in panic. And very quickly, because the chain was gradually draining the mana from Rachel's body, her consciousness slowly began to return. Are you back? Yu Wu said, his eyes welling up with tears. Looking at his current state, Rachel realized that things didn't seem to be going smoothly, so she covered her mouth and asked, Yu Wu, are you okay? Are you hurt? How many times has this happened already? Answering the question, the protagonist's soul was almost leaving his body. I forgot to count, but it's probably been over 10 times. It's okay, my limbs are still all here. Returning to Rachel at this moment, she could only weep and blame herself. I'm sorry. Because of me, Yu Wu is like this. Saying this, the corners of her eyes were slightly damp, looking incredibly pitiful. Seeing this, Yu Wu couldn't help himself but reach out to pat her head and comfort her. It's really okay. I promise to help you, and I've prepared for things like this. So don't be sad anymore, Yu Wu said in a warm tone which made Rachel's face flush pink. However, before the couple could get too close, Doc Go-yeon's scolding rang out, making them jump as if they'd been caught in the act. Haha, while I'm training my heart out, you're here talking sweetly with a beast, Doc Go-yeon said, dragging Light's limp body toward them. And facing this questioning look, Yu Wu hurriedly refuted, sweet talking, didn't you see I was almost killed just now? Doc Go-yeon didn't believe it for a second, whispering sweet nothings to an innocent beast. Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. It's not like that, Yu Wu was really just worried about me, Rachel hurriedly explained. And the reply was a look of full suspicion from the silver-haired girl. Sure, let's go with that. Beasts have their own ulterior motives. Her words hit the nail on the head, making Rachel jump in shock as her cheeks turned bright red. Then Doc Go-yeon stopped the teasing and turned to serious advice. Training while thinking about other things is rude to your opponent, beast. You should cast those thoughts aside. Back to the protagonist, listening until now, he had some thoughts in his heart. Rachel, who is usually very proactive, has become shy. She is too soft with Doc Go-yeon. Wait, no, thinking about what happened, isn't it wonderful when she has motivation? If it were me, I'd be depressed all day. She probably doesn't have time to take care of her mental health, but Rachel is trying her best. Thinking this, Yu Wu felt he should do something to boost the pink-haired girl's spirits, so Yu Wu spoke up, all right. I asked the professors if I could bring one of you with me when I leave the floating island, and I've been approved. Hearing that, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon stroked her hair and fantasized, that's great, it's so stuffy here anyway, ignoring her words. This content repeats, so the translation is provided again. That's great, it's so stuffy here anyway. His words made the other two jump in shock. Time passed quickly. According to the plan, Yu Wu and Rachel were out on a date. Shifting to a clothing store, Doc Go-yeon's questioning voice rang out from the communication screen. No, I told you before you left. Hearing this, Yu Wu depressingly explained again, it's not an overnight stay, just going out for a bit. I'll be back before dark. Opposite him, only then did Dak Goyon's expression improve slightly, though she was still very angry. All right, you've lived in another world for too long and really think men and women go out so imprudently at night. In another direction, Light began to shed tears. Hey, Yu Wu, that's it. If you're going with someone else besides me, your roommate. Before he could finish, Yu Wu immediately interrupted. Are you my mother or something? At this moment, Rachel returned from the fitting room and shyly said, Excuse me. I've tried the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? This feels like I'm showing off my body, Rachel said, looking a bit embarrassed. But it only highlighted her beauty to the point that Yu Wu couldn't help but cover his mouth and immediately give her a thumbs up. It really looks beautiful. On the other end, Light and Dak Goyon saw this and almost went crazy. Just wait until you get back. I want to go out too. Setting this aside, the two began walking around together. This was the first time Rachel had gone outside the school grounds, so she was very excited. Wow, this is amazing. I couldn't have imagined such a big city outside the academy, Rachel said, eyes wide as she scanned her surroundings. Behind her, Yu Wu smiled and nodded. Amazing, right? Although I've only been to the city outskirts twice. Let's take a walk. There are shops and a shopping mall over there. Yeah, okay, Rachel replied and hurried to follow Yu Wu. But before she realized it, there were too many people. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose Yu Wu. She whispered to herself and hurriedly reached her hand forward, luckily. At this moment, Yu Wu noticed the problem and reached out to grab her wrist, saying in an apologetic tone, Oh my God. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I forgot that this is your first time in a place like this. It's okay, I'm fine, Rachel shook her head. Seeing this, the protagonist gently grabbed her small hand and suggested, There are so many people in the mall, let's hold hands from now on. Saying that, he turned his face away, as if he wanted to hide his rosy red cheeks. And behind him, Rachel gently nodded, Yeah, okay, just like that. The two of them spent the whole day together, playing happily in the city, from trying street food, visiting a stuffed animal shop, or walking around the park. This helped Rachel's mood become better than ever. Finally, the two stopped at an outdoor eatery. While eating, Yu Wu turned to ask anxiously, Are you really okay with this? The ingredients at this restaurant are all made from monster meat, I think. Answering that, Yu Wu's worry was completely unnecessary as she enjoyed it deliciously without the slightest hesitation. That's why I like it. It's super delicious, she said with a look of pure satisfaction while Yu Wu nodded, admitting, Wow, it really is better than I thought. Returning to Rachel's train of thought, she was still happily enjoying her meal, even humming a tune. I'm really surprised. I can't believe I'm eating meat this good after coming to the city. It's all thanks to Yu Wu. Thinking this, she didn't know what she noticed, but suddenly her mood plummeted noticeably, making Yu Wu immediately realize the problem and ask, What's wrong? Do you not like it? Responding to the question, Rachel said in a sad voice, No, it's not that. It's just that I realized I was getting too excited. This is the first time Yu Wu has taken me to the city after such a long time. You also gave me a beautiful outfit as a gift and even treated me to a delicious meal. And I can't do anything for Yu Wu. And I wonder if it's okay to indulge this much, even not knowing if what I'm doing will really help me control my power. I don't know. The more she spoke, the more confused her voice became. Hearing this, Yu Wu pondered for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand, drawing a concept into his palm, and said, Could you look at this for a moment? The emotion you're feeling right now is manifesting on my hand. Seeing this, Rachel's eyes became confused and she shook her head. I don't see anything. Well, just assume it's there, Yu Wu replied awkwardly, continuing his explanation. Until recently, my ability could only manifest anger, but now it's different. Even though we've only spent a short time together, I've been able to perceive these emotions. If we become even closer and more intimate, I'm certain we can find a way to solve your problem. Turning to Rachel's perspective after hearing the comforting words from the protagonist, her head bowed slightly and she muttered, You know what my problem is now, don't you? Yes. But now all your worries have vanished. Yu Wu said this while directly crushing the orb representing Rachel's sadness in his palm, then affirmed, I promise you once more. I will solve every one of your troubles. So I hope you can enjoy today without worrying about anything at all, Yu Wu said with a smile. It seemed this affirmation made Rachel's mood improve significantly. Yeah, she replied in a soft voice while thinking to herself, it's truly amazing. What Yu Wu says feels like it has magic in it. Back to the protagonist, seemingly feeling that his assertion earlier was a bit too certain, he scratched his head sheepishly. Although being that firm is a bit much. Next time we hang out, I won't call it a date anymore. Before Yu Wu could finish his sentence, Rachel hurriedly interrupted. No, it's not too much. Not at all. It's actually the opposite. I meant to say I want to be closer to Yu Wu. I want to know more about yous, like her, I mean Doc Goyon. If I have to say it, it's true. She probably scares me and the others a little bit. But she seems to really like you, Rachel said, slightly tilting her eyes toward Yu Wu with a probing look. Whether he understood Rachel's implication or not, Yu Wu hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. No, she doesn't like me. She's more like she wants to possess me, the way you would want a sword or a sharp weapon. Opposite him, hearing the explanation from Yu Wu, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yu Wu, a weapon? Do you really think so? Seeing Rachel's reaction, it was now Yu Wu's turn to be confused. Is it weird? Why are you laughing? No. I feel a little more at ease now. I even thought Yu Wu was an almighty mage or something similar, but maybe I guessed wrong. Thanks to that, I feel I can try even harder. Come on, if you're done eating, let's go, Yu Wu. You've bought so many gifts and clothes for me. To thank you, I'll pick out an outfit for you. Saying this, she reached out to grab Yu Wu's hand. Fine, don't worry about the money. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Yu Wu smiled and nodded in response, as he was basically a rich guy now. Haha, hanging out with someone talented like this feels so luxurious, Rachel continued. In another development, the scene shifts to a meeting of the Academy's professors. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the meeting was a bit tense. It made the small robot on Professor Yumina's shoulder a bit nervous. So she turned and signaled it to be quiet. I'm okay, it's a bit unnatural, but it'll be fine in a moment. It will be over quickly. Thinking of that, shouts began to echo inside the meeting room. How could information about the tower spread so powerfully like that? Who could accept a system like the tower climbing ranking? How dare they do that? Hearing this, a female professor voiced her opinion. The information spread rapidly. There was no way to stop it. Yes, because there was no violence involved, another replied. But another professor slammed the table and shouted, from the start, we shouldn't have agreed to let those people from the secondary world do whatever they wanted so carelessly. At the same time, inside the meeting, a loud shout echoed, silencing everyone. Enough, Professor Yumina. Regardless of how you feel, your students' autonomous behavior has gone too far. This is clearly a violation of the Academy's rules, isn't it? Are you aware of the responsibility you'll face for letting him do whatever he wants? The purple-haired professor glared and said. Back to a little while earlier, before the professors' meeting took place, after Yumina watched the video recorded by Yu Wu's group, she couldn't help but have a headache. Oh my god, he really recorded the whole process inside the tower. At first, he said he would climb and record the process. There were truly no objections to that. But I never thought it would be this successful. It's obvious that peripheral electronic devices or artifacts don't work inside the tower because devices get overloaded by the power flowing from the tower. That is a common law in this world, yet he was able to overcome that and produce a result beyond imagination. He must have known nothing about this. It's no longer just a question of whether this boy could bring back a recording from inside the tower, but the fact that he could make a tool that actually works inside the tower. It's laughable. And furthermore, that ridiculous idea didn't stop there. Thinking of this, Yumina remembered the conversation with Yu Wu when the protagonist proposed to her. What, you intend to post that footage publicly on your channel? The professor asked in shock. And Yu Wu shared frankly, yes, I think it will help gain more attention. Rebellion, as another name for our group, it's a way to increase our favorability among other students in the academy. Back to Yumina, regarding this statement from Yu Wu, she had no intention of stopping him. However, she still had to warn him, are you sure about this? The precious information about the tower that you struggled to collect will be spread on social media. You won't regret this. Hearing her say that, Yu Wu remained confident without a hint of worry. The effort also came from the others as well. More importantly, currently only Techie can record footage. There is no other way to record inside the tower, so that means I'm monopolizing the information. Certain presences, like the Watchers of the Stars, will naturally be edited out before being posted. Sharing the information will bring benefits to everyone. If that's the case, then fine. Yumina nodded in agreement and was also extremely impressed by the protagonist's thought process. Wonderful, I once told him. I warned him about the injustice happening inside the academy, but I never thought he would handle it like this. Thinking of this, Yumina didn't forget to emphasize that there would certainly be mixed reactions and warned, but remember, there will be consequences. Responding, Yuwu had already guessed it, so he had no objections. Yes. As you said, this incident will bring consequences, whether large or small. So we should reaffirm our position, shouldn't we? Being able to monitor us will help the professors feel more at ease, right? Yuwu smiled, which made Yumina value him even more. The most remarkable thing is that I never imagined it would become this lovely and precious. He has created a strange expectation. It feels like what he has nurtured will create a miracle, attempting to bridge the gap between dimensions. Returning to the meeting, after the purple-haired professor saw Yumina lost in thought, he continued his reprimand. What are you thinking about? How will you take responsibility for neglecting him like that? Responding to his words, Yumina reminded herself, I have a hunch that I should believe in him and support him. Thinking of this, the professor stood up and questioned him back. Responsibility, recording and posting about the tower, isn't that a human right? What's the problem with that, and what are you talking about, taking responsibility? I don't understand the meaning of your question, Professor. Responding to the professor's question, Professor Canton suddenly offered a sarcastic smile. Hee. You really are a beautiful liar. Am I the only one who feels that just now you were only trying to show that you care about your students? Before he could finish his sentence, head Professor Talia Liriana, the lead representative of the Artifact Creation Department, interrupted him. Silence. Saying this, she turned to Yumina and asked, Hey Yumina, don't provoke me, just tell me straight, who is it? Even if you ask me like that, he is just an ordinary student, a freshman who just enrolled this year. Yumina shook her head. To this statement, a blue-haired professor countered. His name was Ryu Chialmyong, a professor of the Chi Combat Department. No, he is just a student. So I cannot accept it. There is a limit to selfishness, you know. Information about the tower is closely related to the academy. How can you be so irresponsible as to spread it? That is clearly a violation of academy terms. Hearing him say this, Professor Yumina's expression changed slightly. Professor Ryu, your tone seems different from usual. The reason no one has been able to record the tower until now is simply because the equipment hasn't been modern enough. What we need to discuss right now isn't about terms or policies, but how to utilize his capabilities. I don't think it has anything to do with terms or policies anymore. Then, Professor Yumina, can you explain the core of his abilities and technology for everyone to understand better? Professor Canton said with a sly smile, making the little robot also scared and raising its hands to cover its mouth. After that, Professor Talia continued to press, Listen, Yumina, I have spent 200 years researching this field. Artifacts created outside the tower cannot function inside the tower, especially things that require high precision like recording. It's even less possible. Nothing can withstand the magic power waves emitted by the tower. The deeper I research, the more I believe that no mechanical device from the outside can operate inside the tower. It has become an immutable law, yet Ban Yu-Wu did it, Yumina said softly. True. That is exactly what I am asking. How did he do it? Wasn't he from a low-tier world without a single bit of magic power? Try to think, is that reasonable? Why do you keep trying to make it sound like only he is special? Reaching this point, Talia immediately directed her gaze toward the robot on Yumina's shoulder with a hungry look. That's it, the current registered artifact inside the tower. Give it to me right now. I will take it apart and see what kind of technology was used so he could record. Saying this, she put on gloves as if she wanted to snatch the robot immediately. This action was naturally rejected by Yumina. I refuse, Talia. I was entrusted to bring this artifact, but this is a major achievement of a student. I cannot let anyone ruin it. Finished with her resolute expression, the group of teachers began to bristling and accusing her. Hey, Professor Yumina, are you refusing to cooperate? The atmosphere inside the meeting became increasingly tense. Then, suddenly, a voice rang out, dispelling the pressure. Come, this debate seems to be getting too lively. Now is the time for everyone to cool down. Please stop speaking for a moment. A gracefully dressed man with blue hair said with a smile. His name was Xenon Union, the head of the Babylon Constellation Department and also the vice president of the Academy. Responding to his words, the entire crowd around him became fearful and immediately fell silent. Understood, Mr. President, they nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Professor Xenon was satisfied and turned to speak to Professor Talia. Hey, Professor Talia, I want to thank you for the research and effort you have put in over the past 25 years. After all, for a professor with so much authority in the field of... It seems Ban Yu Wu's artifact is extremely special, isn't it? Yes, I don't know exactly why, but it is indeed like that, Talia said, blushing. Meanwhile, Xenon leaned back in his chair and nodded. I understand, this must be a hard thing to accept for a professor. In short, Ban Yu Wu has been acknowledged by the tower, the only person in the world, he said excitedly. Inside the meeting, everyone, after hearing this, could no longer maintain their composure. They began to shout and criticize him, regardless of the position Xenon held. What kind of conclusion is that, Professor Xenon? That student just entered the tower for the first time the day before yesterday. How can someone like that be acknowledged by the tower? Isn't he a person from a low-tier world? Even if you are the vice president, I still think that is a ridiculous conclusion. Frustrated sounds began to arise, but Xenon was not angry at all. He maintained a cheerful attitude and shrugged. Everyone has the right to believe me or not, but the reason he is special is certainly because he has something else. Reaching this point, he turned to Professor Yumina. Tell me, Professor Yumina, shouldn't you share something else from the footage so all the other professors can understand better? Hearing him say this, everyone simultaneously turned to look at the female professor with faces full of curiosity. Is there something else? Professor Yumina, is there information not in the footage? Facing the sudden shift in the conversation, the professor's face became confused and speechless. What are you saying? Looking at her bewildered and blank expression, Professor Xenon's eyes showed a hint of surprise and he explained. It seems Professor Yumina doesn't know about that. Let me tell you. Ban Yu Wu and his classmates. They are the only ones among the tower climbers to have been chosen by the Watchers of the Stars. The information just released, all the professors inside the meeting could no longer keep their cool. Professor Talia even stood up from her chair and asked, "Oh, a climber who entered for the first time yesterday, was he calculated and chosen?" Before Xenon had a chance to answer. Professor Yumina immediately reminded him, Vice President, the connection with the constellation is also a personal achievement of the student. If you speak carelessly here, then... Not letting her finish, the Vice President immediately cut her off and asked back, then answer honestly. This is a question from me as the Vice President. Do Ban Yu Wu and the other students have a contract with a constellation? Opposite him, because this was a question from a superior to a subordinate, Yumina had to answer despite wanting not to. No, neither Ban Yu Wu nor the other students have a contract with a constellation. Turning back to Xenon after hearing the answer, his face became contemplative, as if thinking about something. So they refused, truly not ordinary. It must have been very difficult for them to express their intentions under pressure from a constellation. Thinking this, he clapped his hands together and made a decision. If that's the case, then fine. I will let Ban Yu Wu and all the Class 1-1 students participate in my private lecture regarding this decision. The group of professors inside the room once again disagreed. Wait a moment, Vice President. Didn't you just say that none of them had a contract with a constellation? Then why is he being taught advanced chemistry? Hearing this, Xenon looked a bit bored as he enlightened the foolish professors around him. Professors, the important thing isn't whether they have a contract with a constellation, but that they have been chosen by a constellation. Being chosen by a constellation is already proof of their superiority. Since they refuse the contract, other constellations will surely notice them. So aren't they students who should attend my lecture? I am the guiding professor for students chosen by constellations. If Ban Yu Wu has been chosen by a constellation, then he is also my student. Do you understand, professors? Saying this, his eyes brightened slightly as he glanced at everyone in the room while also seemingly radiating some kind of pressure. This left the professors with no choice but to agree. Yes, sir, the group replied weakly. Seeing this, Xenon continued, then I will continue the meeting. Regarding the internal tower video being spread, there is nothing that we, as a school, can impose as a penalty on that student. As for his abilities, personal questions and requests will be allowed. But if, in the process, we discover that someone has put pressure on the student or caused any disadvantage, the person involved, whether it be a professor or a student, they will all be expelled from the academy. Everyone, please remember this. Now, the meeting ends here. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the week. Having said that, the vice president smiled and teleported out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina finally understood the whole situation. Now I understand. This meeting was to decide how to handle Yu-Wu. The vice president's words are the president's intent. This is a warning from the president through the vice president. Don't touch Ban Yu-Wu. That's great. Ban Yu-Wu, I never thought you would capture the president's favor this much. Sigh, I didn't need to worry at all. Thinking this, Professor Yumina sighed in relief. Meanwhile, for some reason, Professor Canton suddenly walked up to the beautiful professor and suggested, Professor Yumina, what do you think? Let's have a drink at the bar. I want to celebrate your student's success with you. Responding, the little robot threw him a glare full of anger, as if asking he spent the whole time pressuring the beautiful professor, and now he has the nerve to invite her for a drink. Beside him, Yumina looked at him as if he were thin air, and immediately left the meeting without saying another word. Seeing this, some other male professors could only offer a sheepish smile and comfort Canton. Ha ha, looks like you've been rejected, Professor Canton. Come have a drink with us instead. Time passed quickly until the next day. Scene shifts to the cafeteria. At this moment, for some reason, Yu-Wu was surrounded by a crowd of students. Everyone wanted to get to know him. Are you Ban Yu-Wu? My name is Maria from Hataro World. Are you interested in the student council? Yu-Wu, do you want to trade a bit? I'm Eureka. Do you really come from a secondary world without mana? Are you listening? I'm asking you on a date. Can we meet a bit tonight? Should I record this in my diary? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. A series of questions rang out continuously, leaving Yu-Wu stunned. He had no idea how to react to this overwhelming attention. Looking at the scene in front of her, Dak Go-yeon couldn't help but curiously ask, what's going on? Why are there so many people? To explain, Light spoke up, you know the channel we created, right? It has become popular. After posting the tower climbing video, we surpassed 2 million subscribers. The video inside the tower has reached over 5 million views. By now, it's hard to find anyone in the academy who hasn't seen our channel. Back to Dak Go-yeon's thoughts, seeing Yu-Wu being approached by so many people. For some reason, she was lost in thought. Honestly, compared to his abilities, I didn't think the filming was that impressive. But looking at how everyone is reacting, Ban Yu-Wu's ideas and capabilities are truly outstanding. Time passed quickly. Finally, Yu-Wu managed to escape the crowd. He lay tiredly on the table and groaned to his friends, oh my god, it's only Monday morning, why is it like this? Opposite him, Rachel laughed and complimented, well done Yu-Wu. Beside him, Light also teased, wow, you're so famous Yu-Wu, do you like it? Maybe it's still better than getting dragged into controversy just because of just breathing. Reaching this point, Yu-Wu suddenly remembered something and said to Light, by the way, you have a lot of fans, don't you? If someone talks to you, be a little kind to them. They said they were scared and didn't dare approach you. Light smiled and replied, if they come with good intentions, then there's no problem. Elsewhere, not everyone liked Yu-Wu's group. A few people began to voice their sarcasm. It's ridiculous making such a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they could complete 4 floors in such a short time, especially a group from the secondary world like them. Look at the size of this spider, it's clearly a staged video. How could they let things like that run loose? Just wait a little longer. Tomorrow, all those lies will be exposed, they said while glancing at Yu-Wu with malicious eyes. Their reminder made Yu-Wu remember something. Oh, now that you mention it, tomorrow is that day. It's the day I have to fight that massive rock guy. After hearing the previous story, those who were doubting the video or disliked Yu-Wu were certainly eagerly waiting for him to be crushed tomorrow. Behind, Light and Rachel were visibly worried. However, besides cheering for Yu-Wu, there was nothing else they could do. At this moment, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon had just finished her meal. She gently brought a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and smiled in response. Then you just need to respond as best you can, both to those who oppose you and those who support you, right? Yu-woo laughed. Haha, you're right. At the same time, he reminded himself, at least tomorrow will be the best event to attract even more new subscribers. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the training ring. At this moment, Yu-woo and his opponent, the rock man Erecto, were present. Meanwhile, the scoundrel referee spoke up. This match will be broadcast live on the school's channel. Do both agree? If you agree, just sign the document. Right when he finished, a system screen appeared in front of them. Looking at the content, Yu-woo couldn't hide his surprise. What are these advisory terms for this match? If one of the two surrenders or loses the ability to continue, the match will end. Attacking vital points is prohibited, but injuries are your own responsibility. They want us to fight until one of us is crippled. The more he thought, the less Yu-woo could understand the school's policy for this match. However, not letting him think for too long, Erecto raised his voice. Hey, negotiator. The sudden shout made Yu-woo a bit surprised, so he asked back, what, negotiator? Are you really someone who subscribes to our channel? Not answering the question, Erecto continued to taunt. Are you scared? If you're scared, then just surrender. Just crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, and I'll accept your surrender. His delusional words made Yu-woo's eyes widen. This stone-headed guy, what the hell is he talking about? Nearby, the thugs who had previously been taught a lesson by Light were also present, muttering snidely, that bottom feeder actually dares to cause trouble here. Tear him to pieces, Erecto. In another corner, Orduma was also in the stands, watching intently. At this moment, he was also looking toward Dak Go-yeon with a thoughtful gaze, as if he had something on his mind. Unaware of this, Dak Go-yeon turned to ask her friend Light, who was currently broadcasting live on his channel, how's the reaction? Hearing this, Light replied with a strained expression. The live viewership has already exceeded 10,000, but most of them are bashing Yu-woo. Seeing this, Rachel anxiously said, everyone is targeting Yu-woo, that's so unfair. As for Ho-jan, she didn't seem to care much, thinking, honestly, this is nothing out of the ordinary. At most, the people who like us can be counted on one hand, therefore this reaction is not surprising at all. So right now, with so many people watching, he has no choice but to prove himself. After all, to prove he has talent, he has to put in the effort himself. Returning to Yu-woo's perspective. The stone man Erecto's words made him unable to help but snicker to himself. Kneel down, crawl through his legs, and bark like a dog? Haha, no way, I never thought I'd actually hear a line like that. It sounds like something out of a third-rate novel. Yu-woo felt that if he didn't fire back a few words at the idiotic Erecto, he would feel really uncomfortable. Hey, did you prepare this thoroughly just to provoke me? What you just said actually sounds kind of good, but do you have the actual strength to pull it off? Erecto, on the other side, replied with a challenging look. Hee, I wonder how long you can keep that calm look of yours. On his side, Yu-woo shrugged, turned, and spoke as he walked. Whether I'm calm or not, come over here and see for yourself. Having said that, he pulled a sword from his inventory and raised his hand to provoke the foolish stone man. That action made the man grit his teeth so hard they emitted a sound of pure rage. Inside, he was boiling over, wanting to crush the protagonist immediately. He demanded the referee standing nearby, Professor Jun, hurry up and declare the start. I need to crush this guy into pieces. Just declare it already. His voice, filled with bloodlust, made the professor standing nearby sweat, and he hurriedly complied. Well then, Class 1 Erecto will face Class 11 Ban Yu-woo. The match begins. No sooner had the words been spoken than the stone man lunged forward without hesitation, launching the first attack. He clenched his fist tightly and swung his massive arm like a sledgehammer, smashing it directly toward Yu-woo's small frame. Die, he roared, as if he wanted to send Yu-woo to the afterlife in a single blow. Meanwhile, witnessing this attack, Yu-woo calmly thought, you seem a bit too confident rushing in like that, don't you? But with moves that slow, what can you actually do to me? The fact that he moved slowly was an advantage for him. Thinking this, he slightly shifted his foot backward and performed a spin, dodging Erecto's attack. At the same time, the sword in his hand struck directly into his face, causing the fool's face to snap entirely to one side, dragging his massive body down to the ground. Facing a rock like him, the most effective method was to use the movement technique he had learned. At this moment, Yu Wu began to recall the memory of the night after his date with Rachel in the Class 11 practice room. At that time, Doc Goyon had also begun instructing the protagonist. Her voice rang out, but before using this technique, there is too much trial and error. If that's the case, it's no better than a half-baked technique. When facing a new opponent or a new attack, you must have the ability to utilize your agility. And in that moment, you might feel a bit overwhelmed, but remain calm and watch the opponent's actions. So, if you want to master it, you must always practice so you can use that movement method at any time. With this stick, I will attack at different speeds in different forms, and each time it will carry a different meaning. If you can counterattack even once, that counts as success. Before the sharp voice of Ho John, Yu Wu's whole body trembled like a young lamb. Even the corners of his eyes began to water. Back to reality, Yu Wu was now carefully observing and analyzing what lay ahead. That stupid rock, he can't even touch me. If he attacks ineffectively, he'll leave himself wide open soon enough. On the opposite side, Erecto hadn't yet recovered his senses, not understanding why he had been hit so easily. "Wait, what just happened?" he blurted out instinctively. But just as he was scrambling to get back up, suddenly the stone skin on his face began to crack open, causing him to hold his face and scream in agony. Seeing this, Yu Wu nodded in satisfaction. The effectiveness of that strike seemed very good. Before attacking, I infused wave energy into the sword. Your rock-hard body seems to conduct wave energy very well. That's why you're in so much pain. Responding to Yu Wu's explanation was a look of madness from Erecto. He loudly challenged the protagonist like a rabid dog. "You dare to injure my body?" Turning back to Yu Wu, looking at this weakling who still dared to bark in his face, he calmly walked toward him and reminded him, "Sorry, but could you stop groaning and attack me already? If you don't want to be tormented further, then let's stop it here." To Erecto, an arrogant, foolish guy, how could he possibly stomach such sarcastic words from Yu Wu? His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably with rage. Then, without any warning, he suddenly swung his massive arm toward Yu Wu as if to grab him. But with his snail-like speed, how could he possibly touch the protagonist? With just a light jump, Yu Wu easily dodged the attack. This only made Erecto even more furious. "You, a low-class dog from a lower dimension, and you dare to look down on me?" By now, Erecto's eyes had turned ink black. From his mouth and the cracks on his head, clouds of white smoke puffed out incessantly. Next, he used some sort of skill, making his hand, already large, grow several times larger. "I will definitely kill you," Erecto roared with crazed eyes, simultaneously raising his hand high and slamming it straight down. His strike was so powerful that the entire arena shook with the impact. However, making his arm larger only made his speed even more sluggish. This attack posed no danger to Yu Wu at all. He even mocked him in his thoughts. "How stupid. At the very least, after getting hit by such a strike, you should try a different method of attack. If you keep attacking the same way without any effectiveness, I will have no choice but to counter and take you down quickly." Unaware of these thoughts in Yu Wu's mind, Erecto had officially lost his mind. He charged in to attack crazily without any strategy, while Yu Wu just circled to the side. He slowly focused energy into his sword, right before Erecto's giant hand slammed down. Yu Wu's sword path swung straight up, touching his stone arm. With just one swing, he created countless slashes on the massive arm, causing it to begin to show countless cracks. As for Erecto, he kept squealing like a slaughtered pig. In another development, Vice Principal Xenon was also observing the battle between Yu Wu and Erecto from his office. Looking at this scene, he gave a slight smile and shook his head. "What is this? What a meaningless fight." Not just him, the entire crowd that had looked down on Yu Wu started leaving countless question marks in the comments section as they watched the battle unfold. Making Light endlessly thrilled. "Haha, even seeing it with their own eyes, they must find it hard to believe." Beside him, Rachel excitedly responded, "That's right. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yu Wu has become incredibly strong." Returning to the group of thugs that had been taught a lesson by Light, they were already starting to pull their hair out over this result. Is this for real? Why was Erecto defeated just as the match began? And he lost to someone from a lower world. Could it be that the skills shown on that channel are all true? They muttered with faces full of disbelief. While the referee, Professor Jun, also fell silent at what was happening. He wondered to himself, what on earth is going on? Just a week ago, he didn't look nearly this strong. What on earth happened in just those few days? Following his gaze, Yu Wu's body was now covered in an intense golden aura. However, before he could observe any further, he suddenly received a message from the professor's council. Back to Yu Wu, looking at the miserable Erecto lying on the ground, he asked himself, what should I do now? Attacking someone so severely injured that they can't move is really losing face. Hurry up and get up so we can fight some more. However, before Yu Wu could think too much, Professor Jun raised his hand to intervene. Enough, stop it immediately. According to the decision of the professors monitoring this match, we declare that Erecto is no longer capable of fighting. For the safety of both competitors, the match ends here. His declaration made both Erecto and Yu Wu feel extremely surprised, especially Yu Wu. He started to feel like something was off when the professor declared the end of the match at such a crucial moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one getting beaten up, they probably wouldn't have done a thing. Yu Wu mocked in his mind, then spoke up. Professor, wait a moment. But before Yu Wu could voice his opinion, Professor Jun immediately shut him down. You don't have the right to object. Ban Yu Wu. The match is over. Get off the stage now. His firm voice made Yu Wu just grit his teeth in anger. However, he couldn't oppose the decision of the professor's council. Thus, though unwilling, Yu Wu still turned to leave. As he walked, he thought, the match ended without announcing the winner. That's annoying, but at least I didn't lose, so that's okay for now. But just then, Yu Wu was suddenly drawn to the panicked sound of Professor Jun. Wait, Erecto, stay there. You can't fight anymore, the match is over. Yu Wu turned back to observe and saw Erecto's injury-filled body trembling as he tried to get up. He screamed, who says so? Do you want me to kneel before someone from a lower world and suffer this humiliation? That bastard. That damn bastard, I will kill you. Having said that, he started using his skill to make his right arm grow large and charged forward like a tank. The arena floor cracked with every one of his footsteps. While Professor Jun could only stand helplessly behind, shouting like a weakling, Stop, Erecto, get out of the way, ban Yu Wu. To Yu Wu, being treated so unfairly had already made him extremely annoyed. Yet now, this Erecto didn't even know his place and was charging in to attack again. Well then, Yu Wu didn't intend to just put up with it. He took his sword out of his inventory and whispered, Get out of the way. Why should I get out of the way? This guy is trying to kill me. Erecto, surely he heard others telling him to stop, right? If the opponent comes from a lower world, does he think he has to follow the rules? The professors encouraged the match, then ended it as they pleased. And now someone simply driven by pride like a fool. The way this environment operates is starting to get on my nerves. With this thought in mind, Yu Wu's gaze turned icy. He quickly swung his sword forward, and instantly Erecto's stone arm flew away. This made Erecto's eyes widen like a cow in surprise. But just a second later, he hurriedly clutched his severed right arm and screamed in pain. Meanwhile, all the students watching from the stands were also gaping, mouths wide open in astonishment. The referee Jun, seeing Erecto wailing like a small dog, hurriedly ran over, trying to reassure him. It's okay. Calm down, Erecto. Your arm can be reattached. I'll transfer you to the infirmary immediately. Don't move. While speaking, he hurriedly operated on the system screen, appearing to be contacting the medical team. At the same time, Yu Wu suddenly received a notification from his system. System notification, do you want to steal the following attributes from Erecto's arm? Vitality, Titan body, Volcano, Monster strength. Looking at this notification made Yu Wu's face break out in a cold sweat. What is this? Can something like this really happen? While Yu Wu was still wondering about that strange notification, Jun, after finishing his actions on the system screen, immediately teleported Erecto and his severed arm to the infirmary. After finishing, the assistant professor immediately turned to question Yu Wu. What is the meaning of this, Ban Yu Wu? I already told you to get out of the way. In response, Yu Wu just nonchalantly put his sword away and shrugged, saying, I apologize, Assistant Professor Jun, but because it happened so suddenly after the match ended, I could barely react. On the opposite side, the assistant professor naturally couldn't accept such an explanation. He shrieked like a barking dog, Are you trying to justify it? But right at that moment, before he could say another word, a call screen appeared beside him. From the screen, the deep, steady voice of Vice Principal Xenon rang out. Enough, Assistant Professor Jun. I will handle the questions regarding this situation. Hearing this, Jun immediately pulled back his frustrated expression and responded weakly, Yes, I understand. The system screen then turned toward Yu Wu and emitted a deep but stern voice. Hello, Ban Yu Wu, I am the representative for the professors. We have seen the whole event. From now on, I will be the one asking the questions and you will answer. So think carefully and answer honestly. Xenon paused for a moment, his icy gaze looking straight at Yu Wu. Erecto's reckless attack. You definitely wouldn't say you couldn't dodge, right? With your skills, you could have dodged easily. The power gap between you two is so large that the Professor's Council decided to end the match. So give us an answer that we can accept. Why didn't you dodge that attack, Ban Yu Wu? Xenon spoke with a cold face, while Yu Wu felt a bit of tension in his heart. Returning to Yu Wu's train of thought before the question from Vice Principal Xenon, he didn't rush to answer immediately. Instead, he quietly thought carefully before replying. Although I have gained the skill to use the power of language, I have never really thought deeply about what is called the soul of words. Hearing the question from behind the screen, Yu Wu could feel a terrifying pressure. Who on earth is this person? Yu Wu asked himself, then spoke up to answer. As everyone has guessed, I did not dodge Erecto's attack. Instead, I chose to counter because I believe that a student who dares to disregard the authority of the professors and is even satisfied with doing so deserves to face the consequences. Hearing this, Xenon asked back in surprise, You say the professor's authority? Yu Wu nodded, admitting, That is correct. Furthermore, in an official practice match where rules must be strictly adhered to, I wanted to ensure that no other student would dare to disregard the rules or think they could sneak attack an opponent without being punished. To this explanation from the protagonist, Xenon couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Why? In response, Yu Wu calmly stated the situation he perceived, because there are many students and people from other spaces watching today's match. Erecto intentionally ignored the notice ending the match and continued to hunt me down. In that case, if I had just dodged passively, then it would gradually spread a misconception that when fighting with students from lower spaces, there is no need to follow the rules. Although the decision was made in a short amount of time, I firmly believe that my actions were entirely correct. I acted to protect the Academy's rules. Yu Wu answered very calmly, but this sharp response, as he skillfully used the Academy's honor as a shield, made Vice Principal Xenon couldn't help but smile to himself. Haha, a smart answer. He knows very well that many people are listening, and he has turned a personal issue into a general problem for the whole school. I cannot deny that argument, but... Thinking this, Xenon spoke up with an authoritative voice. Student Ban Yu Wu, a student who disregards the rules of a practice match deserves to be punished according to the regulations. However, punishing whom is my business and the school's, not a student like you. Is that not right? Xenon's words made Yu Wu's face drop noticeably. Beside him, Assistant Professor Jun laughed triumphantly as if he had just had a good harvest. Ha, finally opened your eyes. No matter how much you sweet talk, your opponent is still the vice principal. You're done for, Ban Yu Wu. However, Yu Wu naturally understood the situation. He had no way to oppose the vice principal's power, so he chose to admit, the professor is entirely correct. If my actions happen to infringe upon the rights of the professors, then I apologize. No matter what, I am ready to accept the punishment given to me. Hearing this, Xenon suddenly laughed. His tone also became more relaxed. Haha, you say punishment? No, it's nothing. From the start, I didn't intend to discuss punishment or anything else. I was just curious about what you were thinking when you acted like that. Xenon paused for a beat. His sharp eyes assessing Yu Wu, he really has a way with words, and he has an extreme determination in convincing the constellations to stand by him. Thinking this, Xenon closed the issue. In any case, the final fault still lies with Erecto. He ignored the notice ending the match and still tried to attack you, so I will recognize Ban Yu Wu's actions as legitimate self-defense. In the stands, Light and Rachel heard this and celebrated the victory. Only the assistant professor Jun stood there looking foolish and hurriedly spoke up, "Professor," but before he could finish the sentence, Xenon turned to cut him off. "Enough, Assistant Professor Jun, you should also stop this shameful behavior immediately. If you had stopped Erecto from the beginning, not letting him lose control, then today's events might not have happened, right? In this matter, you must also take responsibility." Assistant Professor Jun went pale, not daring to say another word. Xenon ended the matter. "Reattaching Erecto's arm is not a difficult problem, so we will stop here. Students watching the match, please return to your seats and focus on the next activities. And Ban Yu Wu, you've worked hard. Now you may go." Regarding Yu Wu, when he saw himself being acquitted so easily, he was stunned for a few seconds before hurriedly bowing to thank him and quickly turning to leave. However, right at that moment, a whisper sounded in his ear. Xenon's very faint voice, "See you again." This made Yu Wu curious, and he glanced slightly at the screen behind him. Next, he reunited with his group of friends. Seeing Yu Wu easily defeat Erecto, Light and Rachel excitedly said, "There you are, Yu Wu, welcome back. That swordsmanship you used at the end was absolutely awesome." Light praised him while Rachel sighed in relief. "More importantly, I'm glad you weren't hurt." Responding to their voices, Yu Wu nodded. "You guys were out here, thanks for cheering for me. Hunting elite monsters in the tower is really useful, right? Yeah." On the other side, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon also chimed in. "I really enjoyed the match. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? How does it feel to achieve new power? Is it more useful?" Hearing this, Yu Wu scratched his head and turned to thank her. "It's all thanks to you frequently training me with those mysterious exercises." But Dak Go-yeon didn't let him finish the sentence. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her tone became serious. "That's not it. That guy's arm, you absorbed it, didn't you?" Dak Go-yeon's words made Yu Wu's face stiffen. He began to remember. Just now, he had decided to absorb the power from Erecto's arm. "Just in case, I'll take a little bit first," Yu Wu thought to himself, then quickly pressed the confirm button. Immediately after that, the system returned a notification. Stealing. Vitality 22.9, Body 27.9, Titan 14, Volcano 14, Super Strength 14, Giant and Volcano are attributes that humans cannot possess. Looking at these notifications, Yu Wu was stunned for a few seconds. Returning to reality, Yu Wu spoke up and admitted to the group. "Up until now, I still haven't been able to control the attributes of living people at will, but it seems I can now strip away specific parts by severing them. So somehow I ended up choosing to absorb the power from Erecto's right arm," Yu Wu said with a sorrowful look on his face. Seeing that expression, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon coldly reminded him, "Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like all the life has been drained out of you?" Explaining this, Yu Wu shared his thoughts. "Well, at first I was happy because I became stronger, but thinking about it carefully, I feel like something is wrong. After all, I severed the arm of a human being. It wasn't a monster. Feeling happy after cutting off someone's arm to gain power, I don't feel like that's normal or comfortable at all." As he spoke, Yu Wu's voice grew lower, filled with a deep sense of sadness, which made Rachel, who was standing nearby, feel a bit worried. However, in response to Yu Wu's words, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon immediately set him straight. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hold your head up. He's the one who tried to kill you. That was the price for an arm. You won, he lost. The outcome has already been decided. It doesn't matter who is who, as long as someone intends to take your life, you don't need to be soft-hearted. Is that clear?" Dak Go-yeon's firm words snapped Yu Wu out of it, as if he had just been enlightened. His mind gradually cleared and he gave a small smile and nodded. "Yeah, you're right, haha. Sorry everyone, I was just overthinking it." Across from him, seeing that Yu Wu had returned to his normal mood, Dak Go-yeon also complained, "Anyway, worrying about things like that really is unnecessary. What if I were to take a stroll and gently claim an arm from each of the kids in that special class everyone talks about? Then what? I'd take their power and spare their lives, but I'd crush their souls. Hearing her voice this terrifying intention, Yu Wu could only offer a wry smile. Haha, you're scaring me now. On the side, Light also shook his head in disapproval. Yu Wu, don't worry. Compared to Doc Goyon, you're still more human. This comment immediately made Doc Goyon angry, and she shot a glare at both of them. Hey, what did you just say? Without paying attention to them, a notification screen suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wu. This caused him to shout out, "Oh my god, what is it this time?" His cry immediately drew the attention of the other three. In front of Yu Wu was a notification regarding the class taught by Professor Xenon, which made Yu Wu break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, it's a mandatory remedial course with no opt-out option. Professor Xenon's Babylon Constellation course is for senior students from the 4th year and up. Inside the screen, Xenon's voice also rang out, how to attract support from constellations. Ways to negotiate contracts with a constellation more skillfully. Useful knowledge and preparation to avoid the wrath of a constellation. Ways to easily change constellations, and so on. This course especially welcomes the participation of Class 11. Time quickly passed, and at this moment, Yu Wu's group was slowly moving. However, the people around them were looking at them with looks that weren't exactly friendly. Hey, look over there, the low-tier group is passing by. Look at that guy walking with his nose in the air, it's so annoying. Really irritating, someone voiced out. However, another person had a different thought. Really? Even if they're low tier, he doesn't look half bad. Watching him fight in the duels, he looked pretty sharp. But why are they coming through here? This is the 4th year floor, someone questioned, making everyone surprised and puzzled. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? This floor only has Professor Xenon's lecture hall. Back to Yu Wu, seeing his friends all silent before these whispers, the protagonist also spoke up to clear the gloomy atmosphere. Have I told you guys yet? In my world, there's a rumor that, the more you're cursed, the longer you live. Responding to this was a look from Doc Goyon as if she were watching a 3-year-old. Then you're practically immortal then, right? She teased. Meanwhile, their friend Light also frowned and scolded the crowd. You cowards, talking behind our backs, do you think we're deaf or something? Turning to Rachel, she also reached out to tug at Yu Wu's sleeve and whispered, Are you okay, Yu Wu? After what happened yesterday, I'm worried that everyone will start shunning you. Everyone doesn't really understand who you are, yet they're spreading rumors about you, Rachel said with teary eyes, looking as if she were about to cry. To Yu Wu, it seemed like Rachel was the one who needed comforting more. It's all right, Rachel. Although it's a bit sad, it's still better than being looked down upon like before, so don't worry too much. Thank you for caring about me. While speaking, Yu Wu reached out to pat her small head, which visibly improved her mood. However, their moment of happiness hadn't lasted for more than a few seconds before the sound of Doc Goyon grinding her teeth echoed. Ha ha ha. You two just hung out together over the weekend and already you're this in sync, huh? Her words made their friend Light, standing nearby, feel chills down his spine, and he quickly sidestepped. Then Doc Goyon looked at Rachel and asked, Do you like the outfit Yu Wu gave you that much? If you want to be close, go do it somewhere else, you beast. On her end, not knowing where she found the courage, Rachel actually dared to snap back at Doc Goyon. Are you jealous? Her unexpected words made Yu Wu's eyes widen in surprise, while Doc Goyon looked like a cat with its fur bristling in anger. She began to growl. You didn't get hit enough during training, did you, beast? Seeing this, Rachel quickly hid behind Yu Wu. However, her gaze was still full of determination. It was just tough for Yu Wu, who had to stand up to advise the swordswoman Doc Goyon. Wait a second, calm down, Doc Goyon. The next class is about to start, we shouldn't cause a scene. Behind him, Rachel saw Yu Wu defending her, so she also glared at Doc Goyon and sarcastically said, You act like you didn't bully me first. Her words made Doc Goyon so angry that her whole body shook uncontrollably, while Yu Wu looked frustrated and glared at Rachel. You two, time passed quickly. Changing the scene to in front of a room before entering, Yu Wu also asked again, This is the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall, right? We're definitely not late, are we? On this side, Light was also a bit worried and said, Hey Yu Wu, as I recall, there was a class last week too. If low-tier freshmen like us join halfway through, what will the seniors think? To this question of his, Yu Wu just smiled and replied, You're worried about this? Of course, they'll think those participating are genius freshmen, right? After saying that, Yu Wu also opened the door and walked into the lecture hall. And the moment they stepped in, the eyes of every student in the class turned toward the group, which made them feel a bit of pressure. Even the swordswoman Dak Goyon couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of these seniors. As expected, perhaps because they are seniors, even I can't underestimate their capabilities. Unlike the calmness from Dak Goyon, Rachel was frightened and grabbed Yu Wu's arm tightly. However, Yu Wu's face had also gone pale from worry. Compared to his friends, he could see much more. Good heavens, I know this is a class for elite students, but what is this? In front of Yu Wu appeared countless unclear notifications. And they were unmeasurable, signifying that the senior students possessed immense power. Yu Wu's current strength was not enough to evaluate theirs. The system continued to send notifications. You have successfully understood a part and interpreted the concept held by a transcendent being. Your understanding of the 100 Poisons book has reached 137. Not knowing these thoughts in Yu Wu's heart, Professor Xenon, seeing that the group of freshmen had arrived, also spoke up. Welcome, Class 11. I'm very glad you've joined my class. Welcome everyone. I am Xenon, your supervising professor. You can sit in any empty seat. For Yu Wu, he quickly realized this was the same voice that had spoken to him during the battle with that Erecto guy. Following that, waiting for Yu Wu's group to quickly sit down, the vice principal also began his lecture. As clearly stated in the curriculum I distributed to you, the goal of this course is very simple: to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. Because we have freshmen joining today, first we will talk briefly about the tower. At a glance, one would feel that the tower has no principles or end point, but in reality, this tower is similar to a living organism. When climbing the tower, we will have to overcome trials and approach the hidden treasures or secrets within it. Do you think you receive rewards because you pass the stage? But in fact, that is not the case. You are not hunting for treasure. The tower itself has prepared them so that you can receive them. The purpose is to select the most elite, with better items, more special treasures, and more transcendent miracles. The tower itself is looking for those who strive to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who understand it is a basic condition for any intelligent creature with high reasoning capacity. Back to Yu Wu, hearing these words from the vice principal, he also silently mocked in his heart. That's nonsense. A fragile system turned upside down by an abnormal intruder through an unconventional method. Living and thinking, the tower choosing people, isn't this being overhyped? How can one believe this? But at this point, the protagonist suddenly became silent for a moment. He started to recall the events that had occurred while he was climbing the tower and slowly calculated. Wait, the time when the principal's letter was sent out en masse was not long after there was an intruder in the tower. So we assumed that the abnormal phenomenon occurring at the spider web in room 4 was caused by the intruder. But thinking about it now, the difficulty of the first floor is quite strange. The thing that immediately killed Louis was certainly an elite monster. If the tower only started to become strange after our group reached the 4th room and the intruder caused trouble, then the hell level difficulty on floors 1, 2, and 3 is very unreasonable. What on earth is going on here? Is the tower really similar to a living creature? This judgment is a bit crazy, but if you change the premise, assume the tower's difficulty didn't change due to the intruders, but due to another cause. Could it be because of that? Let me think. That hell level difficulty was really set by the tower for us, or perhaps it's because I am the descendant of the master of the tower, so that's why it happened. Was really set by the tower for us, or perhaps it's because I am the descendant of the master of the tower, so that's why it happened. In the front, although Vice Principal Xenon was still lecturing, his gaze was always attentive to the protagonist. Then, when he saw his restless expression, he suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Back to Yu Wu, he was still stroking his chin in thought. No need to think too far ahead. If the tower itself chooses the climbers, as the professor said, then there is no better environment than this. At least our class encountered a harder difficulty and a different situation compared to everyone else. There's a saying, high risk, high reward. The rewards the tower has prepared must be on a completely different level. I still can't grasp the concept. What is this class anyway? Opposite him, Vice Principal Xenon caught Yu Wu's confused gaze and turned to say, "Did he discover it, the barrier layer surrounding it?" Some students, even after many years, cannot realize it, but he detected that sphere on his first day of auditing. Exactly, you are very sharp, Ban Yu Wu. Sure enough, even as a freshman, it seems the students of Class 11 are fully qualified to audit this lecture. Saying this, he raised his hand into the air and pulled down a purple sphere that was floating above the classroom. After that, he continued, "I have a question for you, Ban Yu Wu. What do you see inside the sphere?" The professor's suggestive question made Yu Wu observe the sphere. However, all the information he received from the system was unknown. Seeing this, Yu Wu awkwardly turned to answer, "I don't see anything." Hearing this, Xenon laughed and said, "You should focus more, check it again." Still nothing, Yu Wu shook his head. "Try focusing again, there must be something you can see. Try to unlock the secret of this sphere," Xenon continued to advise. After Yu Wu stared into the sphere for a while, he began to see a few concepts within it. Shield, severing, protection, and the part further away. It seems you still haven't grasped it. Yu Wu frowned and said, "Meanwhile, Professor Xenon also knew that he had used all his ability to observe the sphere, so he didn't require him to do more." "I see. Very good. Now you can close your eyes and rest." Hearing this, Yu Wu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, Professor Xenon couldn't help but be surprised by what Yu Wu had witnessed. "I didn't expect him to discover the 3 abilities of the sphere. You are truly not ordinary at all. Now I understand why the principal is paying so much attention to you." Thinking about this, the professor asked the protagonist again, "Do you understand what this is?" "None at all." Yu Wu answered frankly. This answer even made the vice principal a bit confused. "You are indeed very honest. But you should think about it more carefully. I want to emphasize to all of you that, in class as well as in life, expanding your way of thinking and cultivating your imagination is important. Expanding your way of thinking is directly related to how you expand your power. If you want to use your abilities in a higher level way, you must develop the power of thought and try to direct the path behind it. You must cultivate your thinking ability. Even if the results are not immediately visible, you must not stop thinking." The vice principal's advice left Yu Wu feeling totally clueless. Not stop thinking? What does that have to do with the sphere? Yu Wu thought to himself, then directly asked the professor, "If someone has high perception or imagination, can they control this sphere?" The protagonist's sudden question made Xenon's eyes flash with surprise, but after that he also nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Someday, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, then this sphere will turn you into a pseudo-god." The whole classroom was completely silent after Xenon's words. No one responded enthusiastically. It seemed they were still considering whether those words were true or not. Seeing the blank faces of the students, Xenon burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it might be confusing now, but through the learning process you will gradually understand. This is the core material in my lecture, and it is also closely related to the main lecture, Simulated Constellation War. Alright, that's it for today's class. As for the homework, try to imagine the potential applications of this. See you all next week." Turning to Yu Wu's perspective, the amount of knowledge he had gained from this audit was 0. He scratched his head in confusion. It's way too complicated. God is just God, right? What is a pseudo-god? A creature similar to a god. Or is it a false god? And what are the principles behind becoming a god? Because we are in different academic years, this class is too hard. Yu Wu sighed in his heart. On this side, students were also gradually leaving the lecture hall. Light turned to everyone and said, "Let's go, Yu Wu." After getting outside, Yu Wu still didn't understand anything about the previous lecture, so he had to ask, "The lecture just now, could someone explain it to me again?" His question made Light's eyes widen. "Huh, I thought you would be the one to summarize it for us naturally." At the same time, a familiar voice rang out next to the group. "So the lecture is over, huh?" Hearing this, Yu Wu was startled, turned and shouted, "Ordema, what are you doing here?" Responding to the question was a face full of contempt from the blonde nobleman. "Lowly creature, be quiet. I'm the one asking the questions here." He glanced around and asked, "Where is she?" The whole group was puzzled. Light dreamily asked back, "She? Don't tell me." In the heads of the whole group, the image of one person suddenly appeared. At the same time, Dak Go-yeon's voice rang out. Why is everyone making such a racket in one spot? She walked over, curiously looking at the crowd in front of her, but then her eyes quickly caught Orduma. She let out a tone of complete indifference. Oh my god, I thought something serious had happened. Opposite her, when seeing Dak Go-yeon appear, Ortama immediately lunged over. He looked straight at her and said seriously, Dak Go-yeon, is that right? Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon crossed her arms and casually replied, that's right, so what? Ortama continued, I have something I need to do with you. His words made the swordswoman a bit annoyed. Another duel challenge, if you want to die, I won't stop you. But it's hard to fight each other in this academy. However, Ortama's next action was truly beyond everyone's imagination. He suddenly knelt on one knee and pulled out a bouquet of incredibly beautiful roses from his inventory. He held the bouquet out toward Dak Go-yeon and said solemnly, Dak Go-yeon, I want to ask you on a date. After finishing, his face turned a bit red from embarrassment. Yu Wu's group, standing behind, widened their eyes and broke out in a cold sweat, worried for Ortama because he dared to say this to Dak Go-yeon. And what about Dak Go-yeon? Her face at this moment was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If she were to tear Ortama to pieces right now, they wouldn't feel surprised. Following that, the result doesn't need to be said, everyone can guess. Not unexpectedly, that blonde Ortama was bluntly rejected by Dak Go-yeon without any hesitation. Remembering the scene earlier, even Yu Wu felt a bit concerned for Ortama. How the hell does he like a woman who beat him to a pulp? Is his taste that twisted? Responding to this, his friend Light just silently shook his head and reminded him, Yu Wu, the answer is in your question. No way, Yu Wu grumbled loudly. And behind, Dak Go-yeon saw them arguing like that, so she chimed in, what makes you guys any different that you have to argue? I'm very curious to know what his next plan is. Hearing this, all three people in front widened their eyes, turned to look at the genius swordswoman and stuttered. A plan? What plan? Looking at their dazed expressions, Dak Go-yeon started to break a sweat and whispered, you really don't know? He must have some other ulterior motive because I don't see any romantic interest in his eyes at all. Hearing this, Yu Wu shrugged and replied, no way, it's not like what you think. What I meant was, you look very pretty. Yu Wu's unintentional words made the white-haired girl's face turn bright red. Her whole body started shaking with embarrassment and she asked, really, Yu Wu, why are you complimenting me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Yu Wu was also a bit curious, not understanding why Dak Go-yeon was acting this way. Meanwhile, Light turned to remind her, Dak Go-yeon, don't pay attention to the nonsense he says. Of course I know that, you don't have to tell me, Dak Go-yeon hurriedly defended herself. And while the group was talking to each other, the beastkin girl Rachel was silently thinking to herself. She wondered, does Ortama really have another motive? Those eyes definitely couldn't be wrong. Remembering the scene earlier, after Ortama brought the bouquet in front of Dak Go-yeon, she coldly said, I have no interest in you, so don't you dare come looking for me again. Let's go, hurry up. Saying that, Dak Go-yeon hurriedly turned and walked away, leaving Ortama behind with a very sorrowful face. Putting this aside, changing the scene to the training field. At this moment, in front of Yu Wu, several notification screens appeared. You have appeared in front of many other creatures, etching your existence into their minds. You have gained a new language concept, charisma and honor. The depth of charisma and honor is 10. Looking at this notification, Yu Wu was slightly surprised in his heart. I just posted this week's video on the channel and I've already received a new concept. Then Yu Wu checked more specifically the two concepts he had just received. Charisma 10, capability to charm and influence others. Honor 10, power received by being recognized by other creatures. Right after reading, Yu Wu clearly understood the essence of these two concepts. However, he wasn't very happy about these two new abilities. These look good, but are they useful for climbing the tower? Thinking about it, to check how much these two concepts affected things, the protagonist turned to ask his close friend, hey Rachel, do I look any different? The sudden question made Rachel startled and stammer, different? Well, I think you're quite handsome. Hearing this, it was Yu Wu's turn to be flustered and he waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant, but thank you anyway. Not far away, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon saw them talking affectionately like that and she angrily began to vent her anger on Light. After doing so, she dragged Light in front of both of them and said with glowing red eyes, hey, you two. Focus on what you're doing, stop sitting there flirting with each other. Opposite her, Yu Wu saw her walking over, so he quickly asked, "Hey, Doc Goyon, do I look any different?" Before the protagonist could finish his sentence, Doc Goyon, embarrassed, held her hand up to his face and interrupted. "Really? Didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry up and focus on training. If you keep going like this, you'll be training until tomorrow morning." The girl grumbled angrily, making Yu Wu not dare to bring up his appearance again. All right, Rachel, let's keep training." Okay," Rachel nodded. Meanwhile, Light sat nearby, listening, and wept in frustration. "Let me rest for a bit." Following that, while Doc Goyon and Light sat and rested, Yu Wu and Rachel dove into training. Each collision of theirs began to create shockwaves, released into the surroundings. Looking at these strikes, Light also had to admit, Yu Wu has become much stronger. "I think it's probably time for higher-level training." Responding to this, Doc Goyon just slightly shook her head and said, "It's not enough yet. He is stronger, but he is still far from the two of us. From the beginning, him holding his ground was only because Rachel was holding back." Talking to this point, the swordswoman also frowned and thought, "Anyway, tomorrow is the day we have to enter the tower. Do you have a way to confront the monster yet, Yu Wu? If not, it will be just like last time. If we don't quickly find a solution, then failure will repeat." Returning to the protagonist's perspective, while fighting the Beastkin girl, he silently activated his observation skill. In his head, he began to quietly form a plan. "After a week of training with Rachel, I've gradually come to understand her. Her rage is triggered by emotions, and depending on the type of emotion used as fuel, her state will fluctuate accordingly. When negative emotions like anger are used as fuel, she becomes stronger and harder to control. But when positive, joyful emotions are used, the rage subsides and she stabilizes. In battle, feelings of resentment are easily stirred up, making it impossible for her to keep herself under control. But if I swap out the raw emotion for a positive one, there might just be a change." Thinking this, Yu Wu tilted his head to the side, dodging Rachel's attack. Then he lunged forward, raising his sword to his chest and thrusting it firmly forward, causing Rachel's body to fly backward. Seizing the opportunity, while Rachel hadn't yet managed to stand back up, Yu Wu whispered to himself, "Now's the time. I've been saving up all week, spending time with Rachel, collecting little bits of her emotions when she was happy, relaxed, and quiet. Not fake emotions, but her genuine feelings. This is definitely going to work." With that, Yu Wu pulled out several conceptual emotions he had gathered beforehand and quickly charged forward. Just like that, Yu Wu began pushing those positive emotional concepts straight toward Rachel. It was just a pity that Rachel's beastly instincts were incredibly sharp. Before the protagonist's hand could even touch her, Rachel swung her arm, swatting his hand aside. Next, she let out a furious roar and lunged straight at Yu Wu. Her two arms stretched wide, wrapping tightly around his waist and slamming him down to the ground. Then, as if she had completely lost control, Rachel raised her sharp hand and stabbed straight down. Watching from the side, Light and Doc Goyon saw this and rushed over to intervene. However, they didn't need to wait until they arrived, as the little snake Eve transformed into a chain, lunging forward to tightly bind Rachel's attacking arm, and pulling it hard to both sides, leaving her only able to scream in helplessness. Finally, after a few seconds, her crimson hair color gradually faded into pink, signaling that she had completely changed, signaling that this girl was slowly regaining her consciousness. On his side, Yu Wu was startled and remarked, "Rachel, it seems like you moved faster after being chained up." Following his gaze, Rachel, who was panting nonstop, weakly replied, "I think so too." Next, Yu Wu began to release his chain and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "Phew, thank goodness." That fury didn't last too long, but having to do this every time we spar is way too dangerous. Something has changed, but what exactly are the conditions for it? Yu Wu pondered deeply in his mind. Meanwhile, Rachel, standing in front, said, "Thank you, Yu Wu." Hearing this, the protagonist shook off his thoughts and asked curiously, "Why are you thanking me? We still haven't figured it out yet." Responding to this, the Beastkin girl shook her head vigorously. "No, thank you. Because of you, I've been able to fight more comfortably now. Just this alone is a huge step forward. I'm so glad you're here, Yu Wu." Hearing this, the protagonist wore a look of immense satisfaction, while Dak Go-yeon, observing from the side, gave a cold huff. This made Yu-woo jump and he hurriedly clarified, "Dak Go-yeon, we were just training hard." "Yeah, I can see that," Dak Go-yeon nodded. As for Light, he laughed to ease the tense atmosphere. "Haha, luckily no one got hurt." Returning to Dak Go-yeon's perspective, she stood up and began to say, "More importantly, everything has been." At this point, the swordswoman's voice suddenly faltered. After a few seconds of thought, she suddenly waved her hand and shook her head. "No, it's nothing, let's stop here for today." Hearing her say that, Yu-woo was puzzled. What on earth, it's over already. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the base of the tower. At this point, Yu-woo's group had fully prepared their equipment to enter the tower once again. A special detail was that this time their friend Light did not use his holy sword. Instead, he used a large spear. This decision was requested by the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon. It made Light panic and say, "Hey Dak Go-yeon, wouldn't it be better if I used the holy sword, at least when we step inside the tower? If it were just for my own sake, I wouldn't care, but our fates are tied to all four of us, aren't they?" In response, Dak Go-yeon threw him a look of utter confidence. "We all agreed to build a solid foundation first, rather than rushing into a sprint. This is only our second expedition of the first year, so don't worry too much." That's right, Yu-woo nodded in agreement. Before turning to look at Light's trembling figure nearby, he silently assessed him in his thoughts. Light doesn't seem to notice, does he? But the more he uses the holy sword, the more dependent he becomes on it. The nature of the evil spirit is gradually merging with the temple spirit. By now, I'm not even sure if it's truly a holy sword anymore, but in any case, it would be better to keep it as a last resort. Thinking this, the scene returned to Light's perspective. Looking at Dak Go-yeon's determined gaze, he could only bow his head in acceptance. "All right, I get it. But if I fall in this tower because of this trial, don't blame me for it, okay?" Responding to his words, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon began cracking her knuckles and threatened, "No one is going to blame you, we'll make you suffer even more." Beside her, Yu also chimed in with a threat. "Who has the time to blame you? Don't forget, there are millions of people subscribed to watch our videos." Hearing this, how could Light not understand their intentions? The guy's eyes started to water. "So in the end, you guys are still going to blame me?" "Shut up," Dak Go-yeon snapped. While the two were arguing, Yu-woo took the chance to check his status again and nodded, satisfied with what he currently possessed. "Good, everything seems to be in order. Everything is prepared for Eve and Titch, right?" As he spoke, he called out the little snake Eve and the tiny robot used for filming, saying, "I'm counting on you too." At the same time, the Beastkin girl Rachel also stepped forward and said, "Yu-woo, I will try my absolute best and I will listen to everything you say." Hearing this, the protagonist turned back and nodded. "Sure thing. Trust me, I'm quite strong in a fight too." "Yeah, I trust you," Rachel replied with a look full of trust. For some reason, seeing them being so intimate, Dak Go-yeon felt a bit irritated and mocked Yu-woo. "I only hope we can make it until at least Saturday afternoon. The first one to die will have to suffer the most difficult punishment." Hearing her say that, Yu-woo's eyes flashed white and he whispered, "You seem to enjoy pushing others into misery, don't you?" Beside him, Light said in a panic, Hey, do we really not need the holy sword?" Ignoring his complaints, Dak Go-yeon's expression shifted slightly and she said quietly, "Hey, Yu-woo, come here for a second. There are a few things I need to clarify before we set off. Today is the first evaluation day. Honestly speaking, I'm a bit disappointed. You haven't fulfilled the promise you made to me, have you?" For Yu-woo, he naturally remembered what that promise was. He replied, "Of course I haven't yet, but both of them have started to change. No need to wait for the results, it will happen just as I said." Ahead, Dak Go-yeon heard this and could only agree, "I hope so, but anyway, regarding the monster's status, there is one thing I didn't tell you yesterday. But first, who gave you permission to eavesdrop?" As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, which caused the Beastkin girl Rachel, who was eavesdropping on the side, to raise her hands and cover her ears. Even so, Dak Go-yeon didn't stop snapping her fingers at all. While doing so, she said irritably, "Honestly, his monster state becomes more wild when he's in front of you, Yu-woo. Do you understand the meaning of submission?" Yu-woo heard the question and the protagonist was a bit curious, but he turned to answer. "Does it mean being dominated?" Dak Go-yeon replied with a sigh, "That's not entirely wrong. From the perspective of someone who has once been dominated, it's a bit uncomfortable, but some people with strong leadership abilities For those people, that beast state is much like a person who can completely dominate and control it. Hearing this part, our protagonist still didn't understand a single thing and had to ask back, "What do you mean?" Ahead, Dok Go-yeon began moving closer to Yu Wu, staring intently at him and reminding him, "Do you really not understand?" In other words, when that beast becomes uncontrollable, trying to communicate with its heart is useless. Opposite her, the eyes of the dense Yu Wu were still wide, filled with question marks, as he cluelessly said, "Sorry, but I still don't understand." Hearing this, even with all her patience, Dok Go-yeon could no longer suppress her anger and shouted, "Oh my God, get serious." "Forget it, if you can't understand it, just remember it," she said, gritting her teeth. As for Yu Wu, he remained cheerful. "Don't be angry, okay? I don't understand it very well, but I will remember it. Thank you." Putting this matter aside, the group began walking toward the entrance. Yu Wu placed his hand on the door and turned to speak to everyone. "All right, is everyone ready?" Responding to his words, the other three nodded in unison. Seeing this, Yu Wu confidently announced, "First year privilege, Class 11, second expedition, officially starting." As he spoke, Yu Wu extended both hands, pushing the doors apart. And after stepping inside, the scene before them looked like a place that resembled a maze. The sight was vastly different from previous times, leaving the group amazed as they scanned their surroundings. After scanning the area, the swordswoman Dok Go-yeon spoke up, "I thought it was strange that we were starting from room 1. But I didn't expect it to be this huge." "Amazed this time," Light said with a worried expression, while Yu Wu, after checking his pendant, reminded them, "Based on the number on the pendant, this seems to be the 5th floor." Hearing this, Light suddenly exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness we're starting from the 5th room." "Hey, you seem a bit too smug," the white-haired girl grumbled, making Light bristle and shout, "No, I'm not." Returning to Yu Wu, he suddenly noticed that Ruchel's demeanor was a bit strange, so he asked, "Ruchel, what's wrong?" In response, Ruchel stated what she felt. "I smell the scent of a monster. Catch it, Yu Wu." Regarding this place, Yu Wu didn't know what to say. "You found a monster instead of the path." No sooner had he finished speaking than the protagonist's expression changed. Because right in front of the group, there was a figure that looked rather distorted, appearing like a scratched-up image. Seeing this, Light's hands instinctively tightened around his weapon and he shouted, "What is that? Is it the same thing we encountered in room 1? "No, this is something else," Yu Wu replied. "Sounds like cracking and twisting, like it's falling apart." Then, while both of them were still trying to figure out what kind of monster was in front of them, the beastkin Ruchel charged forward. Her sharp hands swung forcefully forward and instantly shattered the strange figure into two. At the same time, Yu Wu also received a system notification. Error, 0.1. Evil Spirit 0.2 Light, 0.1 Noise, 0.1 Malfunction, 0.05 Inversion, 0.01. Looking at this notification, Yu Wu could finally confirm his thoughts. "Just as I thought, this is a glitch phenomenon. When the signal is cut, both the image and sound become distorted, and the inversion of that state creates a strange feeling of fear, turning it into a monster. Since it's a different type from the monsters I've met before, there are many concepts I've never encountered. What do malfunction and inversion contribute to this concept? Currently, the error has an inversion in it, so it might be useful. Let's try collecting some more." Meanwhile, as Yu Wu was lost in thought, a glitch monster crept up close to him. And as soon as it got near, it lunged like a curtain, trying to engulf Yu Wu. Unfortunately, how could it possibly succeed? Standing nearby, Dok Go-yeon just snapped her fingers, firing a beam of light that shattered the glitch monster into many pieces. After doing so, she gave a playful glance. "Hey, Yu Wu, focus on handling these things. Getting out of this maze will be a hassle. The path is very complicated, so be careful and don't get separated. For now, just follow this way." Saying that, she quickly surged forward, while Light was frustrated, fighting off the glitch monsters from behind. "Wait, these things just keep appearing," he lamented. Beside him, Dok Go-yeon speculated, "Is this a type of mental monster?" Returning to Yu Wu's perspective, looking at the godlike speed at which the inversion concept was being collected, he was dejected. "Even if it's just a little bit, I've slowly been accumulating inversion. But do I need to get 100 points to use the ability? In the end, is it really worth it?" Just as he thought of this, he was distracted by a shout from the beastkin girl Ruchel. Then, just as she was about to engage the glitch monster, Yu Wu used his chain to stop her. Wait, Rachel. You don't need to fight too much, you'll go crazy. Rachel, stay by my side for now. Hearing this, her face flushed slightly pink and she nodded repeatedly. This only made Doc Go-yeon, who was watching, irritated. Hey, you two, this is no place for flirting. As she spoke, she casually fired 2 bursts of energy, shattering the monsters in front of her. Returning to the protagonist, he reminded himself, for now, just ignore the concept appearing on the wall. Behind him, Rachel scanned the surroundings and assisted Yu Wu. Hey, Yu Wu, they're appearing over there. Got it? Yu Wu nodded and quickly controlled his chain, attacking the glitch monsters. Just like that, time passed quickly. Yu Wu's group fought and retreated, yet they still couldn't find a way out of the maze. This made Light endlessly discouraged. Oh my god, several hours have passed. When will we be able to get out of this maze? Hearing this, Doc Go-yeon had also grimaced. It's true, I remember every path we've taken. Not to mention her, Yu Wu himself sensed this. He said, this place, although its shape is slightly different, it seems like we've been here before. Exactly, it's not a normal maze, it changes over time. At this rate, the only choice is to try to destroy it. If we destroy everything, something will appear, Doc Go-yeon said while channeling power into her fist, preparing to perform a powerful move to destroy all the walls in front. Her words gave Yu Wu a sudden idea. Wait. Thinking about it, I've been too focused on collecting inversion without paying attention. Thinking this, Yu Wu stepped forward to stop Doc Go-yeon. Doc Go-yeon, wait a moment. Usually, a path doesn't change easily, therefore there must be something inside these walls. As he spoke, Yu Wu felt along the wall in front of him. Within seconds, his hand pushed lightly into a piece of the wall, causing it to sink deep inside. The system displayed a notification, hallucination 0.5 stolen, concept human cannot possess. Returning to Yu Wu's perspective, the wall fragment in front of him slowly dissolved, revealing a path ahead. I knew it, I guessed right, Yu Wu chuckled inwardly. Seeing this, Light and Rachel turned to admire the protagonist and asked, how did you do that, Yu Wu? You even broke the maze. Hearing their words, Yu Wu rubbed his nose in delight and whispered inwardly, actually, I noticed it earlier. I was just too focused on collecting concepts, so I didn't mention it. After thinking, Yu Wu waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. I don't like wasting time. I just walked around for a few hours and saw the fragment fall off. Enough, come on, I'm sick of this maze. Having said that, Yu Wu quickly moved forward. Behind his back, Doc Go-yeon followed his retreating figure with her eyes, silently admiring him inwardly. He found a magic flaw that even I didn't know about. Sure enough, he's not just an ordinary genius. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Yu Wu had just sliced a giant glitch monster in two, causing it to scream miserably. Its appearance also made the group more cautious during this expedition. Light spoke up, we've encountered an elite monster in our second expedition. Our expedition team is truly different from the rest. Hearing this, Rachel agreed, it really seems so. Saying that, she noticed Yu Wu looking left and right as if searching for something, so she asked, hey, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Ah, no. I'm fine, Yu Wu replied, but inwardly he was panicking, because at this moment his mana had reached the 199,999 threshold, and it wouldn't increase any further. This made Yu Wu panic slightly. It's not increasing at all. I've absorbed a lot of mana in the last 3 hours. Yet my mana still hasn't surpassed 200. This has never happened with strength and stamina. What on earth is going on? The more he thought, the more bewildered Yu Wu became. If a stat gets stuck at this level, it's going to cause a lot of problems. However, Doc Go-yeon didn't know this, so she stepped forward to ask, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Her sudden appearance made Yu Wu jump and shout, hey, I told you not to come near me suddenly. Beside him, his panicked look only made the group more certain of their thoughts. So you really do have a problem, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Hearing this, the protagonist shared his problem. It's just that I've just defeated an elite monster, but my mana didn't increase at all. For Doc Go-yeon, for some reason, after hearing Yu Wu's problem, she smirked and laughed, making Yu Wu a bit flustered. Why are you so happy? Doc Go-yeon replied, you've hit a wall, Yu Wu. You've absorbed energy like that, you've sucked everything dry around you, that's why you had such an incredible growth speed. But if you keep pouring water into a container without giving it time to develop, you'll reach your limit soon enough. Hearing this, Yu Wu realized, gaping as he asked, "Container, so what should I do now?" In response, the swordswoman quickly offered a solution. Currently, trying to break through the limit by blindly hunting monsters like that isn't the way. A more effective way perhaps is, as she spoke. She looked at Rachel, then pouted, saying irritably, "Some people are way too pampered, haha. Not being stuck at school on weekends, getting fresh air, eating good food, and going shopping." Her implying words made Yu Wu quickly realize the issue, and he had to clasp his hands together to beg. "Doc Go-yeon, if you're willing to teach, I'm ready to learn. I'll even consider going out to eat and shop together, so please." Only when she heard this did Doc Go-yeon's anger subside a bit, and she agreed. "All right, you only humble yourself when you encounter things like this. It will take some time, is that okay?" Hearing that, the puppy-like girl Rachel nodded repeatedly. "If it can help you, Wu, I don't mind." Beside her, Light sighed. "We've defeated an elite monster, but no teleportation occurred, so there's no other choice. Thank you, everyone," the protagonist said with tears in his eyes. Next, the swordswoman slowly revealed her plan. "The best method for you right now is to learn the basics. Because it's divine manifestation art, the fundamental martial art of manifestation magic. It sounds difficult, but it's just basic martial arts, so it's not that hard." However, at this point, her voice faltered a bit. As for Yu Wu, he seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked, "This time, I'm going to be taught systematic martial arts. At least, should I perform a master-disciple bowing ceremony or something?" His question left Doc Go-yeon deep in thought for a few seconds before she turned her head to say, "This is just basic internal energy cultivation that even children can learn. Forget about that and prepare yourself." Having said that, Doc Go-yeon also silently reminded herself, how surprising, an outsider actually talking about the master-disciple ceremony. I acted like it was nothing, but the divine manifestation art isn't the kind of martial art that can be easily taught. Out of respect, it is a secret technique passed down only to blood descendants. If my father knew about this, he would be absolutely shocked. We only met recently, and he is someone from another world. I never expected that I would pass on a unique secret technique, one only taught to family descendants, to someone as foolish as this. Unless he becomes my husband, this is simply unacceptable, Doc Go-yeon thought, her face flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, her friend Yu Wu stood in front of her, feeling like he was about to die of shame. Beside them, Light looked at the protagonist's defined muscle fibers, his eyes widening as he warned the girl next to him, "Don't look, Rachel." In response, Rachel covered her mouth and whispered, "But Light is looking too. I'm fine because I'm a guy." Light stammered, "You're making such a stupid excuse." Rachel retorted, "You two shut up." Doc Go-yeon shouted to silence the two chatterboxes. Only then did Doc Go-yeon begin her instruction again. "Now, sit down and calm your mind." As she spoke, she slowly extended her hand forward. A thought crossed her mind. From the first moment I met him until now, this strange feeling has been growing. A feeling that I want to personally train this man. He is completely different from anyone I have ever met. His talent for martial arts is undeniable, and furthermore, his potential is immense. If someone with his talent and ability were to be nurtured properly and systematically, what would happen? How fast and how far could he go? At the same time, I don't want his potential to be influenced by anyone else. What is it about him that makes me feel this way? Shaking off the random thoughts in her heart, Doc Go-yeon said, "I've explained the basics. Are you ready, Yu Wu?" Hearing this, Yu Wu nodded and asked back, "I understand. But before we begin, aren't you supposed to chant some kind of mantra or something?" Upon hearing this, Doc Go-yeon was initially confused, but then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha. If I told you the mantra, would you even understand it? Explaining it in words is too tedious. Just engraving it into your body is enough. All right, let's get started." The words had barely left her lips when Doc Go-yeon began channeling her energy into Yu Wu's body to guide him. Back to a few minutes earlier, when Doc Go-yeon was explaining the martial art she intended to teach Yu Wu. "The divine manifestation art I'm about to teach you will completely change the nature of the qi in your body and its foundation." Hearing this, Yu Wu stopped undressing. He thought to himself, I thought this was just a simple martial art, but it doesn't seem simple at all. Seeing his worried expression, Dak Go-yeon smirked and said, don't worry, if you want to get stronger, changing your chi is just a normal part of the process. The mana changed by the divine manifestation art will stimulate your body. Then, your body will convert that mana into true chi. Once both your body and magic power are significantly strengthened, you will grow strong quickly. Hearing this, even though Yu Wu was still a bit confused, he nodded along. Even after the explanation, it's still really hard to understand. But in short, I understand that it purifies mana and converts it into true chi. That's all that matters, right? Back in reality, Yu Wu felt as if he were inside a furnace, making his face twist in discomfort. It's so hot. The moment Dak Go-yeon touched me, it felt like a fireball had entered my body. It's constantly absorbing the mana inside me. It's moving throughout my body as if a path has just been formed within it. How much longer will my body be burning? The more he thought, the more panicked Yu Wu became. As if she knew that, Dak Go-yeon whispered into the protagonist's ear, Yu Wu, calm down, follow the path formed in your body and circulate your true chi. That flame is the origin of the divine manifestation art. If you succeed now, you'll be able to walk your own path. Dak Go-yeon's gentle words seemed to carry a kind of magic, helping Yu Wu's mind calm down. He closed his eyes, slowly feeling the source of energy moving within him. The blue flame in his body flowed continuously. Just like that, as time passed, the heat brought by this energy slowly weakened until it finally disappeared completely. At this moment, Yu Wu opened his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, I feel much better, and I realized that using mana directly isn't the best way. At the same time, a congratulatory notification appeared before his eyes. You have learned a new martial art, Divine Manifestation Art. Understanding has reached 20. Along with practicing the Divine Manifestation Art, several negative concepts in your body have been removed. Positive additional vitality has gradually formed in your body. They will assist in the growth of new concepts. Understanding of soul has reached 440. Understanding of defense has reached 7. Looking at these lines of text, Yu Wu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, wow, I did it, that's amazing. Just like Dak Go-yeon said, the concepts in my body are being replaced by true chi. The more I practice, the stronger the concepts in my body become. Is this what the divine manifestation art is? Referring back to Dak Go-yeon, she sensed Yu Wu's energy flow slowly changing and asked, how is it? Do you feel satisfied? Yu Wu was beyond satisfied, so he turned and gave her a thumbs up. It's great. Now what gift do you want? Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon burst out laughing. Hee hee, I'd love something, but first wipe your sweat unless you want to climb the tower alone. As she spoke, she threw a towel directly at Yu Wu's face. Afterward, while wiping his sweat, Yu Wu recalled the earlier memory and pondered, how strange. If I focus my mind while practicing, I can feel the chi circulating inside my body. The more true chi that is established, the stronger my body becomes and my senses also become sharper. A martial art this powerful, and she just gave it to me without asking for anything in return. The more he thought, the more confused Yu Wu felt. Before he finished dressing and returned to the group, I'm a bit late, sorry. Responding to him, Light asked, should we film a video? Are you expecting something? I'm not doing that, forget it, let's get going, Yu Wu replied. On this side, the beastkin girl Rachel didn't seem to give up and advised, but the view count might be very high. Her words immediately received a response from Light, that's exactly what I was thinking. Hearing the two of them chatting like that, Yu Wu angrily shouted, stop it already. Afterward, before they had moved a few steps, Light suddenly said, now that I remember, it's already noon. Aren't you guys hungry? Yu Wu replied, since I took up quite a bit of time, let's just eat later. Not letting them say another word, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon interrupted, no. We've been in the 5th room for too long. Before reaching the 6th room, we cannot delay any further. Her words made the sword-wielding friend Light sigh in frustration. You're setting up eating rules like we're in the military. Rachel roared back, if you have the energy to complain, why not use it to find the exit? The words had barely faded when the group exited the maze and witnessed a large door, leaving the whole group bewildered. You just said that, and I've already found it. This must be the door to the 6th room, right? Let's see, I'm not sure about that, Dak Go-yeon said with a skeptical tone. And before Light could step forward to check, Yu Wu reached out to stop him because he had discovered something. What's going on? I haven't even used my skills yet, but this is. I can faintly sense something outside this door. Is there something behind it? Thinking that, Yu Wu walked toward the back of the door with a tense expression. His demeanor made the others suspicious. But Dak Goyon quickly said, just follow him. Then when they reached behind the door, Light looked left and right for a bit, then said, there's nothing here. Did we take the wrong paths? Unlike them, Yu Wu, possessing the divine eye, could see many things. Maybe so, but in my eyes, this wall is filled with illusions. Right here. Having said that, Yu Wu reached out to push forward, and it was as if he had truly touched something. A crack began to spread endlessly in the air, finally shattering into many mirror fragments, revealing a reddish-brown space behind it. This left Light and Rachel stunned. What is it? What's going on? Did Yu Wu find a secret path? Looking inside the gate, Dak Goyon also shouted, I get it, this is a shortcut. Following their gaze, behind this gate was a spiral staircase leading straight up. At the same time, a system notification appeared to Yu Wu. You have absorbed 50 illusions. Looking at that, Yu Wu was completely stunned. What? I just absorbed 50 points of illusion. I just found a hidden path. That's great. Thinking that, he turned to ask for everyone's opinion. I found a shortcut for us. What should we do with it now? Hearing this, the whole group had the same opinion. What else is there to do? Obviously, we have to go inside. Having said that, the group quickly moved inside the gate. A hand gently brings a glowing energy orb to the mouth of the pure white little snake, Eve, who is looking up. Eat up and grow big, Eve, he says. It excitedly opens its mouth wide to eat, letting out a chirp, eek, while absorbing 5 illusions. Yu Wu climbs the stairs while observing his surroundings and speaks up. It seems the floor changes as we climb, as there's no clear transition point. Dak Goyon nods in agreement. Perhaps the staircase itself is the transition point. Then she turns to Light and barks sharply. Light, walk straight, will you? He can only sneak along step by step, fearfully clutching his weapon while complaining. But what if something jumps out in front of me? The path is so narrow. Dak Goyon replies decisively and forcefully, then you just fight. What are you so worried about? Rachel, walking ahead, suddenly lets out a cry. Ah. Clutching her necklace, she anxiously looks up. We're already at floor 8, floor 8. Yu Wu feels a bit guilty, his eyes widening in confusion, sweat beading on his cheeks. Then he feigns surprise and blurts out, wow, did we skip 3 floors? Dak Goyon, walking from behind, speaks coldly with a hint of sarcasm. You sure found a shortcut, didn't you, Ban Yu Wu? He keeps darting his eyes around, forcing a laugh. Even I didn't expect a shortcut this top tier. Light, still terrified with sweat on his face, trembles as he looks around. The manual already said shortcuts are a huge stroke of luck, but the more floors we skip, the harder the next ones will be. Aren't you guys worried at all? Dak Goyon lowers her head slightly, her face unreadable, and says with a smile, it also said the rewards would be greater. I'm really looking forward to it. The knight friend pouts as if he wants to cry. Hick, don't look for any more shortcuts next time. Yu Wu sighs, keeps walking, and those sweat beads at his temples, he maintains a vague smile. Ha, all right. Inside, he thinks to himself, Light is complaining a lot today. He wasn't like this in the last conquest. Why is he acting so scared now? Light grips his sword hilt, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes full of unease as he mumbles. The higher the difficulty, the more dangerous it is. The holy sword, if only I could use it. Yu Wu slowly observes his behavior, feeling deeply suspicious. His mental state is unstable and he's becoming too dependent on his sword. Dak Goyon frowns, feeling annoyed. You're too noisy. Just hitting it with that damn sword of yours would probably be enough, huh? Light tears up, his voice trembling. Don't talk nonsense. Rachel suddenly cries out and points forward. Yu Wu quickly notices as well. Ah. The pink-haired girl widens her eyes, pointing toward a door emitting a brilliant light at the end of the spiral staircase, and shouts, That's the exit. Seeing that, he is stunned for a moment, then exclaims in surprise, Oh. Yu Wu rushes forward, standing before the gate in no time. The student ID says floor 8. The next floor after this exit must be floor 9, right? She hurriedly holds his hand, not forgetting to remind him, Be careful, Ban. Rachel frowns, looking wary and anxious as she stares at the gate ahead. I feel hostility behind that door, just like that time. Her voice, filled with anxiety and unease, makes even Light and Dak Goyon behind them hesitate, recalling the feeling when that irregular appeared. The genius girl reassures them, no need to worry too much. She turns to the knight standing next to her. Light, when we enter the next floor, remember to draw your sword, you hear me? He is startled to hear his name, then hurriedly asks back, Huh, really? She nods decisively. Yeah. Light laughs heartily, raising his sword high and shouting with enthusiasm. All right, leave it to me, wahahaha. Meanwhile, Dak Goyon stands behind with her arms crossed, grumbling uncomfortably. The way he changes his attitude instantly really pisses me off. Yu Wu, seeing that, agrees. Yeah, it is. All four step through the glowing gate. Inside lies a massive stone palace that makes them involuntarily shiver, and they exclaim in amazement, this place. From the moment he stepped in, Yu Wu has been observing everything attentively and meticulously. No monsters, and the ceiling is so high. Light, standing nearby, is also slightly puzzled by the scene before them. Have we reached the resting area already? A figure in a black cloak hides behind a nearby rock, watching all four as they continue walking. He shakes his head slightly and explains, it doesn't seem like it. There's no mention of terrain like this in the floor 10 resting area. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts in intense light, creating a blinding blue glow as if to tear space apart. On this side, Yu Wu widens his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead, his face full of astonishment. Then a large sphere appears in front of Dak Goyon, flying toward her, leaving Yu Wu and Light with no time to react. She grinds her teeth, frustrated by her inability to do anything. Then a massive collision occurs, sending debris flying everywhere, the ground shaking slightly. On this side, as the intense shockwave hits, the gunner and the pink-haired girl hurriedly brace themselves amidst the thick dust and rock. Dak Goyon. A powerful foot stomps on the sphere lying on the ground, and Goyon's familiar voice rings out. What's wrong, Ban Yu Wu? The genius girl crosses her arms and walks forward coldly, her sharp eyes staring straight at him as she asks, Didn't you say that in the tower only you could use this type of weapon? This makes the boy look surprised and slightly flustered as he nods. Yeah, that's right. Yu Wu grits his teeth and turns his head, searching for anyone else appearing here, so it must be a one-time use weapon, that bastard. He quickly catches sight of a faint figure flickering behind a nearby pillar. You're suddenly reloading, huh? You thought I wouldn't see you. Yu Wu immediately points toward the nearby pillar, shouting loudly to signal Light, Light, over there. He swings his arm and Light immediately rushes off as instructed. Behind the third pillar, got it. The mysterious figure in black, hiding behind the stone pillar, is startled by such unexpected action. He presses himself against the stone, thinking to himself while Light grips his sword and charges at full speed, Is he coming here? How did he find my position? Light swings his sword, easily slicing the large, solid stone pillar in half, leaving the mysterious person completely shocked. My stealth skill shouldn't have been discovered by some first years. Light yells, Is it you, you bastard? He grits his teeth, leans to the side, and fortunately dodges, feeling utterly bewildered. This is hard to understand, but it doesn't matter. Then he shifts his gaze toward the three others standing far off watching. I'll deal with this guy first, then blow the whole bunch up. Yu Wu turns anxiously to Dak Goyon standing nearby, asking with concern, Dak Goyon, are you okay? If that hit had landed on someone else, it would have been really dangerous. She stands there, arms crossed, and replies coldly, I suppose so. A strange white-blue light suddenly emanates, making him slightly surprised. Huh. Yu Wu's face fills with worry, pointing down at the orb beneath Dak Goyon's feet, which is changing. Wait, Dak Goyon, that bullet. He shouts in surprise upon realizing, it's a magic bomb, right? A level 30 magic bomb, and a very powerful one at that. Yu Wu immediately kneels beside the ticking bomb and gently reminds them, everyone, back up a little bit. Rachel takes a few steps back as told and feels slightly confused. Ban? A notification softly rings out, acquired level 30 magic bomb by force. At this moment, Yu Wu breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, it stopped, that guy. Then he turns his eyes forward where Light's battle with the mysterious person is raging intensely. How dare he do such a thing? He'll pay the price. On this side, the guy seems to be struggling to fight back. Tusk, this guy is actually quite good. Suddenly, he realizes something and glances to the side, but from this distance. But as he glances over, he sees Yu Wu putting all his strength into throwing something. I won't be affected by it. He quickly uses his dagger to block Light's attack, secretly celebrating. Good, only 3 seconds until it explodes. It turns out he takes a manual detonator from his pouch, smiling triumphantly. Die. He looks up, startled, realizing that the bomb which should have been with the other 3 is now flying above his head. Huh. He gasps in shock, staring at the bomb flying above him. Wait, why is the bomb here? Light is also sharp enough to realize something is wrong. It's about to. The mysterious figure in the black cloak is so scared that his face drains of color, screaming, "Wag, it's about to blow." The bomb flies past, hits a large stone pillar, then bounces somewhere else. He stares in shock as it heads toward him along with Light, thinking, it didn't explode. A low, cold voice rings out, making his heart skip a beat. Hey, I don't know what you're so surprised about. Light frowns, his face looking extremely serious, but you shouldn't be looking elsewhere while fighting. Then he glides past him, delivering a strike that is gentle yet powerful and decisive. The mysterious figure in the black cloak clutches his shoulder, which is bleeding profusely, panting, huff, huff. Beside him, Light's voice echoes, this is strange. He grips his bleeding wound, leaning against the stone pillar. The guy stands before him, trying to interrogate him. You're a human, aren't you? Why are you attacking us? Then come the footsteps and Yu Wu's voice. How did you get in here? He bends down to pick up the round bomb, continuing, Hey you, since the moment I discovered you were invisible. Yu Wu, with a cold gaze and holding the pitch-black bomb, speaks confidently. Did you think I wouldn't discover that your bullets were hidden with explosives? You trusted your tricks too much, and now look at you. His voice echoes as if to mock him, making this cheap neutralization tactic backfire. Let this cheap neutralization trick fool you instead. He still clutches his shoulder wound, grinding his teeth in pain. Are you stupid or something? He seems very angry, screaming, how could this be? How can a low-level rookie have this much power? The guy in black widens his eyes in complete panic as an orange light shaped like a target scope points straight at him and explodes. Nobody knows when, but Dak Go-yeon appeared in front of him and unleashed a blow that left even Yu Wu stunned. She says coldly, before we calmly have a talk. Dak Go-yeon's eyes stare coldly down at him as he screams in pain. She continues calmly, it would be better if I broke your arm or leg so you won't do anything stupid. Suddenly, a voice rings out from the side, no, we must kill him. Rachel slowly walks over and says, we can't let him live. Her appearance makes Yu Wu slightly surprised. Rachel. The pink-haired girl with a panicked expression and sweat pouring down grinds her teeth in extreme fear. If we don't kill him right now, everyone will be. No sooner had she finished speaking than she lunged forward, screaming loudly, Kaya. Seeing this, he rushes forward to stop Rachel. Wait, Rachel. Her sharp claws are quickly inches from the mysterious figure's eyes. Immediately, a long blue chain wraps around Rachel's entire body to hold her back. Then Rachel screams in rage as she is sealed by the magic chain. Kaya, Yu Wu holds her, shouting anxiously, calm down, Rachel. A terrifying voice echoes around the 4 of them and the ground begins to shake. You have failed, you fools. He looks around, feeling uneasy inside. What is this pressure? Light looks around frantically as if realizing something. No way is this. Dak Go-yeon tilts her head, wondering, a constellation? The terrifying voice continues, while the mysterious figure clutches his head in pain, observing the current situation. The mysterious voice continues, it seems your role is finished. A strange red energy radiates from the figure. He screams in fear, wait, I can still do more, I can still do more. While everyone stands stunned before the chaotic scene, the voice continues as if not caring about the man's pleas. Sacrifice yourself to take your team member's share. Light and Yu Wu feel completely confused by the scene. What is happening? Meanwhile, the man clutches himself and falls down in pain, screaming madly, I said I could do it, I could kill them. He realizes something isn't quite right and shouts to signal everyone, back up. The voice continues, a mysterious blue and red energy radiating from him, mingling together. For Exodus, sacrifice yourself. Meanwhile, the figure clutches his head and falls down, constantly screaming, "No, no." Yu Wu grits his teeth, trying to escape the power surging toward him. Oh no, it's too late. Then, from the spot where the mysterious man was, a massive explosion erupts, causing everything around to crumble and fly everywhere. The other three manage to hide behind a stone pillar, trying to stand firm against the strong wind from the explosion. Dak Go-yeon panics, realizing Yu Wu hasn't escaped yet, and screams, "Ban Yu Wu." Suddenly a soft laugh rings out, "Ahohe." He is sitting on the ground, nearly at the edge of the horrific explosion, breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. Yu Wu's face still shows despair after experiencing such a horrific explosion nearby. For a moment, I saw the yellow springs. Rachel sees this and cannot help but be amazed. "Ban." Then she runs over, her voice filled with worry. "Ban, are you okay, Ban?" Light looks at his stunned, vacant face and finds it hard to understand. "How are you still safe after that explosion?" Meanwhile, Yu Wu remembers the exact moment the explosion occurred. "Damn it, I can't dodge it. There must be a way to block this explosion." He immediately summons a small magic circle, using the concept of the magic bomb he absorbed earlier. Use level 30 magic bomb. And finally, Yu Wu used the very bomb he created to stop the explosion. So that's it. Dak Go-yeon crosses her arms and stands beside him, nodding. "So you blocked an explosion with another explosion, huh?" Rachel gently helps him up. "If you had been just a second slower, a disaster would have occurred." Light grips his sword and asks, "What happened to that guy? I don't see him anywhere. He escaped fast, huh?" Yu Wu stands up straight, glancing around and frowns. "Probably fine, right? In any case, we're in the tower. Maybe he teleported to the first floor then." The strange, gloomy voice echoes again. "He's dead." As if afraid they didn't hear clearly, he emphasizes again, "He's definitely dead. The tower will consider him to have died in the battle against you." The voice continues ringing in their ears as if they had killed him. "It's as if you killed him." Yu Wu sneers, "Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who forced him to explode. We only acted to save our lives." In the dark cave, there is a hole without any covering. From below, you can see the night sky, and the strange voice seems to pause for a moment before continuing. "You sacrificed a precious teammate, yet gained nothing. I should have been alert from the moment the tower became biased." Light is a bit surprised. "The tower is biased toward us." Yu Wu gives a forced smile. "Hey, stop beating around the bush and just say it straight." He looks up and around, asking, "Who was that guy and what are you?" The voice seems to hesitate for a moment before replying, "I only have one thing to say to you." His next words make Yu Wu widen his eyes in surprise. "We are Exodus, precisely your enemies. We will meet again." After he finishes speaking, Rachel sighs as if releasing the pressure on her. "Hugh, that pressure is gone." He grinds his teeth in frustration. "What the hell is wrong with these constellations?" The four gather together. Yu Wu complains, "I haven't met any of them who speaks nicely, and their actions are the same." The pink-haired girl standing nearby puts a hand to her chin, calculating. "However, at least one of them told us their name." Dak Go-yeon continues to observe, saying coldly, "What did they say? Tell me again." "Exodus." Light explains, "That's the name of the organization, not an individual." He frowns, his face turning serious. "Exodus is the most notorious space pirate group in the entire dimension. That constellation must be backing them." Yu Wu is surprised as he realizes something, thinking to himself, so the space pirates Professor Yumina mentioned are Exodus. Light tears up, his face ready to cry. "And now they want our lives. What the hell is going on?" But Dak Go-yeon, facing this, remains calm and replies coldly, "Is that really so surprising?" Then she flashes a confident smile. "We have to encounter them while climbing the tower anyway. Isn't it better to have experience beforehand?" Yu Wu nods in agreement. "I agree." Light frowns, annoyed, and says sarcastically, "You two are truly a match made in heaven." He suddenly feels uneasy. "But don't you feel something strange? That constellation just said it too, that the tower favors us." Light falls into a panic. "The thing we were guessing about, that constellation just confirmed it. Don't the others feel it?" Yu Wu stammers, not knowing how to reassure him. "No, it's not like that, but..." Beside him, Rachel suddenly sees a system notification window. "Huh." Light is shocked to see one similar next to him. "Why are we the only ones treated so harshly?" And Dak Go-yeon standing nearby is no exception. All three look at the system notification, appearing amazed. My god, oh my god. Yu Wu, standing outside, feels uneasy. What's with you guys acting all in sync? He suddenly cries out in panic, don't tell me the administration sent a message. Doc Go-yeon continues to stare at the system notification, saying seriously, just because we encountered an anomaly, they want us to leave. All three receive the notification simultaneously. No, it's not like that. If so, Rachel nods. You got it too, right? Light replies, yeah, I just leveled up. Yu Wu is still dazed, unable to process what is happening. Me too. Go-yeon smiles, filled with joy. This is the first time I've leveled up since enrolling. Could this be a reward from the tower for withstanding the constellation's attack? Light looks down at the system board appearing before him, slightly apprehensive. If so, it's a bit annoying, but it's possible. Rachel smiles happily. Wow, my stats just skyrocketed. Yu Wu helplessly watches his three companions huddled together, observing the notification board happily. He forces a smile, thinking inwardly, think about it, they use status windows. From the start, their stats were already too high, so even if I level up, it's the same as not leveling up. Yu Wu scratches his head, packing around, deep in thought. The tower is ignoring its own master. But why only me? It skips my rewards just because I don't have a status window. His eyes suddenly flash. Activate clairvoyance. No. Yu Wu easily sees through the dust still swirling after the horrific explosion. Naturally, that's not it. At the very spot of the explosion, an orb of energy is floating faintly on the ground, hidden behind the dust and sand, right where the guy disappeared earlier. He bends down, observing it attentively. There's still a string of text. Yu Wu reaches out, touching the orb, emitting a brilliant light, thinking, it's for me, right? Instantly, it emits a blindingly bright source of energy, enveloping his body as he stares in amazement. A series of ancient characters follows Yu Wu's arm, surrounding him. Oh, I knew it. Vitality 79, Body 46, Mana 39, Soul II, Polymorph I, Space Control 2.5, Shadow Step 5.7, Holy Mark 0.1. You have acquired the above stats. He stares in shock at his body overflowing with energy, thinking, Vitality 79, why did it increase so much? And I've even acquired a concept I've never seen before. Yu Wu looks at his own system board where the words appear. Polymorph I is a top-tier concept. Humans shouldn't be able to possess it. Holy Mark 0.1, the trace of a star where all individual properties vanish and only the star's essence remains. He falls into deep thought. Polymorph must be a higher-level concept than shapeshifting, and Holy Mark probably has something to do with the constellations. He pouts, scrolling through the system board. I've acquired things I don't even know how to use, while not noticing that the little snake Eve has somehow crawled onto his hand. Huh. Yu Wu asks casually, do you want Polymorph Eve? Immediately, it shakes its head vigorously. He smiles lightly and brings the sparkling energy orb near Eve. Yeah, it's useless to keep something I can't use anyway. Eve, you eat it. It excitedly chews the energy orb. Nom, 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 nom. Light green stripes appear on its white body, making Yu Wu exclaim, my god. The three others see movement on his side and turn. Ah. Rachel sneaks over to Yu Wu, asking softly, what happened, Ban? He sits down on the ground, stammering without completing the sentence. It's Eve. In his hand now there only remains a large egg emitting a brilliant mechanical light. Yu Wu's face is filled with extreme horror. It turned into an egg. Target has mastered a secondary concept. Source mutation is occurring. The pink-haired girl sees this and cannot help but cry out in worry, my god. She intently stares at the egg in his hand and asks, earlier you said something like this happened before, right? Yu Wu nods. That's right, but that time it hatched right after turning into an egg, but this time it hasn't. Light guesses while rubbing his chin. Maybe this is its second evolution, so it will take longer. Doc Go-yeon crosses her arms, observing the egg in Rachel's hand, and says coldly, maybe it's leveling up too. The pink-haired girl supports the egg with both hands, saying affectionately, I can feel a warm energy radiating from the egg. Yu Wu is still worried, trembling as he bites his finger. What should I do? What should I do? Light laughs sarcastically. Why do you look so worried? He tears up, watching Rachel close her eyes with a bright smile, cradling it, while Yu Wu mutters dejectedly behind them, we have no way to calm Rachel down if anything happens anymore. Light turns pale, grinding his teeth. Damn it. He sighs, smiling helplessly. The next room is a resting room, so let's hope it wakes up by then. Yu-woo nods, tears still welling up as if about to fall. MMM. Inside the large room, Rachel's soft voice echoes, "Ah, it's starting to change." Then all four of them walk into the room with brilliant light shining through the glass door, casting shadows on the large staircase. The knight, sword in hand, tilts his head as he watches the newcomers and says, "Oh, so this is..." In the center of the hall is a very poetic fountain, the famous Room 10 that I've only heard stories about. Along with the lush trees planted around the room, Light's voice echoes, "I heard if you're unlucky, there won't be food or water here. It seems that's not the case." Yu-woo takes the lead, walking while saying as the four follow along the side of the fountain, "It feels like we're having more luck than bad luck." The knight climbs the trees happily and picks many types of fresh fruits. These are called Eden fruits. They alleviate fatigue and increase potential. You must eat them during breaks. Yu-woo, standing right beside him, watches him smile, "Yeah." Then he also happily takes one and bites into it. The fresh, cool taste spreads through his mouth, leaving Yu-woo and Dak Go-yeon amazed at its deliciousness. "Wow." He smiles, pointing at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, unable to praise it enough. "So delicious, I've never eaten anything this good." She is no exception. "This fruit is the sweetest thing I've ever eaten. I can feel my energy increasing a little." Dak Go-yeon asks curiously, "Why don't we eat everything here before we leave and take some with us?" Meanwhile, Rachel is sitting on a nearby chair enjoying a bunch of grapes. Light smiles helplessly, replying, "I don't think we can do that. They say each fruit only has an effect once, and if you take them out of this room, they disappear." The white-haired girl lowers her head, grinding her teeth in anger. "What a petty rule." Light looks at her, eyes wide. "It can't be helped, the rule is the rule." Yu-woo at that moment bites into a piece while carefully observing everything around, thinking, "Too bad we can't take these fruits. There's really no way, huh?" He sees new words appearing on the system board before him. Vitality 5, Mana 8, Charm 20. You have acquired the above stats. You have eaten the unique Eden fruit, the fruit of good and evil. Clairvoyance. Now you can see who has committed what crime. Yu-woo is confused as he looks at these lines. What now? Then he looks at the fruit in his hand that he has half-eaten. The fruit of good and evil. I got all this just from eating something that looks like a fig. Yu-woo smiles awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Anyway, what standard does it use to define a crime?" Suddenly, a hurried voice rings out, Hey you guys." Rachel clutches something and runs over hurriedly. "There's some kind of box here." Seeing this, all three are surprised. A box. Dak Go-yeon frowns cautiously, crossing her arms to say coldly, "If it's a reward for our progress, even if it's the lowest tier, it must be unique inside, right? What we've experienced is definitely not normal." Yu gave a wry, helpless smile and replied, "That's right, we've faced constellations twice already." Light chimed in with teary eyes, "And it's rare not to run into a sub-boss." Rachel recalled everything the four of them had confronted throughout their journey, both in Demi-Lorand and the Hapjeong area. Yu-woo's face couldn't hide his despair as he also remembered those terrifying monsters. It's like all the suffering that most teams have to endure was dumped on us all at once. "We've encountered every disaster, so there must be some kind of blessing in all of this. Otherwise, it would be extremely unfair." Yu-woo's face couldn't hide his despair as he also remembered those terrifying monsters. It's like all the suffering that most teams have to endure was dumped on us all at once. "We've encountered every disaster, so there must be some kind of blessing in all of this. Otherwise, it would be extremely unfair." Afterward, he looked down at the wooden chest at his feet, unable to contain his joy. "Well, this must be the summary compensation reward people talk about." The pink-haired girl heard this and also felt a surge of excitement. "Compensation reward." He nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. They say every rest area has a treasure to compensate for the progress we've made. It's a wooden chest with gold trim, so it's probably a high-tier chest, right?" Rachel widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "How can you judge that?" Yu-woo smiled softly and explained happily, "People judge treasure chests in resting rooms by the material they're made of. They say the quality of the treasure inside increases in the order of wooden, copper, silver, and then gold." Light excitedly stepped forward to open the wooden chest. "All right, let's open it." But Dak Go-yeon stepped forward to stop him. "Wait." Then she continued, "Let Ban Yu-won open that chest." He looked up bewildered. "Huh?" The white-haired girl pouted and retorted, "If you open it, we'll have bad luck." Rachel, standing nearby and feeling a bit awkward, nodded in agreement. "Oh, I agree." Light was stunned and shouted, "What the heck?" He teared up, shouting helplessly in despair, "What did I even do to deserve this?" Doc Goyon replied brutally, "Fixing your terrible luck. I wish you'd keep quiet at times like this." Yu Wu helplessly stepped up to open the wooden chest, and Rachel also moved in, peeking inside with curiosity. "All right, let's see." He widened his eyes, stuttering, "My God," while the pink-haired girl standing next to him was also stunned, blurting out, "Huh." Rachel stared in bewilderment when she saw a sparkling heart-shaped staff inside the chest. "What is this?" While Yu Wu could only stand there, stunned, speechless. Light's eyes swept over the heart-shaped staff in the wooden chest. At a glance, it didn't seem to have any function. "Is it a ceremonial item?" Rachel gently lifted it with both hands to examine it. The design looked so strange. Dakoyon narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "I can feel powerful energy radiating from it. It's definitely an artifact." Seeing this, Yu Wu smiled slightly. "Rachel, can I hold it for a second?" He held it up to admire it, inwardly rejoicing. "Just looking at the design, it really is something from my world, the kind of thing magical girls use." Yu Wu saw the system panel suddenly display the stats. Undetermined. Mana 150, Soul 200, Magic Language 100, Magic Element 50. He was startled when he realized, are these all stats related to magic? Soul 200. Yu Wu rubbed his chin, staring at the staff thoughtfully. "Don't tell me." Doc Goyon turned and asked quietly, "Ban Yu 1, did you find something?" He replied, "I think this is a magic training tool for beginners." Rachel asked in surprise, "A training tool?" Yu Wu pointed at it and explained, "Yeah, it seems like there's consciousness inside it that wants to convey knowledge to the user." Both Light and Rachel leaned in closer to look at the staff more clearly. The knight widened his eyes in surprise, and she opened her mouth in shock, unable to say a word. "It has consciousness to educate others, this thing." Just as he finished speaking, it reacted and swayed back and forth. Light was incredibly surprised. "Ah, it's true." Rachel also found this item fascinating, marveling, "It feels like it's actually alive." Yu Wu smiled and turned to everyone with a suggestion. "Guys, I really want this. Can I keep it? Of course, I'll pay a fair price." Doc Goyon coldly replied, "First, I'm fine with it, but let's study it later. We're still in the dungeon." Light shook his head. "I have no objections. Compared to what you've been through, this is nothing." Rachel nodded decisively. "Of course, Ban should keep it." Only Yu Wu felt something strange in the pink-haired girl's words. Only Rachel's reasoning is weird, huh? Afterward, he cast a magic circle to temporarily store the staff. "Thanks, I just feel like this thing will be extremely useful to me." The two walked through the dense trees. Light frowned. "Ban, I told you that picking more won't be any use." Yu Wu smiled and shrugged. "I know, just follow me for a bit." A moment later, Light was holding a basket full of fruit and asked puzzledly, "What are you going to do with all this?" "They'll disappear as soon as they're taken outside, remember." Yu Wu looked at the result with satisfaction and replied, "You're right, but..." Then Yu Wu took out a yellow bottle and placed it on the ground, to the surprise of Doc Goyon and Rachel. "Trying a little won't hurt." He grabbed his own shoulder and rotated it slightly as if warming up to prepare for something. "All right, now I'll pay the price." The white-haired girl stepped forward and asked, "Pay, do you mean for the artifact from earlier?" She crossed her arms and said coldly, "Do you mean you'll pay in cash?" Yu Wu smiled, picked up the fruit basket and created a small magic circle. "Of course not." Then he tossed the empty basket to Light. "Light, take this and follow me." He caught it and tilted his head in confusion. A basket. It seemed Doc Goyon had just realized something and said in surprise, "That bottle is..." While Rachel had also partially realized. Ah. She remembered the cakes along with the special jam she had eaten before. It's the same jam from before. Light felt surprised but still passed Yu Wu another basket overflowing with fruit. "Don't you find it strange?" Then he sat down on the ground and said, "Like how each person is only allowed to take one portion, or how the fruit disappears if taken outside." Yu Wu smiled smugly, holding the basket full of fruit, and sat next to the jar containing the yellow liquid. "Well, what if it's combined with another item, and what would the effect be after using it?" He reached for the fruit he'd just obtained, created a magic circle, and cast a spell, deconstruct the concept of the forbidden fruit. Yu Wu made a hand gesture and the glowing magic circle swirled around his hand, extracting the essence of the fruit. "If no one has tried this method with those rules, the fruit flesh." Then he put them into the jar right next to him. "Then why not try it?" The jar containing the fusion of nutrients Yu Wu had extracted began to glow violently, and very quickly the jar was full. The transcendent fusion of the forbidden fruit and the primary spirit medicine had begun. Light watched this scene with awe, gasping, "My God," while Rachel was fascinated. Ooh. Yu Wu smiled happily, holding the now-filled jar. Life Spirit Medicine 30 has been created. There we go. It restores and significantly increases the user's strength and mana, bringing countless new possibilities. Used over a long period, the effectiveness will increase, but absorbing too much at once will result in divine punishment. The knight shouted in surprise, "How are you so good at this?" The white-haired girl leaned down to observe and covered her mouth in surprise. "Ban you won that." Rachel looked at Yu Wu sitting on the ground, holding the glowing jar of jam. "So the jam from back then was made like this too?" He smiled lightly, holding the jar of jam in his hand. "Yeah, but it's not ready to eat yet. Regardless, there are rules in this room. If you want to know the taste or effect, we have to get outside first." The group immediately became incredibly excited and shouted, "Let's go." Yu Wu was stunned. Doc Goyon turned back with an interested smile. "You guys agree too, right?" In the vast garden, lively conversation broke out. Light murmured for a moment before replying, "Well, I don't feel tired anymore, so sure." Rachel nodded calmly, "I'm fine too." Just as she finished, the white-haired girl happily shouted, "All right, let's go." Yu Wu could only smile helplessly, thinking to himself, "These people are blinded by sweets, especially Doc Goyon." After that, the group was teleported to a completely different place. The knight realized, "We've reached room 11. Doc Goyon turned sharply toward Yu Wu and hurriedly asked, "Ban Yu Wan, what about the spirit medicine?" He quickly opened his inventory. Wait a second." He beamed, giving a confident thumbs up when he saw the glowing bottle appear before his eyes. "I knew it, it works." Doc Goyon became incredibly excited, shouting and hugging Yu Wu. "I knew you could do it, Ban Yu Wan," successfully making his face turn bright red. Oof. A second later, both were stunned when they realized their excessive actions. The white-haired girl blushed, pushed him away. "Close, that's too close." Light stood outside, watching the scene with a helpless look. He then gave a mischievous smile and teased Doc Goyon. "Doc Goyon, did you just hug Ban?" She blushed, looked in another direction, and shouted, "Quiet, be quiet." Rachel, standing outside, was jealous and extremely angry, growling as if she wanted to tear them apart. Yu Wu just then stood up, rubbing his head after the collision. "I'm even more shocked, okay?" Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared, making strange sounds that caught his attention. Yu Wu shouted in surprise, "There it is, the monster of room 11. A few monsters from this room were crawling toward him. Crustacean-type monsters with very hard shells, appearing in large numbers and distributed widely like tower spiders. Yu Wu panicked and hurriedly ran away, calling for help while they were still chasing him crazily. "Guys, it's here. I told you it was coming." He shouted, but before he could finish, a red beam shot through the monsters. "Room 11 monster," a familiar voice rang out just in time. Yu Wu fell to his knees on the ground, looking back in terror. Beside him, Doc Goyon's voice still echoed. "I was getting annoyed because I was too full and couldn't eat the spirit medicine." She reached out, ready to fight, and shouted, "Now the digestive aid has found us." Hearing this, he was stunned. "You still want to eat?" Then Doc Goyon dove into a fierce fight with the monsters amidst smoke and fire. "Just keep going until you've digested it all." While Yu Wu stood there, mouth agape, worried and terrified, thinking to himself, "I should have known better than to make that medicine." A powerful punch slammed into the wall. 10 hours later, room 14, along with Doc Goyon's forceful voice, why?" She held her stomach, leaning against a nearby wall, and gritted her teeth. "Why aren't you hungry yet?" Meanwhile, Yu Wu and Light were sitting on the ground, gasping for air. He cried, watching the dust settle with only the monster tied to a nearby stone pillar remaining. "I can't believe I've been full for half a day." The knight helplessly shouted in despair. "I think we're the only group that jumps through 3 rooms just to feel hungry." He leaned back exhaustedly. "Anyway, I can't walk anymore." Yu Wu was in a similar state, sitting silently on the ground. "Me too." Only Doc Goyon remained, crossing her arms and deep in thought. She furrowed her brows and said coldly, "We should be empty by room 15. Hearing this, Yu Wu shouted, "Stop it." Light also cried out, "It's 11 p.m. He looked up tiredly and said, even if we still have energy, we should stop here. She tilted her head and asked, why? Then Yu-Wu pointed to a silhouette far away. Look. On this side, Rachel's sharp claws tore through stone slabs like paper, leaving deep gouges on the wall while an angry roar echoed, grrr. She gritted her teeth, eyes burning like fire, her hands bared with sharp claws. Beside them, Yu-Wu's voice still echoed, Rachel is about to lose control. Dak Go-yeon felt quite calm, crossing her arms to watch Rachel's state of losing control. Looking at this, it wouldn't be strange if she lost control at any moment. Yu-Wu smiled softly, his voice pleading, yeah, that's why I opposed continuing. He stood up, turned to everyone, and said, we probably don't need dinner, so let's go wash up and rest. Tomorrow we'll start from room 15. The white-haired girl replied coldly, okay. Light nodded happily, fine. From his inventory, Yu-Wu took out a small bathhouse and a few necessary items. All right, everyone use this to bathe. Dak Go-yeon asked curiously, what about you? He smiled happily, pointing to his own bicep. I'll bathe later. I want to focus on practicing the illusionary body technique a bit more. She tilted her head, giving a proud smile. That's the martial art I taught you, right? The proficiency will determine the perfection of the illusionary body technique, so keep practicing like that. Saying that, Dak Go-yeon turned back, dragged Rachel along, then let me lead the little beast to bathe first so she doesn't get in the way. The pink-haired girl was left confused, not understanding what was happening. Yu-Wu turned to Light and pointed at the two of them. What are you doing here? Go bathe. The knight's face suddenly turned bright red and he shouted, what? I'm a guy. The knight blushed, eyes wide, sweating profusely, shouting loudly in the hallway, you want me, a guy, to bathe with girls? What kind of nonsense are you saying, Ban? Yu-Wu stood there, eyes wide, stuttering in surprise. No, impossible, this person. He recalled the previous scene, gasping in terror in his heart, his face still showing disbelief. Hasn't he realized his identity has been exposed yet? Is he really an idiot? Yu-Wu turned away, pretending not to know, and waved his hand. Oh, right, then just take off your clothes and bathe here. Light's face turned even redder, trembling as he spoke loudly. What kind of vulgar thing is that? Yu-Wu turned sharply, speaking calmly. We're all guys, why are you jumping up and down like that? The knight stood his ground, clenching his fists and saying loudly, even so, I can't take my clothes off in front of others. Yu-Wu crossed his arms, looking bored and sighed, so what do you want now? While Light, opposite him, was blushing, sweating profusely, paused for a moment and stuttered, just don't turn toward this side, that's all. He nodded, understood. He began to take off his armor. HMPH, if you sneak a peek, I'll really get angry. Yu-Wu also took off his jacket and replied helplessly, I told you I understand. He widened his eyes as if realizing something. Yu-Wu was startled to see a strange necklace on Light's body, a necklace. Very quickly the next day arrived. A loud shout echoed through the room, While everyone was sitting around the fire happily eating cup noodles, Light suddenly stood up with a look of surprise and panic. Using a spear to continue, why did it end up like this? Dak Go-yeon said calmly, from room 7 to the rest area there was no sword, yet you still fought well. I just said that because you seemed used to fighting. Yu-Wu slurped his noodles and nodded, me too. The knight explained helplessly, it looked like that, but I really can't anymore. Rachel was still eating noodles deliciously, despite everyone discussing it, why not? Light frowned, looking down, his face appearing serious. Room 7 didn't have strong monsters, so it was fine, but we don't know what's ahead. High-level monsters could appear just like last time. He clenched his hand, feeling very difficult. Fighting without using the holy sword is too much for me. Something will definitely happen. Dak Go-yeon rubbed her chin and fell into thought as if calculating something. Then she decided to speak up, understood. Now that we've confirmed the possibilities, it's decided. Use the sword. Hearing this, Light became happy instantly, his face brightening. Really? He hugged his sword, then rubbed it. Thank goodness. Holy sword, I won't abandon you again. Yu-Wu pulled Dak Go-yeon close and whispered, is this really okay, Dak Go-yeon? She murmured helplessly. What else can we do? It's clear his spirit has reached the limit. We have to temporarily accept it. Suddenly, Rachel's head popped up, intervening in their conversation. The white-haired girl looked at her confused as she gripped her fork, her mouth growling continuously. She's had a full meal, so why is the little beast suddenly furious? He smiled helplessly and replied, can't help it. Maybe she activated her defensive mechanism because we were standing too close. Dak Goyon turned and walked away, dropping a sarcastic remark. From obsession to jealousy, I'm starting to worry about the future of this group. Rachel sat down on the ground, making Yu Wu sweat coldly and reply awkwardly, He worriedly asked Dak Goyon, do you think we're doing the right thing? The white-haired girl gritted her teeth and growled, why are you asking me that? Every time the two spoke, Rachel beside them almost went crazy. Kaya. At this moment, large monsters appeared in abundance in the room, room 15. A leader raised its weapon and shouted a command, charge, kill them all. The others received the order and charged like a storm. Hiss. Many spears were thrown toward the 4 people who were being surrounded. Light came from out of nowhere to slash those spears apart. You can't escape. Yu Wu watched him brimming with energy, swinging his sword continuously to slash the monsters, making them unable to retaliate. And he couldn't help but marvel. Whoa. Then Yu Wu slashed at the monsters and spoke, if I hadn't let Light use his sword, we would have been in big trouble. Dak Goyon also focused on observing and fighting back, replying coldly, is this the time to think about others? Suddenly, a monster shrieked, making him lose focus and stand there dazed. Hiss, it raised its axe toward Yu Wu and shouted, receive judgment. The white-haired girl shouted, calling him, and simultaneously swung her hand to create magic. Ban Yu 1. The monster was pushed back by her attack. Only then did Yu Wu suddenly wake up. A nimble step cut through the monsters. Rachel, with her incredible strength, shoved away the monsters on her path. He stepped back a few paces, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks you too. The white-haired girl cautioned coldly, be careful. Rachel blocked them, growling with killing intent. Then she continued to dive into the monsters, fighting madly. Yu Wu thought to himself, Rachel is about to explode and Eve shows no signs of waking up. While he was lost in thought, another monster suddenly appeared from behind and prepared to ambush him. When the opportunity comes, I must try failing again. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Yu Wu luckily used his sword to parry the strike. It shrieked in horror, hiss, then shouted, I am Quonos from the proud rusty halberd legion. The proud monster shouted, you will melt into nothingness beneath my blade, but before it could finish its sentence, it took Light's full sword swing, so annoying. He instantly lunged toward Yu Wu and slashed down. It pointed at him with contempt and said, hiss, it seems you are the weakest one. He gripped his sword, laughing mockingly, how do you know? Before it could react, red liquid splashed everywhere. While Dak Goyon was quite calm, Yu Wu was startled, his mouth agape at the scene before him. Light narrowed his eyes, his voice filled with killing intent, decisively swinging his sword to destroy the monster, just a low-tier tower monster. Light landed gently and spoke, got one. The knight tightened his grip on his sword hilt, which glowed with golden fire, his eyes darkening seriously. He growled, only the rest. Yu Wu widened his eyes in surprise, and reached out to shout, wait, stop, but Light had already zoomed out like an arrow, slashing straight at the monsters, just some small fry. Every time he shouted, he swung his sword decisively to slash the monsters to pieces. Light lowered his sword after destroying the last monster, rested his hands on his hips, and sighed, Hugh. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to encounter an orc like the ones common back home, right here in this tower. The knight fell into deep thought, but in the end, they're still just orcs. A barbaric species like that can't stop the brilliant light of this holy sword. Suddenly, a shout interrupted his thought, you idiot. Light tilted his head, not understanding what was happening. Dak Goyon looked very angry and shouted, what are you doing, defeating them all without any coordination? Yu Wu looked at the last monster lying on the ground and exclaimed, oh god, that was the last one, the shift will start soon. The white-haired girl didn't see him move and continued, we agreed to move to the next floor after regrouping, didn't we? Have you forgotten? Light was silent for a moment before speaking, making both of them stunned. What's there to worry about? With me and the holy sword, I can easily clear the next floor, sister. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Doc Go-yeon and Yu Wu with an extremely calm and confident expression. No need to waste time on enemies of this level, right? Light laughed, raising his hand, speaking in a carefree tone. Ah, thinking about it, is it because you guys didn't get any loot? While she remained silent, clenching her hand into a fist, trying to suppress her anger, which the knight was completely unaware of. All right, next time I'll definitely leave some for you, so don't worry. Doc Go-yeon furrowed her brows, gritting out every word. What did you say? Yu Wu seemed to sense the killing intent radiating from her. Eek. He saw the situation wasn't good, so he stood in between and tried to mediate. Wait, everyone calm down. In his heart, he really felt very confused. Why is Light acting like this? Yu Wu's eyes glanced at Light with surprise and oddity, thinking, he's saying things he usually never says. What's going on? Then he hurriedly added, the shift will start soon, so we need to prepare. As Yu Wu finished his sentence, a loud noise echoed throughout the room, surprising everyone. His whole body began to glow, his eyes glancing around, unable to hide his worry. Oh no, the space is starting to change. Doc Go-yeon and Light also fell into a similar state to Yu Wu, who narrowed his eyes cautiously. What's this? Everything began to change, and black chess pieces gradually appeared. On the other side, white chess pieces continuously emerged. Finally, all four stood before a chessboard fully equipped with black and white chess pieces. Yu Wu focused on observing his surroundings. Chessboard. Doc Go-yeon moved closer to him and spoke. We haven't been teleported anywhere, so has the environment itself changed? Suddenly Rachel collapsed, her mouth still making growling sounds. Yu Wu turned sharply, calling out worriedly, Rachel. He hurriedly approached her, kneeling to observe. What's wrong? Are you hurt? However, the beastkin girl didn't reply but breathed with difficulty. Ha, ha. Suddenly she grabbed Yu Wu's arm and roared loudly. She lifted her face with one normal eye and one eye burning with fire, gritting her teeth and struggling to growl out every word. Can't play anymore. Yu Wu frowned and swore inwardly. Damn it, she's about to lose control. His face filled with worry as he shouted loudly, Rachel, we need a break before the next shift starts. A heavy footstep approached, accompanied by a terrifying voice. Are you the humans who slaughtered my subordinates? It was the appearance of an orc monster holding a long wooden staff, proudly introducing itself. I am Captain Kuros of the proud Rusty Halberd Battalion. Its eyes glowed red and it spoke with confidence. I will honor my fallen comrades with your very heads. Yu Wu gently supported Rachel and turned to look at that orc, thinking to himself, comrades, is he talking about the orcs on the 15th floor? Isn't this the 16th floor? He was stunned when he realized, and suddenly a system screen appeared. Don't tell me the floors are connected. A line of text appeared on the system notification board. Level 16 rule, the weakest soldier charges first. Seeing this, Yu Wu couldn't help but be surprised. What the hell, a rule? Then the orc pointed toward him and said loudly, come here, the weakest human first. He beckoned confidently. I, Captain Kuros, will teach you a lesson. Yu Wu, seeing that, prepared to step forward. If it's the weakest one, then that must be me. Suddenly, an arm reached out to stop him. Ban, don't worry. Light gripped his sword and stepped forward, his sharp gaze ready for battle. There's no need to follow such a nonsensical condition. Yu Wu was shocked and stammered. No, wait, hey. From behind the knight's back, a pair of golden wings unfurled. An orc imposing rules on someone blessed with holy light. He crouched down to gain momentum. Light braced himself and lunged with fiery eyes, shouting angrily, you deserve to die 100 times over, despite Yu Wu's hopeless screams from behind. Hey Light, no, stop. As he rushed toward the monster, the orc stepped back a few paces and asked, are you the weakest human? The knight didn't bother to answer his question, angrily swinging his sword and shouting, I'll cut you down in one stroke. The orc frowned slightly and answered calmly, that won't work. At that same moment, a blue blade swung up, shining brightly in the air. He successfully slashed the monster, but it remained completely unharmed. A system notification board immediately appeared, rule violation. Then another line appeared, penalty, all stats have been reduced. An underlying change immediately took place. Leaving Light completely stunned, not yet understanding what was happening, What? He looked up at the monster, which was still perfectly fine, and thought in confusion, why can't I move? The orc monster immediately swung its arm and shredded Light's body. He screamed in pain, "Gah!" Yu Wu gaped in shock, unable to say a word. At the same time, the system notification appeared again, contestant Light eliminated. The knight's body emitted a strange blue light and gradually dissolved, followed by a loud scream. Light trap rooms, unlike regular rooms, are governed by special rules and order. Although harder than regular rooms, if you follow the rules, you can pass through safely, and the rewards are also very high. However, any tower climber who violates the mandatory rules will receive a severe penalty. Yu Wu watched in shock as Light vanished into thin air. Light. He turned to look at the notification board and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, we're done for. Contestant Light eliminated." Yu Wu fell into deep thought. The difficulty of the Babel Tower is always set to match the maximum strength of the entire team. Contestant X4, room level 4, once the input value is determined. His mood sank and his anxiety became clearer. Even if 1 or 2 people quit, the difficulty remains the same for 4 people. Eliminated, contestant X2, room level 4, meaning the room's difficulty won't adjust to the remaining number of people, so acting when the whole team is fully prepared is very important. Yu Wu broke into a cold sweat, staring tensely at the orc monster ahead. Because Light rushed in prematurely and was eliminated, this expedition is essentially a failure. That stupid bastard Light. One of the orc's shoulders was severely injured and bleeding heavily. That was from Light's earlier strike. He wiped his hands stained with the red liquid and growled, "Grrrr." Then the orc wore a terrifying smile. "Krahahaha, what an overwhelmingly strong guy. Even though he wanted to take my life, he still managed to injure me before losing his own." He became excited, stomping his foot hard on the ground and roaring, "I love it," Yu Wu thought in surprise. That guy. The monster's body radiated terrifying killing intent and grew larger. "Come on, bring it on. I, Captain Chorus, am ready to welcome everyone." He looked anxiously at the giant monster before him. "He's getting bigger." Yu Wu gritted his teeth in anger. Breaking the rules makes him stronger. Dak Goyon, who had been silent by his side from the beginning, finally spoke up. Honestly. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "I knew that sword affected his mind, but I didn't expect it to turn a person into such an idiot." He struck his forehead and shook his head in frustration. "The truth really hurts." Yu Wu frowned, remembering Light in the past, and felt very confused. "I haven't known him for long, but he wasn't this reckless or impatient before. I can't understand what on earth happened." He turned to the white-haired girl and boldly speculated, maybe limiting the use of the sword during the expedition caused a backlash. She shook her head slightly and replied, "Oh, I'm not sure, but I'm certain of one thing." Dak Goyon crossed her arms solemnly, her gaze full of judgment as she stated coldly, "That sword is a piece of junk that isn't trustworthy at all. He'll definitely repeat the same mistake at a crucial moment again, just watch. After we get out of here, I'm going to train him strictly." Yu Wu replied hesitantly with a sweaty face, "That's right." Then he turned toward the large orc still standing there. "Now, let's focus on that guy and think of a way to pass this challenge." She immediately stopped him. "No, once a person is eliminated, continuing the expedition is useless." As she said that, Dak Goyon stretched out her hand, making a sword appear instead. The orc took heavy steps toward them, but she still remained very calm as she laid out the plan. "Let's use this opportunity to break the trap room's rules and see how high the price to pay is." Suddenly he let out a loud laugh, "Krahahaha." Then he pointed toward Dak Goyon, who was very small, and said confidently, "Just one glance and I know you're not the weakest one. Do you also intend to ignore this place's rules?" She replied coldly, "Huh." The white-haired girl turned back and frowned as she looked. Yu Wu noticed her gaze and felt a bit confused. Dak Goyon gritted her teeth but didn't say a word. Then she shouted loudly, "I'll go first, Ban Yu Wu, try handling it yourself along with the little beast." He saw the white-haired girl start to draw her sword and was extremely surprised. "Wait!" The giant orc monster roared and lunged forward like a storm. Dak Goyon lowered her body, placed her hand on the sword, tightened her grip, prepared a combat stance, and instructed firmly, Don't forget what I told you before entering the tower, okay? Yu Wu shouted, hurriedly trying to stop her. Wait, Doc Goyon. He roared in rage, die you stupid humans. Doc Goyon's sharp and cold gaze suddenly flashed. Her hand on the sword was ready to draw it. Immediately after that, the system board showed a notification, while the white-haired girl nimbly drew her sword and severed the orc's arm. Rule violation, penalty, all ability stats reduced. Yu Wu gaped in surprise, watching her as she also slowly began to fade away. Contestant Doc Goyon, Cuck, eliminated. The orc monster clutched its arm, which had been severed by Doc Goyon, and screamed loudly, "Qa!" Sweat beaded on his face as he stammered, that stick-like human, how dare she cut off my arm?" The orc stared in surprise as he stepped closer. Yu Wu's hand turned into a sword. "Your strength must have increased quite a bit thanks to the penalties, huh? But clearly, at the moment, you're in no state to fight anymore." He gripped his sword tightly, bowed his head to look at the monster with an icy gaze, and said in a low voice, "Because of the two people who sacrificed themselves earlier, I will definitely kill you and move on." He spoke with difficulty. "Huck, grr, in the end the weakest one has finally stepped up, huh?" Then the orc lowered his face, smiled slightly, and muttered something. "No, seems like that's not it." Rachel suddenly roared and lunged, leaving Yu Wu surprised. She roared loudly and swung her sharp claws. "Kaya!" He turned around, hurriedly trying to stop Rachel. "Ru!" Yu Wu's face streamed with sweat, his eyes widened in terror. "Rachel!" He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "No!" At this moment, Yu Wu was trying to hold onto Rachel's arms so she couldn't lunge. The beastkin girl seemed to lose control, growling and wanting to lunge forward. Kaya grr, facing such great strength made him struggle a bit. "Stop it, Rachel, if you also break the rules." The monster frowned slightly, holding his arm while observing them. "Then I don't know what other power boosts that guy will get." Rachel's eyes turned fiery red, filled with killing intent. "Kaya!" Yu Wu gritted his teeth, frowning as he tried to hold her back. "She won't even listen, now it's really." He opened his palm, a green magic light glowed and mysterious characters swirled around his hand. Yu Wu gritted his teeth, his gaze full of determination, and roared, "This is the only option left, implant positive emotions into her heart." He used his hand to push toward Rachel, though he was blocked last time, and shouted loudly, "Neutralize." Yu Wu placed his hand on her head and a brilliant light erupted, enveloping both of them. "This time it will succeed." He asked anxiously in a low voice, "Hey, Rachel." The beastkin girl became powerless and slumped to the ground. Her face drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. "Grr, ha, grr." Suddenly she clutched her chest and screamed loudly, "Kaya!" Yu Wu, seeing this, felt very confused and worried. "Rachel, why?" While he was very worried about Rachel's current state, the orc behind them stirred slightly. "Why is her condition even worse, Rachel?" He growled lightly, frowning as if in great pain. Then he drew a strange, long crimson weapon. Meanwhile, Yu Wu was still kneeling, trying to ask the beastkin girl who was slumped on the ground, "Rachel, are you okay? Can you talk?" She didn't answer but just gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tight, lying slumped on the cold ground and growling continuously. Suddenly, Rachel reached out and grabbed his shoulder, much to his surprise. Ru then used all her strength to push him backward, helping Yu Wu dodge the monster's fatal slash. He frowned as he was knocked away, sliding across the ground. "That captain, Ack." Immediately after, the system notification appeared. "Attack failed, rule invalidated." At this moment, the monster raised its large staff and laughed scornfully, looking down at Rachel, who was shielding Yu Wu. "Tusk, I originally intended to slash both of you at the same time. How annoying." He was surprised as he realized, no, this woman, could it be? The orc stared at her as she clutched her bleeding arm, shielding that guy even though she's only acting on instinct. Then he sighed and turned to point at Yu Wu, saying, "Phew, hey you human man, you are very lucky." The monster continued, but before he could finish his sentence, he took the full force of Rachel's claws, to have the best companion. The pink-haired girl didn't say much and swatted his head away, to his astonishment. Yu Wu intended to stand up, but the pain in his side made him groan in pain. Hey, my side. If Rachel hadn't shielded me, I would have been cut in two, but I still got grazed. Yu thought anxiously, at this rate, both Rachel and I are in danger. He tried to get up, pulled out a potion bottle, and said, Rachel, come here, before the teleportation cycle, we must treat your wounds. Even though Yu called her name repeatedly, she still stood there silently without saying a word. Rachel, Rachel. Suddenly, the beastkin girl turned around and growled fiercely, grrr. And she swiped her hand, sending him flying several meters away. Yu looked at Rachel in surprise. It seemed she had lost control and turned into a savage beast. She hasn't been neutralized at all. He looked closely and saw the furnace burning intensely. In reality, the furnace was burning even more fiercely. Yu was distracted. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a teleportation magic circle appeared under his feet. What's this? Yu screamed in surprise. Rachel, feeling everything change, she was also startled. Why is the teleportation starting at this moment? A footstep forward made them both turn back to look. A group of monsters appeared and let out terrifying shrieks. Level 17 monsters, masked goblins. Seeing this, Rachel growled lightly, her eyes turning bloodshot. Grrr. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say in worry, stammering, don't. She roared in rage, her eyes blazing, causing Yu behind her to startle and reach out his hand in worry. Rachel. The group of monsters also seemed prepared to lunge. Rachel raised her sharp claws and lunged. Kaya. He could only stand stunned, watching her lunge into the middle of the monster group. Yu clenched his fist and punched the ground hard. Damn it. Yu was drenched in sweat, his face pale, his eyes widened in terror. It's a failure, I don't know why, but I couldn't extinguish that furnace. And yet I dared to say, leave it to me, I'll take care of it. And I even said, trust me, nothing is certain at all, everything just relied on my own ability and superficial thinking. He fell into deep thought, extremely confused, blaming himself. Why didn't I consider it more carefully, just relying on my own judgment and trying to control Rachel's anxiety on my own? No, could it be that I'm just an arrogant fool? Yuwu's eyes became vacant, his mood sank and became very bad. But that probably doesn't matter anymore because Light and Doc Goyon have already given up. This expedition is considered a failure. The image of Rachel lunging into the middle of the monster group, swiping them away everywhere, appeared in his eyes. Continuing also makes no sense. Maybe it's logical to die here and be sent back down. While Yu was lost in his thoughts, an orc was aiming a bow at him, but even so, an arrow was fired, moving rapidly through the air. Rachel's nimble footsteps suddenly changed direction. Before his stunned eyes, she reached out to shield Yu from the arrow. He worriedly supported the pink-haired girl, shouting loudly, Rachel. She clutched her arm and screamed in pain, Kaya, while the monsters were still eyeing the two, Kiek. The blood-stained arrow was thrown hard to the ground. Rachel was still fighting. Then Rachel immediately stood up to shield Yu, even though her body was covered in wounds. Then she roared loudly, causing him to finally awaken to protect himself. Yu silently watched Rachel confront the group of monsters. Remembering the time when she was very cheerful, into that, I'm counting on you, Ban. Whatever you say, Ban, I'll listen, I trust you, Ban. He gripped the potion bottle in his hand tightly and said, even though the expedition failed and everything turned into a mess. Then Yu tilted his head back and drank half the bottle of potion. Immediately, the system showed a stat notification. Acquired Vitality Z, Body 1, Mysterious Technique Z, Charm 1. His speed for healing wounds increased rapidly. He wiped his mouth, his eyes filled with determination, but I can't let it end like this. Yu knelt on the ground watching Rachel standing amidst the monsters, swinging continuously, and thought with a sigh, at least she hasn't given up yet, but that doesn't mean the situation has gotten any better. The beastkin girl swung her claws powerfully and decisively, constantly sweeping away the monster herd. I need to bring Rachel back to her normal state, but I don't know how. It seems intervening with the furnace hastily isn't the solution. Yu pondered, remembering the moment Rachel was naively cute, his face filled with hesitation. A Rachel not agitated by the furnace looks nothing like her current appearance. Normally, she's like a clingy puppy. But right now, she was out of control, unaware of herself, constantly roaring and scratching, but right now, she was no different from a wild beast rushing to find its own death. He suddenly gasped in surprise, suddenly realizing, wait, a wild beast. Yu braced himself and slowly stood up. If it's a wild beast, can it be trained? Only those born in the wild are like that, but Rachel isn't like that. Thinking of Rachel's completely opposing extremes, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, clearly, her normal state has humanity. Yu placed his hand on his chin, focusing his thoughts. If it's not inherently wild, why doesn't she understand what I'm saying? Could it be that my approach is the problem? He widened his eyes as if remembering something. Do you know what dependency is, Ban Yu? Doesn't that mean being dominated? That's not wrong either. Yu recalled what Dak Goyon had once said to him. From the perspective of someone who feels dominated, it sounds uncomfortable, but some people find safety when under strong control. At that moment, Rachel was still in her normal state. She was even a bit shy and fearful. This also meant that the little beast seemed to really want to find someone she could depend on, someone strong who could completely control and dominate her. Yu stared blankly, unable to understand what the white-haired girl was saying. What are you saying, I mean? She leaned close to his face, emphasizing every word. When you can no longer reason with the little beast, it means trying to be gentle with her is useless. Afterward, Yu fell into an aimless silence, accompanied by an indescribable sense of unease. By now, he felt his strength returning and slowly stood up. She must still understand, but my way of communicating is too weak, so my voice can't reach her. Yu looked up at Rachel, who was still fighting the monsters with everything she had. Then I'll use her way. That's the only way to make her understand. On this side, the beastkin girl roared in fury with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, Kaya, making the orc in front of her look small, trembling as it shrieked in a panic, Keek. Right at this moment, Yu lunged forward, using the sword in his hand to block her sharp claws. He used great force to shove Rachel away, making her slide across the ground, then shouted, Rachel, that's enough. Afterward, Yu continued to the point where even the monster itself was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. This is the last goblin. If we kill it, we'll be teleported to room 18. Each moment he shouted louder to wake Rachel, who was losing control. If we keep this up, both of us are finished, so let's stop here. We have to treat your wounds and prepare for the next room first. The orc saw this and lost all patience, raising its axe and charging Kiyek. Yu enraged, turned and kicked it, sending it flying far away, then shouted, just stay there. After that, he immediately turned back, glaring and shouting, I'm serious, shut your mouth, causing the orc to tremble in fear and crawl away in tears. Rapid footsteps made Yu pay attention. When he turned, he saw Rachel once again lunging at him with her claws. Yu looked down and whispered, all right, Rachel, so you still won't listen. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying red glow and a rope appeared in his hand. In that case, I have no choice but to use this. Following that, Yu conjured a very sturdy wooden chair. He immediately swung the rope, spiraling through the air, Rachel. The beastkin girl lunged crazily, while Yu held the rope firmly in his hand. The sound of the rope cracking echoed throughout the room. The moment the rope lashed out violently, Rachel was shoved back by a great force, back. Receiving such an unexpected blow made her roar in surprise. The beastkin girl roared, intending to lunge again, so Yu approached and grabbed the chair. It's not over yet. He slammed it down hard in front of her. Facing Rachel, who was still growling in anger, Yu shouted sternly, Rachel. After that, he pointed at her, then patted the chair and ordered, sit down. The beastkin girl roared louder in anger than before, Kaya. Yu pouted, looking at her as she now obediently bared her fangs and claws on the chair. He shouted loudly, simultaneously cracking the rope, which made Rachel startle and retract her claws, order. Yu stepped closer, extended his hand and smiled gently, ordering, Rachel, hand. And she obediently extended her hand in response. He gently patted the beastkin girl's hand and smiled tenderly, praising, good girl, very good. Yu knelt down, gently patting Rachel's head as she sat obediently on the chair, very good. It seemed that the combination of his fierce and gentle actions had tamed her, causing Rachel to gradually return to normal. He looked in surprise at her hair, which was turning back to its original pale pink color. "Whoa, your hair is changing color. I didn't expect it to be this effective." The pink-haired girl now realized she was being petted and lowered her head, her face flushing. "Ban," Yu smiled happily. "Ah, Rachel, you're back." Seeing her return made him happier than ever, but before he could finish his sentence, Rachel lunged at him. "Finally, you've regained your senses." She hugged Yu tightly, to his astonishment. "The only one in the world, my master." A loud noise echoed. The two hugged and tumbled to the ground. He winced, rubbing his head. In my head, what was that just now?" Yu looked down, stunned, and stammered, What is this?" His own notification board popped up. The concept of subordination has been established. Rachel has become an entity governed by and existing only for Ban Yu 1. Seeing this, Yu could only cry out helplessly. That sounds crazy. At this moment, Rachel squinted and woke up after dozing off. She was startled and immediately sat up. Yu, who was busy tying up the orc, smiled happily and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Rachel immediately reached out to him, eyes brimming with tears of guilt. "Ban, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" He was a bit bewildered by her sudden action and replied hurriedly, "Hurts? I'm fine, the spirit medicine has already kicked in." The orc, helplessly tied to the chair, watched Rachel crying over Yu. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all, I even feel extremely." Afterward, her mood dipped. Despair and sadness were clear in the pink-haired girl's words. "I feel better now, so you saved me again, Ban. In the end, I've become a burden to you again." He gently placed his hand on her head, stroked it, and consoled her. "Don't worry." Yu smiled tenderly, reassuring Rachel, "I promised I'd do my best. I'm sorry I was too slow. I didn't correctly understand the message you wanted to convey. If I'd realized it a bit sooner, I could have quickly solved your problem." She gently took his hand, shook her head, and said softly, "No, it's all right." Then Rachel pulled Yu's hand and pressed it against her cheek, smiling happily. "As long as you don't forget and keep your promise, I'm already very grateful. Thanks for stopping me, Ban." No." The pink-haired girl suddenly hugged him, making him blush, sweating profusely, while her voice whispered emotionally, "My master." Yu gave a wry smile, stammering, "Hey, that's not okay at all." Rachel tilted her head innocently and asked, "What's not okay?" He was flustered and hurriedly explained, "Calling me master," but she replied cheerfully, "What's wrong with calling you master, master?" Yu was awkward, flailing his arms, unable to speak. Well, it's..." He clutched his head, screaming internally, "No, that word is not okay. We are classmates. You can't say things like master and servant." Yu jumped and hurriedly reminded her, "You're standing too close, Rachel. If my family found out a girl my age was calling me master..." Yu imagined being hung from the ceiling, surrounded by many people looking at him with eyes that wanted to eat him alive. "I wouldn't have the face to see anyone ever again. They sent this kid abroad to study, and this is what he learns. It turns out he likes to play like that, ha ha ha." He shuddered, a cold chill running down his spine. 100% chance I'll be immediately disowned by my family. Rachel saw Yu hadn't spoken for a long time, tilted her head and called out softly, "Master." He turned bright red and stammered, "Rest, just rest, and we'll discuss it later." The pink-haired girl replied happily, "All right," making him panic and shout, "You're standing too close, Rachel." She gently hugged Yu's arm, her voice dropping a bit. "I was born a beastkin. If there's anything more special about me compared to other beastkin, then..." Rachel lowered her gaze, filled with sadness. "It's that my ancestors were very great, and my father made a pact with a constellation." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "A constellation?" Then she continued telling the story. "My father regretted signing that pact, but that constellation didn't want to let go of a clan carrying the blood of beasts like us. It bestowed a blessing, but it was no different from a curse on me through my father." Yu asked in surprise, "So that's Shimro, right?" Rachel nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Although it allows one to achieve great power by burning emotions, it also causes oneself to be controlled by those emotions." She remembered the times she went crazy, destroying household items. "Since I was small, every time my beast instincts awakened, my heart burned with emotions and sowed rage around me. Because I inherited the tribe's power, not many people could help me." Rachel's face was always gloomy and sad. Because the people around me kept getting hurt, I chose to suppress my instincts and hide my emotions. The more I did that, the more passive I became. Yu Wu pondered, remembering previous times, and realized, so that's it. So that's the reason she's always passive. It's because once the emotions that spark the suppressed wild instincts burn, she goes crazy immediately, so suppressing them became a habit. He turned to her and asked again, so that's why you enrolled in Union, to meet the constellation that made the pact with your family and reverse the heart's fire. Rachel's face suddenly turned pink and she shook her head slightly. No, neither my father nor I want anything to do with constellations anymore. There is a much better method, so I tried to find it. Yu Wu tilted his head in confusion. A better method? What is it? The pink-haired girl lowered her head and was silent for a moment. And by the light of the fire in the gloomy prison, she replied in an emotional voice, establishing a master-servant relationship through submission. Obeying the master's orders, that is an instinct carved deep into the soul of a beastkin. They fully obey the chosen master, and the master's orders are the top priority. Rachel lowered her head, hiding her current emotions. Her voice was still a bit shy. That's why you can control the heart's fire. As long as you wish for me not to lose control, the heart's fire won't burn emotions and get activated anymore. He furrowed his brows, his face showing worry. But why me? Why not someone else? If you just need a master, you could choose anyone besides me. She immediately replied naturally. A beastkin needs absolute conditions to submit to a master. Rachel lowered her head again and replied, the soul level of the master must be significantly superior to the servant. Only then can one fully submit. Seeing this, Yu Wu thought in surprise. Soul level. The two sat by the flickering fire. Throughout the room echoed the steady voice of the beastkin girl. Not to brag, but my soul level is quite high, perhaps because I had to shoulder the constellation's curse from birth. Because of my soul level, I couldn't accept anyone as my master. She lowered her head and her tone became sadder. Even at Union, where many strong people from different dimensions gather, that didn't change. Yu Wu glanced at Rachel, pondering, come to think of it, from the first time I awakened my powers, my soul depth has been over 300. He looked at the evaluation level displayed over both their heads. Currently, your soul depth is 200 and mine is about 460. Rachel's soul depth 200, Banyu 1 soul depth 460, just right for the beastkin's condition. After that, she continued, but from the first time I met you, I had a feeling. Yu Wu widened his eyes in surprise, his cheeks flushing slightly as he heard Rachel sincerely confess, this man, I can consider him my master and serve him. That was the first time I had such a thought. Her face now was also flushed pink. She whispered, it's lucky you made the right decision just in time. Thank you so much. He scratched his cheek, smiled lightly, and looked away shyly. Haha, but that decision. It's a bit heavy, you understand, right? Rachel lunged and hugged Yu Wu's arm and said, what can we do? He looked down at her as she continued to speak. I've always suppressed it, but now I don't need to anymore. Now I can laugh more, cry more, and be bolder, all thanks to you. Rachel looked up with glittering, emotional eyes, then said softly with a sweet smile, even though it's a bit heavy, you have to take responsibility, master. Yu Wu pressed his lips together, silent in his confusion, finally replying, all right. Afterward, she stood up and walked away, then let's go, making him dazed for a moment. Rachel clenched her fists, turned back, and smiled brightly at Yu Wu, her heart filled with determination. Let the two of us climb as high as we can together. Now I can control the heart's fire at will. He jumped up, threw on his jacket, and said, wait a second. In Yu Wu's hand was an orb radiating brilliant light. He held it out to her. This. The pink-haired girl turned back, momentarily stunned by the surprise. This is the wildness I've collected until now, including the orcs from earlier. It's not much, but I want to give it to you. She looked hesitantly at his hand, giving such powerful energy to me. Rachel couldn't believe her eyes and looked up to ask, for real? Yu Wu sighed lightly, lifted her hand, and said, as long as you're okay with it. Then a brilliant light emanated from the two of them, accompanied by Rachel's happy voice, I'm very willing. He slowly placed the small orb into her hand. Once she had received it, the pink-haired girl lifted her hand to admire it, looking extremely fascinated. Ooh. She clenched her hand and smiled slightly. Then the room echoed with Rachel's hurried voice, "Quick, let's keep going and fight. Now I'm not afraid of anything anymore." Yu smiled, filled with doting. All right, all right. Time passed who knows how long. The two of them charged in full of spirit, but in the end they couldn't hold out and failed in room 19. Rachel teared up as if about to cry. HMPH, I just wanted the two of us to be alone for a little bit longer. Yu broke into a cold sweat, flustered, and hurriedly tried to coax her. Oh dear. Yumina had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the two of them, she smiled in welcome. Welcome back, you two worked hard. She recalled the moment Doc Go-yeon and Light had come out. He had been dragged away by her. She intended to ask about the two friends who had exited first, but before she could finish speaking, they had already run off to the training room. Do those two have something going on? Yu massaged his temples in distress and replied, No, those two probably don't have anything going on, ma'am. Take care, Light. Then he asked, But what have you heard so far? Yumina sat seriously in her chair, smiling gently as she replied, Reaching the point where the intruder was caught. When I heard about that and watched the footage, I was very surprised. Who would have expected the attacks to last from last week into this week? He sat opposite her and replied with a forced smile, Haha, that's right. She clutched her hands on her lap, lowered her head slightly, then spoke in a soft voice. Among the irregular phenomena, encountering an intruder has the highest mortality rate. Everyone returned safely, but honestly it wouldn't have been a surprise if someone had lost their life. I'm just very glad that everyone returned safely. Yu frowned and hurriedly replied, I just got lucky, ma'am. He looked up, remembering the mysterious figure who had appeared, and asked worriedly, Professor, what do you think the attacker was aiming for? What do you think his objective was? Yumina frowned in deduction. He definitely doesn't belong to the academy, but it seems he has the qualifications of a tower climber. That must be because... Her next words carried a chilling and terrifying tone. You have become promising rookies, so they want to eliminate you early. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Promising rookies? Yumina's hands on her lap tightened and she broke into a cold sweat due to her worry. Those linked to constellations naturally attract the attention of other constellations as well. You are a quite unique case. Refusing to sign a contract with a constellation shows a strong will. Yu stood still for a moment while she continued calmly. And your potential is immense, which means many constellations either want to recruit you or want to monitor you closely. Yumina sat solemnly in her dark red chair, her eyes cold as she looked over and asked, If that footage is accurate, the attacker is a member of Exodus, isn't that right? He nodded and replied briefly, Yes. Her expression turned serious as she continued. Exodus is a notorious space pirate group, and they are the largest group to infiltrate the tower. That is because they are backed by a constellation. A constellation that sponsors them is extremely extreme and famous for its violent nature. Hearing this, Yu's face filled with horror as he thought to himself, A constellation is sponsoring a pirate group? Beside him, Yumina's voice continued, Because there is a high probability that you will not sign a contract with them, your extraordinary talent must be a thorn in their side. She lowered her head and sighed heavily, But even so, I couldn't imagine they would go to such lengths just to eliminate you. I thought Class 11 wouldn't be noticed, at least not until the end of the semester. Yu frowned and fell into deep thought. That move of his back there, even though it was a simple trick, if I hadn't discovered it, someone surely would have lost their life. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, remembering the horrific scene, the mysterious figure clutching the detonator and then the dust swirling everywhere. We survived only because of our high base stats and good detection skills. If it had been an ordinary group of rookies, they definitely would have been wiped out. Yu sat quietly in the red velvet chair, an icy atmosphere enveloping him. It's infuriating. Just how many people have you killed using this method, Exodus? And there's even a constellation sponsoring these actions, huh? His hand on the chair tightened into a fist out of anger. Since the last expedition, they've been blocking our way, and it was only because of those constellations that Rachel had to suffer so much. This time, it's them again. Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. Honestly, I'm fed up. I want to defeat both Exodus and those constellations. I can't forgive them. Yumina frowned, her face looking worried and scared. That expression is a bit terrifying. He felt he was expressing too much personal emotion and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to. She shook her head, showing empathy and understanding. No, if it were me, I would feel the same way. Yumina bowed her head, her eyes filled with sorrow, and her voice became deeper. You keep getting entangled in all sorts of things. As your supervising professor, I should have helped you develop without being hindered, but it's a pity I haven't been able to help much. Yu Wu waved his hand, smiling to comfort her. No, who could possibly control what happens inside the tower? Then he broke the tense atmosphere, happily chatting. More importantly, what should we do about the video inside the tower? I finished editing everything. Yumina frowned, filled with determination. Just upload it. Their plan has already failed. Once the video is released, they won't dare to take further action in the near future. We have to make them lose face in public. Seeing Yu Wu chuckle, haha. The sky outside was getting dark, so he stood up, bowed, and said, Well then, I've said everything that needed to be said. May I take my leave, Professor? Yumina nodded. Very well, you won. Yu Wu walked a few steps and sighed dejectedly. Hayes, it really is true that getting involved with constellations never leads to anything good. She pursed her lips, listening silently to his words with a worried expression. It's only happened twice, and I'm already fed up. I don't think I'll ever sign a contract with any constellation. Yumina fiddled with her hands, deep in thought. Very good, you won. That's a wise choice, but... She spoke in a low voice, but it was enough to make Yu Wu stop walking as he heard it. Among the constellations, there are those who are truly very kind and always care about the person they sign a contract with. He turned around, his face innocent and head tilted in confusion. Seeing this, Yumina became flustered. Ah. She smiled slightly and shook her head, leaving Yu Wu more confused than ever. Ah, forget it. But before you go, I have a small request, Yu Won. In the training room, a firm voice rang out. No. Dak Go-yeon crossed her arms and frowned, her expression very serious and uncompromising. We're not going anywhere. Absolutely not. This worm still needs to be punished more. He smiled helplessly, looking at Light, who was lying miserably on the floor. Pushing him too hard won't help anyway. Yu Wu spoke up. The whole room is already in ruins because of your training, and besides, we still have to throw a victory party after what happened in the tower. While we're at it, let's go out and get some fresh air. The knight friend cried and trembled, reaching out looking extremely pitiful. Ban, am I really that bad? He replied nonchalantly. Yeah, that's right, you clearly made a mess of things. Yu Wu playfully pinched his cheek. Honestly, if you hadn't messed things up yesterday, we would have reached room 20. Rachel and I managed to reach room 19, just the two of us. Light sighed worriedly, clutching his forehead in frustration, but that was just a mistake. Dak Go-yeon turned around with a dark face and replied angrily, a mistake. She clenched her hands into fists, her voice sinking to a terrifying level. You still dare to call that a mistake? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet, Light. The knight hurriedly hid behind Yu Wu, crying pitifully, No, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. He burst into tears, crying torrents. Wow, I'm truly sorry to everyone, I was too arrogant yesterday. Yu Wu stood up and hurriedly explained for Light. See, Light has apologized too, so please forgive him. Dak Go-yeon turned away and sighed, phew. Then she held up 2 fingers and said, All right, but in return I'm taking 2 portions. Yu Wu was also stunned for a moment. 2 portions. The white-haired girl crossed her arms proudly, her face slightly flushed. You promised while in the tower, remember, that I could request any reward I wanted. That's great, think about what you want. Yu Wu chuckled confidently. Leave it to me, I'll let you choose whatever you want. Dak Go-yeon shyly asked back, Really? While the pink-haired girl nearby coughed to signal. Ahem. Light worriedly and frantically asked, Can I have some too, you guys? At the large shopping mall in the City of Flowers, Veronica. Dak Go-yeon frowned, holding a black dress and holding it up to herself. Does this fluffy style really suit me? Light laughed nearby and spoke sarcastically. Your usual combat gear is even puffier than that. Yu Wu hurriedly followed up with praise. It suits you very well, so don't worry. The white-haired girl smiled shyly. I'm not sure, but if you say so. He chuckled and suggested, Which one should we try next? Let's try this knit sweater. But they didn't notice the fiery eyes of the pink-haired girl watching them, along with the knight friend's nervous anxiety. Rachel had gotten so angry that her eyes glowed red, her hands trembling with rage, and she growled, How dare he treat my master like a servant? Making Light nearby break into a cold sweat when he looked over, whispering, Hey Ban, maybe you should pay attention to this side too. Dak Go-yeon chuckled to herself, happily choosing clothes at the stalls. Hee hee, even though I'm not used to wearing this style because Ban Yu-won chose it, I like it very much. It's been so long since I've been able to go shopping this comfortably. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making her stiffen and her face darken. You greedy pig. Dak Go-yeon turned around and shouted angrily, What did you say, you beast? What did you just say? Rachel immediately took the opportunity to cry and play the victim. You won, Yu-woo called out in panic. Honestly, how can you two still be arguing even after coming all the way here? Rachel was enthusiastically feeding cake to Yu-won, urging him to try a bite. Sitting right next to them, Dak Go-yeon radiated intense killing intent, her face darkening in discomfort. Yu-won blushed, waving his hand to say he could eat by himself, but the pink-haired girl insisted and wouldn't let go. Afterwards, the group sat down to discuss the successful resolution of Rachel's power outburst during the battle. Rachel remained glued to Yu-won, never tiring of praising how perfectly he had handled everything. Dak Go-yeon sighed, thinking that result was still better than someone who had completely lost control. Hearing this, Light felt insecure and wondered if he was now the most useless person, the flaw of the whole group. Dak Go-yeon turned and asked Light directly if he wanted to explain his unusual behavior from yesterday. Light silently lowered his head, deciding that from now on he would try to fight without using that holy sword ever again. Yu-won silently observed his friend, thinking to himself that he shouldn't just let him sink deeper into his inferiority complex forever. Immediately, Dak Go-yeon used telepathy to scold Yu-won, telling him he should find a way to get Light to open up and share his problem. Yu-won slurped his coffee while hesitating, as this intimate matter couldn't be forced. Dak Go-yeon stared straight at Yu-won, reminding him that as roommates, they should know how to care for each other. She added a blunt remark, telling Yu-won to use that charm to seduce Light just like he did with Rachel. Yu-won choked on his drink right there, unable to believe his friend could make such a crazy suggestion. He hurriedly wiped his mouth, affirming that he didn't seduce anyone, and told Dak Go-yeon not to talk nonsense. Yu-won explained he only wanted to get along with Rachel, and he hadn't expected everything to be misunderstood like this. Dak Go-yeon rolled her eyes, reminding Yu-won that he was the one who had insisted on dragging both of them into the group. Yu-won sighed and agreed to find a way to help Light. Just then, he received a new notification on his device. It was a notification about a large-scale field trip to another dimension next week. The goal was to prevent a monster wave in lower-level dimensions, part of the training process to become a god. Hearing this, Light's expression suddenly became extremely intense when lower-level dimensions were mentioned. Yu-won advised Light not to think so negatively, as this was just basic knowledge for advancement. Light still looked unconvinced, believing that those from higher dimensions were always smug as if the lower-level worlds couldn't live without them. Yu-won silently observed his friend's expression, sensing a deep-seated hatred hidden within. He guessed that something terrible must have happened in the place where Light lived before. Putting that aside, Yu-won told the group he had another important task to announce. He decided to join Professor Yumina's magic combat class starting next week, shocking everyone. Everyone reacted strongly because he announced it so suddenly, while Yu-won just wanted to focus on training alone for a while. A few days later in the practice room, Yu-won brought out his newly acquired magic staff to prepare for training. He tried to start a conversation politely, inviting the staff to feel free to share its knowledge. But the only response was silence. Yu-won began to lose patience and threatened to smash it if it continued to remain silent like that. He complained that it had been 3 days and it still hadn't bothered to transmit any bit of magic language concepts. Thinking about how the class was starting soon and he still hadn't learned anything, Yu-won felt he couldn't afford to be humiliated. He took out a large hammer and coldly declared he would destroy the staff to absorb its knowledge from the ruins. Yu-won raised the hammer high, delivering a decisive blow as if to finish off this arrogant item immediately. The staff screamed in fear, hurriedly begging him to stop. It accused Yu-won of being rude for daring to use violence to intrude upon its inner self without asking for permission. Yu-Won asked calmly if it was talking about the Babylonian code skill he had used to see through it. The staff continued to lecture about how magic is a noble path, not for uncouth people like him. Yu-Won didn't bother listening to the sermon. He ordered it to stop with those ridiculous standards and hand over the knowledge immediately. Finally, the staff had to submit to Yu-Won's brutality, accepting to transmit everything to him. Immediately, the system notified that Yu-Won had successfully absorbed 1,100 units of magic language. His clairvoyance stat also skyrocketed to 165. The magic staff cried and lamented, not expecting to have all its power robbed so cruelly by a barbarian. Not stopping there, Yu-Won absorbed another 50 units of elemental magic, raising his soul depth stat to an impressive 510. Yu-Won was stunned by the massive amount of knowledge just received, clearly feeling the power flowing through his body. Now he could completely master the conversion of magic language and control natural elements like fire, water, wind, and earth skillfully. Yu-Won wore a satisfied smile. Finally, he could confidently attend the professor's class without needing to worry about anything anymore. He looked down at the small staff in his hand, silently acknowledging that this item was actually much more powerful than its girly appearance suggested. Seeing it still sobbing, Yu-Won mockingly asked if it was surprised to see him still conscious and intact after receiving such a large amount of power. The staff screamed in frustration, wondering why fate was so cruel, forcing it to submit to someone with not a hint of a mage's style. It insisted that it wasn't an ordinary weapon soul, as Yu-Won had wrongly assumed all this time. Yu-Won started to interrupt, fearing it was about to recount some tragic, cliché past story just to garner sympathy. But the staff's next sentence left Yu-Won completely frozen. It claimed that it used to be a real human. Amidst the quiet space of the practice room, the scream confirming the magic staff's human identity echoed, leaving Yu-Won with a multitude of unresolved questions. Yu-Won heard the story and mocked it immediately, saying these motifs of being betrayed and sealed sounded as cheesy as those in cheap novels. The staff Selen felt its eyes burn with rage and shouted in protest. It insisted it was once a human made of flesh and blood, living and breathing, not a fictional character. Yu-Won still didn't quite believe it, wondering why those memories suddenly flooded back at this moment. Selen explained that when Yu-Won absorbed its power, he had accidentally broken the core seal that had held its memories and power captive for so long. Even so, not everything had fully recovered, so it couldn't remember everything. Yu-Won could only rest his chin in his hand and listen with a bored expression. He checked the information board and was shocked to see the staff's soul stat reaching 200, an unimaginable number for an item found in a low-level area. Yu-Won realized this stat was on par with Rachel, someone born in a completely different class. He began to feel that something was wrong. The staff suddenly radiated dark killing intent, swearing it would reclaim all its power to take revenge. Yu-Won saw the tension and told it to calm down. It screamed, demanding to track down the traitors immediately. Yu-Won watched and could only utter a sigh of discomfort. Suddenly, the staff began to glow and transform right in Yu-Won's hand. The pink, cheesy heart shell shattered into pieces under the pressure of the new energy source. A cool-looking spear appeared. Yu-Won couldn't help but be amazed by this spectacular transformation. Selen continued to babble about tearing enemies apart, making Yu-Won immediately think of teenagers who like to act tough. Its new name is Selen's Tier, with both mana and soul stats reaching the 350 threshold, many times stronger than before. A close-up of the new weapon with a purple stone glowing brightly in the middle. Selen said this was still its current limit because it still couldn't recall the names of its enemies from years ago. Yu-Won asked sarcastically if it could get any stronger or if that was the end of it, then jokingly teased it for being a noob. Selen, hearing this, got furious and roared. It took offense, telling him not to underestimate it and warned him against using it for trivial tasks because its level was beyond just teaching basic magic. Yu-Won was speechless because it flipped its attitude so quickly. Seeing it seemed useful, Yu-Won decided to make a deal. He promised to help it recover its memories, power, and take revenge. In return, it had to support him properly in everything. The spear was silent for a moment, as if considering Yu-Won's offer. The next morning at the academy, Yu-Won was once again surrounded by Rachel and Rachel calling his name from afar. Rachel hugged Yu-Won's arm and begged to be allowed to follow, promising to be good and not cause any trouble. The blonde boy Rachel also sobbed while clinging to his other arm, saying he felt unbearably insecure without the holy sword by his side. Yu-Won shouted a flat-out refusal, then hurriedly called Dak Goyeon to solve the problem of these two annoying people. Dak Goyeon appeared with a credible expression, cracking her knuckles and saying she also thought these two were going a bit too far. Then the cold girl grabbed them both by the neck and dragged them away, despite them shouting Yu-Won's name in vain. Yu-Won watched and felt slightly chilled. Finally finding some peace, Yu-Won sat heavily on the sofa and began preparing for the fence-jumping plan. He used developer mode to inspect the teleportation magic structure embedded in the student ID card. Yu-Won began analyzing the source code, focusing on extracting the variables related to spatial coordinates. He chuckled triumphantly, finding his current knowledge combined with Selen's power to be completely overpowered, helping him decode and modify even the most difficult spells. Yu-Won inserted the prepared coordinates into the system and activated the teleportation command. A brilliant magic circle erupted under his feet. In the blink of an eye, Yu-Won was ready for the spatial jump. The room was now filled with a hazy white smoke. Yu-Won had teleported away completely. Yu-Won appeared right in the middle of the hallway to the extreme astonishment of Era, the elf girl who was sitting there dazed. He cheered because the system hacking plan had been a perfect success. Yu-Won was so happy he didn't realize he had just done something shocking right in front of someone else. Era was still frozen, not understanding what had just happened. The child slowly stood up, walking toward Yu-Won with a suspicious gaze. The elf girl asked bluntly if he had just teleported there. Her eyes were sharp as if wanting to see through Yu-Won's soul. Yu-Won innocently admitted that he had just adjusted the coordinates of his student ID. He even smiled brightly as if it were a simple matter. Era heard this and wanted to faint. She asked repeatedly how he could have decoded such a massive amount of code with normal mana. Yu-Won began to feel sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, she grabbed Yu-Won's shirt, making him jump. This kid's strength was not a joke. Era asked in a fierce voice how he dared to interfere with source code personally set by the principal. Her expression at that moment looked extremely scary. Yu-Won shrank back, wondering what he had done wrong to make this kid explode in anger like that. He also secretly wondered if he had met this elf girl somewhere before, as she looked so familiar. Yu-Won jumped, his face pale as someone spoke right behind him. He screamed out of pure surprise. Turning around, he saw Professor Yumina standing there smiling. She praised him, saying he was quite good. Even though she had forgotten to mention the address, he had still found his own way to the classroom. Yumina admitted that she had intended to find him, but it turned out she had been worrying for nothing because he was already here. Yu-Won could only force a laugh and scratch his head to brush it off. Seeing Era standing there too, the professor friendly invited the elf girl to join the class as well for fun. The green-haired elf girl who had just been cornering Yu-Won so fiercely, now obediently bowed politely and followed the professor. Yu-Won froze for a few seconds, sweat still pouring down as he hadn't fully calmed down from the intense interrogation earlier. He sighed in relief, silently thanking the professor for the timely arrival to save him. He even mumbled that the kid Era was extremely fierce, no less than Dak Goyeon. Yumina suddenly turned back and said something cryptic about not wanting to get involved in more female lead events, leaving Yu-Won dumbfounded because he didn't understand a single thing. He stood there dazed, watching the professor's figure fade away. Yu-Won was led into a new magic class, the setting looking quite grand with arena-style architecture. Professor Yumina excitedly introduced the new student from Class 11, but Yu-Won just wanted to finish the matter as quickly as possible. The students below began whispering, looking at him with unsympathetic eyes because they saw him walking and laughing intimately with the professor. Yu-won glanced around the class, realizing there were only 9 people in total. He noticed that very few people could actually cast magic besides their innate abilities. His gaze stopped at a blue-haired girl sitting entirely separate from the crowd. It seemed her name was Era. Suddenly, Yu-won felt a strange pressure radiating from that girl. It was as if an invisible wall separated her from the rest, a completely different level of status. Yu-won suddenly recalled what Dak Goyin had mentioned about someone even stronger than those in the Ortama clan. The girl named Air also glanced back, her sharp gaze as if evaluating the newcomer's true strength. A blonde student named Misty raised her hand, wanting to question the professor about this sudden appearance. Misty wondered why someone with a magical aptitude like Yu-won had been able to stay invisible to this class for so long. Yumina explained that Yu-won had just found an artifact that helped him awaken his magical talent. While she was at it, the professor took the opportunity to plug her Rebellion YouTube channel to the whole class. Yu-won was left stunned by the professor's flair for showmanship, while the students below began to respond enthusiastically. The male students whispered among themselves, finding it hard to believe that an artifact could awaken magical talent. Yumina affirmed that being born with magical talent is extremely rare, so it was only natural for them to find it hard to believe. Misty still wasn't convinced. She challenged Yu-won to demonstrate some skills for the class to see. She emphasized that he had to do it without the help of that artifact. Even though she knew Yu-won had just started learning, Yumina still looked at him with an inquiring gaze. Yu-won casually nodded in agreement, showing no signs of concern despite Misty's unreasonable request. Yumina was a bit flustered because he had only been exposed to magic for exactly 1 week. He stepped in front of Misty, reminding her that he wasn't exactly ready for anything too advanced. Yu-won stepped into the middle of the arena, silently calculating which basic move he could perform to get it over with. He started by gathering streams of air, taking the wind element as his core. Afterward, Yu-won controlled the flow of energy, spinning it continuously to create the form of a cyclone. Finally, he added the fire attribute, causing the students around him to start turning pale. Fire Gale, a massive fireball began to form between his hands. Instantly, a giant column of fire erupted violently, radiating intense heat throughout the classroom. The whole class was thrown into chaos by the power and the unimaginably fast execution speed of the move. Misty was stunned to realize that Yu-won didn't even need to chant to activate the magic. This was clearly a high-level magic controlled by willpower, something a beginner could never pull off. A student sitting nearby screamed because of the heat, while Air remained silent, observing the debris. The blue-haired girl didn't show any emotion in response to the impressive display that had just occurred. Yumina hurriedly spoke up, asking Yu-won to stop before he burned down the entire lecture hall. The professor clapped in applause, praising the incredible power despite the lack of a single chant. She asked the class if they believed he was a true genius now, while the others remained in a state of shock. Misty bowed her head, frustrated to realize that her own magic was probably not even equal to someone who had only been learning for a week. Yu-won casually returned to his seat, as if he had just done something completely mundane. Air let out a cold, contemptuous huff, appearing unimpressed by what she had just witnessed. She closed with a blunt comment that this stuff was really boring. Yumina hurriedly cut off the introductions to start the lecture, leaving Yu-won with a thoughtful gaze directed at the strange blue-haired girl. Just as the class ended, Yu-won hadn't even managed to leave before a hand grabbed his shirt from behind. It was Air. She wouldn't let him go and demanded that Yu-won finish answering the question from earlier. Witnessing this scene, the students around them, especially Misty, could only gape in surprise, as it was rare to see Air actively initiate conversation with anyone. All eyes turned toward the two of them with curiosity, not understanding what was happening between the blue-haired genius and the new student. Air pressed for an answer as to whether it was true that Yu-won had analyzed and intervened in the principal's entire code system by himself. Her gaze was full of seriousness, asserting that altering teleportation coordinates was impossible for a regular student. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Professor Yumina suddenly appeared behind the two. The professor asked Air to step aside so she could take Yuan to a special consultation that had already been scheduled. Air froze when she realized a shocking truth. Yuan actually had no authority whatsoever, as those privileges were reserved exclusively for official professors. Leaving Air still in shock, Yumina quietly led Yuan away from the classroom. A bright teleportation gate opened, marking the beginning of the encounter between Yuan and the most powerful figures in the tower. Air couldn't help but be shocked to learn that Ban Yuan had never been granted the authority to edit student IDs, as that was a privilege reserved only for actual professors. Professor Yumina smiled and asked Air if that answer was satisfactory, while Air was still reeling from the fact that Yuan had done it by his own ability. Yumina asked Yuan to follow her, and he quickly responded, and both stepped into a bright portal of light. In the quiet space of the academy, Yumina started asking straight to the point about how Yuan had dared to edit the functions on his student ID. Yuan asked with a bit of worry if that was a taboo, and the professor explained that the student ID was actually a piece of power from the tower that had been refined by the principal. Hearing her say that the principal wouldn't mind if he hadn't broken it, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yumina emphasized that basically, a normal student could never intervene in that system, which left Yuan only knowing how to feign surprise and ask back. He recalled Air's determined expression during her questioning earlier and couldn't help but feel pressured. Yuan scratched his head with a bitter smile, finding it strange that someone he had never met before would suddenly approach him so aggressively. Yumina smiled brightly, admitting that she had long ago guessed that Yuan's ability would be extremely compatible with magic. She praised him for achieving such a feat immediately after awakening his magic. Yuan worriedly asked if he would be arrested for this, but Yumina assured him that the principal was not free enough to summon someone just because of a card. However, right after that, she informed him that Yuan was about to meet the principal, which left him stunned. He wondered why the head of the academy wanted to see him, while Yumina just calmly prepared to see him off. Before he could process it, Yuan was pushed straight into a teleportation swirl. He only had time to hear the professor's good luck before falling into a free fall. Yuan grumbled, complaining that he could have easily walked there himself instead of being tossed around like this. He landed on his face right in the middle of the principal's office in the most miserable posture imaginable. While Yuan was still holding his face, dazed, a low voice rang out welcoming him. The principal remarked that it seemed he had become quite close with Professor Yumina. This time, he appeared in the form of a small butler puppet, sitting imposingly on the table and warning Yuan not to get drawn into her group of followers. Yuan stood up, wondering why the principal didn't keep their meeting a secret. He worried about his safety, but the puppet only replied that this would only be a problem if he went around blabbing about it everywhere. The butler puppet changed the subject, asking Yuan if he had any plans for selecting his major in his second year. The sudden question made Yuan pause. He realized he still had too many things to worry about to even think about the distant future. Since he had enrolled, he had been spinning in circles with martial arts training, climbing the tower, and harsh training sessions. Images of his training process flashed through Yuan's mind, from awakening his magic ability to achieving true control over mana. He clearly felt he had made tremendous progress compared to the first day he set foot in here, with the Babylonia code becoming increasingly perfect. Yuan stared at the puppet, understanding that all of this was achieved thanks to the support of those around him. Yuan's gaze showed clear determination. He declared that he would choose whatever path allowed him to continue standing alongside his teammates from Class 11. The principal was slightly surprised. He reminded him that this academy had countless geniuses and great professors who could help him go much further. Yuan affirmed that he knew himself best, and the best way for him to grow stronger was to continue walking alongside his current friends. The principal asked back if he meant he wanted to talk about his mentor. Yuan smiled, believing that no matter what major he chose, Professor Yumina would always find time to teach him. The butler puppet asked if Yuan intended to become a burden to her, which made him jump in surprise. Yuan hurriedly explained that it was because Yumina had such high expectations of him that he wanted to work that hard. The puppet nodded, acknowledging that the professor did indeed put a lot of heart into this student. Yuan still didn't understand the real intention behind the principal's question, so he only knew how to stand there, confused, and ask for clarification. The principal waved his hand, telling him to forget about that and move on to a much more important issue. He began to reveal that the location for the upcoming special activity had been interfered with by an extremely powerful family. Yuan was slightly worried when he heard about a major force meddling in the school's activities. The name that was uttered left Yuan stunned. It was the powerful Ordima family, filled with conspiracies. The principal explained that the academy was full of sponsors, and if he didn't let them interfere to some degree, the consequences would be unpredictable, regardless of Yuan's questions about the master's decision-making power. The principal explained that he could absolutely protect all activities within the academy, but trips outside were a different matter. To maintain the huge funding, he was forced to concede to the sponsors during extracurricular activities, which made Yuan laugh sarcastically after hearing it. Yuan began to feel irritated. He rolled up his sleeves as if to get to the bottom of the real intentions of this old man heading the academy. He asked bluntly if the principal was selling out the students, even though he knew full well what the Ordima family was plotting during this trip. The butler puppet asserted that if he really wanted to sell Yuan out, he wouldn't have bothered sitting here telling him all this. Yuan angrily retorted that enduring or selling out resulted in the same outcome, especially when he didn't even know anything about the upcoming activity and trouble was already surrounding him. He demanded a clearer explanation of what Ordima was plotting so he would know how to prepare. However, the principal refused to say more, believing that revealing this much was already beyond the limit, and it was purely because of the expectations he held for him. Yuan sighed in annoyance. Though very frustrated, he had to accept it when the old man declared he would remain silent from now on. He stood up abruptly, intending to leave because he suddenly remembered something important, but the principal immediately reminded him absolutely not to reveal the secrets in this room. Yuan promised to keep their conversation a secret, but asked back if discussing possible dangers with his teammates was allowed, and he agreed. Just as Yuan was about to step away, the principal called him back because he still had one more thing to relay. A strange stream of light suddenly engulfed Yuan, while the principal's voice rang out mysteriously about another truth he needed to know. The Absolute Being said they had been observing Yuan for 2 weeks. As for our protagonist, he was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The Absolute Being promised to give him a small gift because Yuan's potential far exceeded initial expectations. Just as the words ended, an energy streak that looked like a zipper suddenly appeared in midair. The zipper tore open, revealing a giant, powerful eye inside. Yuan immediately recognized this as the same eye that had appeared at the entrance ceremony. The Absolute Being began to manifest his will. The pressure from the Supreme Being made Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He could only stand still and take it. The Absolute Being's gaze seemed to want to transform Yuan into an immutable entity, one that nothing could shake. The system notified that Yuan had absorbed the concept of durability. His physique stats skyrocketed to 285. It didn't stop there. His realization technique was also breaking through its limits thanks to Master's will. Mystical energy began to purify his body, bringing his physique stat to 250 to reach the purest state. All negative thoughts vanished, replaced by an abundant source of vitality. Yuan's realization stat had now reached a transcendent level of 401. The mana surrounding Yuan changed completely in quality. He felt the power surging through every cell. The Absolute Being appeared quite impressed with this result. Yuan was still reeling from such a terrifyingly immense advancement. Master explained that he only wanted to help him resist Ortima's ability by engraving it onto his body. It was a terrifying power, capable of imposing one's will upon this entire world. Master said most people would have to surrender to that power, but with Yuan as he was now, he could partially resist it. This achievement was beyond Master's predictions. Yuan bowed his head in thanks and prepared to leave to continue his journey. He secretly thought that he had achieved today's success thanks to having good friends. Master smiled and opened the way for him to return. The next morning, the day the special activity began, Yuan acted like a young father, worriedly reminding the group to double-check their personal belongings. Hanja laughed, telling him he was overthinking it, looking no different from a parent taking their children on a picnic. Light saw everyone feeling very relaxed. Dak Goyen felt relieved because she had Yuan by her side. The group walked leisurely through the academy grounds. Light always maintained a fighting spirit. Around them, other students began to whisper when they saw the rebellion group appear. The girls chirped, complimenting them for looking even better in person than on video. Their popularity came faster than expected. The crowd was curious to know what content they would upload to their group's media channel next. Yuan heard it all but maintained a calm expression. Yuan secretly thought that starting a media channel was truly a wise idea. Both Zhe and Light's group agreed. He suddenly remembered the time when he had just enrolled, going everywhere and seeing only hateful and contemptuous gazes. It was completely different from now. Now, the support from regular students had helped change the position of Class 11 entirely. They were no longer the outcasts. Professor Zenon stood from afar, waving to call the group over to prepare for departure. She asked if everyone had eaten breakfast and was fully prepared. Yuan confirmed for the whole group that they were ready. The professor chuckled, saying that since they were going out today, the group needed to be a bit more stylish. And so, each person had a bright red rose attached to their head. The whole group froze, everyone's face darkening because this style was too much to handle. The professor still chirped that it looked beautiful, while the students around also had to break a sweat at her sense of aesthetics. Yuan scratched his head, saying this was a bit too flashy, while Hanja was extremely annoyed at having to walk around wearing a flower. Zhe intended to take it off, but the professor warned them strictly that they were absolutely not allowed to remove these roses. So these were protection charms she had specifically made for the group to prepare for the upcoming activity. They needed to keep them on them at all times. Hearing this, Yuan and Zhe had to sadly accept it. Anyway, safety comes first. Zhe grumbled and complained because she looked like nothing more than a mobile flower vase. Professor Zenon just laughed to herself, having anticipated this reaction. Suddenly, the professor snapped her fingers and said she had designed them so they could change shape as desired. As soon as she finished, the rose on Zhe's head turned into a delicate hair tie. She was so surprised that her eyes rounded. Dak Goyen also marveled when seeing this magical transformation. The group started to get much more excited. Light and Yuan had theirs turned into earrings that looked very cool. Now they could walk the streets comfortably. Zhe angrily shouted, asking why she didn't do that from the beginning, leaving her annoyed until now. Professor Zenon only knew how to cover her mouth and laugh it off. At the hall, a butler stood on the podium announcing whether everyone had gathered completely. Yuan and his group were also present. The special activity officially began. Each class was ordered to board the multi-dimensional ship in the correct order. Light wondered why they weren't going to the port but boarding the ship here. Professor Zenon explained that for large-scale activities, the ship would pick up students right at the hall. Only the principal and Professor Zenon had the power to summon this massive ship. Dak Goyen looked up and couldn't help but marvel in surprise. The dimension ship slowly landed, covering the entire sky above the academy. Yuan felt moved, as this was the first time since the entrance ceremony he had seen such a majestic sight. All preparations were complete. Yuan flashed a confident smile, ready to join his comrades in embarking on promising new challenges. Season 1 officially concludes here.